Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Jimmy Dore Show on this Friday, July 10th. A little matinee edition of the Jimmy Dore Show. Thanks to the West Coast crew for getting up nice and early. Pleasure to see you all here. We got a great show for you today. Kurt Metzger is going to be joining us mid-show. We got Janine Eunice, our friend, coming on towards the end of the program. But to kick things off here, we're going to waste no time introducing our first guest. Caleb Maupin is a journalist and political analyst who has reported extensively from the Middle East and Latin America and has made frequent media appearances on RT and Press TV. He is also the founder and director of the Center for Political Innovation, as well as the author of a great number of books, including his latest, which is Imperialism and Anti-Imperialism, Key Writings and Lectures by Caleb Maupin. It's a big book, almost 500 pages, which speaks to his body of work. Please welcome back to the program, friend Caleb Maupin. Caleb, great to see you again.
Sure. Glad to be here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So much going on in the world now that you have covered extensively, both as an author and a speaker, but also as an on-the-ground journalist. You've visited so many of these places around the world, which you write about in your book, which we're going to talk about soon. But we're going to start out with the breaking news here, because this is right in your wheelhouse as well. Marco Rubio confirms that the Trump administration will help Ukraine strike deep into Russia in a massive escalation. Trump restarted war with Iran and is now planning on starting World War III with Russia. The bloodthirsty ruling class completely lost their minds. This is our friend Nick Cruz with a hotspot video on this. We'll take a quick look here.
Now allow Ukraine to use Patriot missiles. But this shouldn't surprise anyone. This is the basic mission creep that we've seen the United States deploy since the Biden administration.
So one of the things we're going to be talking about is we're going to give a license to you to make Patriots. That's pretty cool, right? This way you can't complain that we're not giving them enough. I say make them yourself. We haven't informed the company of that yet, but that'll work out all right. You know?
That's what people
sure they'll be thrilled.
The strategy of the United States and NATO ever since the start of this conflict has been to slowly escalate, plunging us into World War III and testing the restraint of Russia.
Yeah, no, I think what you're discussing is the ability of Ukraine to reach deep inside of Russia and conduct strikes. I think that's one of the dynamics that's changed in this war over the last few months, and that is that the Russians are finding it more difficult to defend their own airspace. And what we hope that means is that it's going to create the space now to negotiate the end of this war.
It's an escalation, but it's also an escalation that can help lead to an end.
We warned people that the tension between Trump and Zelensky was fake political theater, the same way that the tension between Netanyahu and Trump is fake political theater. Neocons in the establishment is consistently working psyops in order to advance their wars. MAGA fell for it once again. Donald Trump betrayed all his campaign promises, especially his promise to end this war against Russia and Ukraine. Not only did Donald Trump continue Joe Biden's war, he also opened up multiple new fronts, including strikes on Iran, reigniting a conflict that will destabilize the global economy. This is why peace movements in the West needs to lock in right now, because our deranged Epstein class is willing to plunge the world into chaos in order to defeat their enemies and accomplish their goal of geopolitical dominance.
There's our friend Nick with the great report there. Tom Corey says many voted for Trump in 2024 primarily to prevent the escalation of tensions with Russia leading up to a possible nuclear conflict. Now everything they feared about a Harris administration is materializing with the Trump administration. Now, of course, the other side of this, and this is what you're seeing a lot of mainstream media run with, the angle that this is actually theater in the other direction, and he's not actually helping Ukraine as much as he says he is. So what kind of show did Trump put on with Patriot for Ukraine? A promise without real value. Trump promised Kyiv a license to produce Patriot missiles at the NATO summit, but experts call this a political gesture. Setting up serial production will take 3 to 5 years, while Ukraine needs weapons now. Existing supply chains are overloaded, and the factory would become a priority target For Russia, Trump's goal is protection from criticism. The main objective of the American leader is not real aid, but creating the appearance of support to avoid reproaches from within the U.S. and from allies. The promise does not solve Ukraine's current air defense shortage. Risks to U.S. security include transferring Patriot technology could expose classified information about air defense systems, and responsible statecraft suggest the Pentagon will drag its feet on implementation until the initiative is forgotten. This same account here cites a clip of John Mearsheimer explaining what will happen because Trump is not providing Ukraine with sufficient support.
Defeat in Ukraine is also likely to lead to a transatlantic blame game, especially since the Trump administration has refused to support Kyiv as vigorously as the Biden administration, and instead push the Europeans to assume more of the burden of keeping Ukraine in the fight. Thus, when the war finally ends with a Russian victory, Trump can accuse the Europeans of not stepping up to the plate, while the European leaders can accuse Trump of bailing out on Ukraine in its greatest moment of need.
Okay, so, all day we've been following the mainstream press, reports by ABC, reports by Reuters, really emphasizing the fact that it's going to take years to implement these Patriot systems. They seem to be of the opinion that Trump is really stalling and trying to make it look like he's offering Ukraine more support than he is. However, obviously, we just saw the video. On its face, this seems like a pretty significant escalation in violation of one of his core campaign promises. Now, you've covered this topic extensively as a writer, as an activist, as an author, and as an on-the-ground journalist as well. What do you make of this recent decision to supply Patriot systems to Ukraine?
Well, I think we need to first talk about what mainstream media is completely ignoring, which is that Ukraine has adopted a strategy of terrorism. And that's not getting any play in American media. They've just kind of looked the other way. Ukraine's losing this war. They're not losing it like overnight. They're losing it gradually. And as they're losing it, they've just decided to start murdering Russian civilians. And they've been targeting buses mainly with these drones. And if you look at what was done to the soccer team from Belarus, their bus, you look at what was done to civilian buses, that just seems to be what Ukraine is now doing, is targeting civilian buses full of, families and adults and children. And that's not getting any attention over here. And this has been, there's been targeting of civilians by Ukraine from the beginning of the conflict, from back in 2014. You had the shelling of the Donbas region after the USA installed the fanatically anti-Russian government. That's the reason this war began, was because of the fact that people in the Donbas region, they declared independence after a fanatically anti-Russian government was installed. And in response, they faced a wave of terrorism and attacks and bombings, etc., from the U.S.-backed government. And eventually, Russia moved in to protect them in 2022. And this whole situation, lays on the shoulders of NATO. I mean, this didn't have to happen. And mainstream media doesn't give you any of that attention. But the fact that Ukraine is now turning towards this policy of just targeting civilians, blowing up school buses, blowing up dormitories where kids are studying. I mean, they're just trying to demoralize the population of Russia in the hopes of, just kind of making the population weary by, taking the lives of children and school kids and families that are trying to get to the beach for their vacation. I mean, it's pretty evil what's been going on. That's not getting any play in American media. And the fact that, the Patriot missiles, it's kind of interesting the way Patriot missiles works. Do you want me to get into that? Because
Sure, of course.
Yeah. So, Patriot missiles, when you look at how Patriot missiles work in terms of, these are like defensive missiles that are strike enabling, right? So basically the idea is that, Russia would shoot a missile into Ukraine, and then they would have the ability to deflect it. And in Cold War terms, that means you can strike another country and then they aren't able to respond. That's why it's threatening. The United States has a monopoly on them. Only two American companies have the copyright to them, Lockheed Martin and RTX, formerly known as Raytheon. And only two countries have ever been given a license to make them by the United States so far, Japan and Germany. And that when you get a license to set up Patriot missiles, it's quite a process, because the copyright of how to make them is not only, legally protected. The U.S. government sends people there to make sure and guard the information. So there's guards basically who escort the computer chips with the plans on them, et cetera. It's quite expensive just to facilitate having the information about how to build it. And then on top of that, as the video hinted, Ukraine would have to make their own supply chain. Not only do they have to make a factory that can make them, which has to be very, very carefully watched because the plans are very carefully guarded as a matter of national security, but on top of that, they then have to make their own supply chain to have the parts that go into it. And there's no way that Ukraine can actually get Patriot missiles up and going, with it. It'll take them at least 3 to 5 years. This isn't something they can set up overnight. If they do set it up, though, they'll have the ability to strike Russia and deflect any response. And that's what makes it very threatening, right? And that's a pretty big escalation to have a strike-enabling Patriot missile system set up in Ukraine. If that were to actually get set up, that would mean right on Russia's border, you've got a strike-enabling system. So Ukraine would be able to strike inside of Russia with missiles and deflect any response that would come from Russia. That's why it's so much of a concern. The other thing,
sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
I just want to plant a little flag there, because it seems like this is a terrible development in multiple ways. Number one, it suggests that there's no plan to end the conflict before these Patriot missile systems are up and running, right? And number two, that whole thing that they said there that George Orwell, well, this is an escalation in the hopes of making a deal. Doesn't this make a deal much less likely? Like, if we're equipping Ukraine with this weaponry that we then plan on parking right on Russia's border.
And that is why we absolutely condemn the horrendous FBI raids carried out against the African People's Socialist Party, the Uhuru House, and Chairman O'Malley. Please stand up, comrades. Come on the stage, please. The FBI raids must now stop. Must stop immediately now. Stop the raids.
The latest group of Americans to find their constitutionally protected opinions become felonies are, believe it or not, an organization of black nationalist left-wingers who oppose the war in Ukraine. The DOJ has just charged many in this group with seeking to, quote, sow discord, spread pro-Russia propaganda, and interfere in elections within the United States. Now, there's no evidence they interfered with any election. You're allowed to be pro-Russia. You're allowed to be pro-anything you want in the United States. Saying things the government doesn't like, having unfashionable opinions or opinions that are out of step with Joe Biden's opinions, that is not a crime. You can spread pro-Russia propaganda if you want to. You can spread anti-Russia propaganda if you want to. You can say whatever you want, but not anymore. According to the indictment, the criminals in question, quote, wrote articles that contained Russian propaganda and disinformation. Huh? They also gave speeches and posted videos that annoyed the State Department.
Black freedom for my entire life. I've never read of a moment since the beginning of a colonial mode of production where black people have been free. And yet they're saying that we are agents of some foreign power. Because we say black people must be free.
Okay, again, we're not defending that guy because we agree with all of his views. We probably don't. That is totally irrelevant. Whether you agree with what someone is saying has nothing to do with his right to say it. Americans are allowed to say what they think is true, period.
Please come up, Caleb Maupin from Center for Political Innovation.
None of us here ever had the opportunity to vote for the FBI. The FBI is not the elected government of the United States, but they seem to think that they are. If you look at what the FBI did in our previous election, covering up the Hunter Biden laptop scandal because they felt that Joe Biden should win the election. And if you look at the details of this case, the FBI seems to believe it is above the law. I would encourage people to look into the testimony that went on and the conversations, or I guess the revelations that went on the witness stand. How it was revealed that the indictment that was leveled against the Uhuru 3 contained information that the FBI agents could not verify when they got up on the stand, and that the FBI has engaged in all kinds of dishonest activities. If they had told the truth about what evidence they had, this case never would have even gone to trial to begin with. And the FBI is putting itself above the law, and this is a threat to the freedom of all Americans. This is a threat to our civil liberties. This is a threat to our democratic rights. And I must say that the jury came back and said that it was very clear the Uhuru 3 were not acting as agents of Russia. So based on that, there should be no prison time, no jail time. This entire trial should be thrown out. This whole case should be thrown out. But I must also say that I don't consider the activities of the Uhuru 3 to be working against the interests of the United States. They travel around the world. They're connecting us with different countries, and they're working in the interests of America. Because the only future that America is ever going to have is with the new economy that is emerging in the world today. The Western financial system is falling, and the new economy of the world today, which is in Africa, which is in Russia, which is in China, that is the future. And the only future America will ever have is to be part of that economy, connecting us with people around the world, making America really a country that could trade and interact with the world in a more prosperous way, in a win-win way, a way based on win-win cooperation, not a zero-sum game. That is the future. So there should be no jail time. The conviction for this conspiracy charge needs to be completely thrown out. The FBI needs to be charged for the way that they conducted themselves in this case and the way they are violating the freedoms of Americans. Thank you.
So the first award that we want to hand out, it's pretty obvious who it should be for. We have a representative here of the organization that battled in federal court for our right to say the kind of things that we say here. And John McCarthy, our member here in Chicago, has done more than anybody in the CPI to stand with the organization. So I felt it was best for John to help. We're going to give the award to a representative of the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. So this is our award. John?
Yeah, first of all, on behalf of CPI, the Center for Political Innovation, I would like to thank the Uhuru Movement and the African People's Socialist Party for sending a representative to us at this time, because right now their headquarters in St. Louis are in emergency crisis mode because the United States government, the colonialists, and the city of St. Louis are using the cover of tornado damage to try to clear out the population of the poorest black neighborhood in St. Louis. And basically, like it was something like 6 weeks ago, there was massive tornado damage all over the city of St. Louis. Knocked out the power, destroyed homes. Within days, actually in some cases within hours, right? In the wealthy part of the city, they repaired, they restored the power, right? And started repairing the damage. It took weeks for them to restore the power to North St. Louis, the poor black area. And then once they did restore the power, instead of helping reclaim these houses, clean up the property, do repairs, the state, the government, went around putting tags on people's houses, 3 different color tags, green, yellow, and red. If you got a red tag, and this is thousands of houses got a red tag, the city forced the power company to shut off the power to those buildings. Took them weeks to restore it, and then once it was restored, they ordered the power company to shut it down. Now, this would be bad under any circumstances. You know, it's gentrification on steroids. But what's worse is the reason why they're doing that. There's a thing called the Geospatial Intelligence Agency, or something to the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, that does the signal processing for our missiles and for the drones all over the world. The main one is near Washington, D.C. I think it's in Virginia. The second one that they opened up just a few years ago is in St. Louis. And they're ramping it up. They want to expand it. And they want that land. So they are clearing out the black population of North St. Louis, or trying to, in order to house the generals and the scientists and the engineers for this Geospatial Intelligence Agency. So there's a saying you probably heard, a lot of leftist groups say it, the fight internationally is the same as the fight here at home. Chairman O'Malley Yeshitala says that all the time.
Struggling to do. And one of the things that human beings have always done is they've told stories, right? We know about ancient Greek myths and legends. We know about some of the stories from the Native American tradition, some of the stories from Africa, some of the stories from ancient Europe. You know, myths and legends, stories, they have a special place in the human species. It's part of the way we point to higher truths. And I think that's just as true now as it was in ancient times. And there's one particular story that was written about 80 years ago that I think all of us here should still know pretty well. If I said to you, faster than a speeding bullet, faster than a locomotive, able to leap a tall building in a single bound, look up at the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's Superman! Right? Superman was first written in 1939. My grandparents knew who Superman was, and I think it's pretty safe to say that my grandchildren are going to know who Superman was, right? It's a story that just speaks to us, right? So Superman, he's an alien from another planet. He's crash-landed on Earth. He looks just like any other human being, but he's got superpowers, and he could rule the world if he wants to, but he doesn't. Instead, he lives a humble life as mild-mannered Clark Kent. And he's got those glasses on, and no one can recognize him. It's like the perfect disguise, right? And you know, he goes around, and instead of using his powers to rule over people and to oppress people, he uses his powers to protect the innocent, right? And he's a humble guy. He doesn't like violence. He doesn't want to hurt anybody. He just wants to live a decent life and protect those who are in need. Around the world, Superman is actually considered to be a very American story, you know, and not just Superman, but the whole genre of superheroes, Batman, Spider-Man, all of that is considered to be very, very American. And that gives me hope. Because if Americans can love Superman, then Americans can love socialism. Bear with me, that might sound like a shock. I told you Superman was first written by two comic book writers in Cleveland in 1939. Well, one of Superman's first actions was to save a group of striking miners, right? These miners were on strike, their crooked boss was looking to go after them, so Superman flies in and rescues them. And those early Superman comics are full of statements against racism and condemning racism and bigotry. Now, today that might sound like just some lame liberal, you know, we hear that everywhere. Back in 1939, when Jim Crow segregation was still in effect and lynchings were taking place, the fact that this nationally syndicated comic book was denouncing racism was a very big deal. And don't forget that during the Second World War, in the radio version of Superman, Superman actually fought the Ku Klux Klan. Right? They called them the Knights of the Fiery Cross, and he fought against the Klan. Why? Well, the Second World War was going on, and fascism was the enemy, and the Soviet Union was the ally. And these Klansmen, they were admiring Hitler, and they were preaching racism, and they were dividing the country and helping the enemy. So Superman went into battle to fight the Klansmen. Who's Lex Luthor? Who's Lex Luthor? So he's a bald guy, a maniacally evil bald guy. He's using technology, but he's not using technology to make a better life for the people. He's using technology so he can rip people off and hurt the community and make super profits at the expense of everyone else. So basically, Lex Luthor is Jeff Bezos. And whenever Lex Luthor Bezos has another evil plot against the people, what does Superman do? He runs into the nearest phone booth, he changes his costume real fast, and he flies in to rescue the people. And who are the people? It's the working class, those of us who just want to survive, those of us who just want a decent life. Does anyone here know how you say the phrase man of steel in Russian? Yeah, and that wasn't an accident. At the time those comics were published in 1939, the Communist Party of the United States had tens of thousands of members. And among the unemployment councils and the labor unions and the anti-fascist associations that they led, they had influence over millions of people. In fact, not far from here, just a few blocks up, begins the district that Vito Marcantonio represented in the U.S. Congress. Vito Marcantonio was a friend of the Communist Party, a member of the International Workers' Order. He represented New York City, Harlem, in the U.S. Congress. At that point, you know, a lot of amazing people were associated with the Communist Party. Paul Robeson, a very famous singer. Langston Hughes. In fact, Langston Hughes, the famous African-American poet for the 1932 convention of the Communist Party, he actually wrote a poem, and it went like this. He said, "Put one more S in the USA. Let's make it Soviet. Put one more S in the USA. Oh, we can win it yet. Once the land belongs to the farmers and the factories to working men, the USA, when we take control, will be the USSA then." That was Langston Hughes.
So I'm here at a park in Brooklyn, and like many of you, I am trying my hardest not to think about the political nightmare our country is in. Rising inflation, a war against Iran that never should have happened, two big parties controlled by big monopolies and corporations and the Israel lobby. I'm trying not to think about all of that. Instead, I'm focusing on the positive, which is we're building a movement. And that is happening. The Center for Political Innovation is building a movement of working people that are educating themselves about anti-imperialism, that are organizing and building. And that's the only thing that's going to get us out of this. It's going to take a mass movement. Not podcasts, but community. And that's what the Center for Political Innovation has been telling people from the beginning. We've got to build a movement where working people come together and teach anti-imperialism and assert their interests against the big monopolies. Now, we're headed toward our convention in August 15th in Chicago, and we need your help. If we're going to pull it off, we need your support. Everything costs way more at this point. Flights are way more, gas is way more, everything costs more. Our members are working people. You can shoot us $5, $20, $10, $100, whatever you can do. It'll make things go a lot easier. Our August convention is happening, August 15th in Chicago. We need you to support us to make sure it goes as smoothly as possible. I think that as hard as it may be, we have really taken some big steps forward in solidifying our organization. We now know much better how to work with people, how to maintain relationships, how to align with different organizations that have similar goals. We're moving ahead as an organization. We have been in a process of growing and developing, and we are getting better and better and better at what we do. So please take this time to go to cpiusa.org/donate and send us a contribution so that we can do what we're getting better and better at doing every day as we prepare to move forward in the coming months. We're heading into the fall as the midterm election happens to spread an anti-imperialist message everywhere we can. Send us a contribution at cpiusa.org/donate today. We are prepared to hit the ground running this fall. We've got to solidify our ranks, so please send us a contribution so that we can make August successful.
Doesn't that make a deal with Russia harder, not easier?
Well, it certainly gives leverage in the negotiations, and that often, you know, the way negotiations are done, there's an element of like, well, I'll give you this. Well, I have this over you, so you have to give me that. I mean, it could certainly play a role in negotiations for sure. I mean, the fact that you know they would get a license to set this up, that's certainly a factor. The other thing that's not getting any attention, though, in American media, in addition to Ukraine, you know, resorting to terrorism, is the draft riots. No one's talking about that. They've been dragging every last old man and every young man off the street. And recently we've seen Ukrainians go out and just, you know, target military vehicles with big crowds. They don't want to be drafted to fight in this war. And the public, I mean, they've given up so many lives. You know, it's infuriating for me. I'm here in New York City, and every so often you'll see, I call them the Ukrainiacs, right? The fanatical anti-Russian extremists that you'll see. They'll be out here, and there'll be guys my age and younger out there with Ukrainian flags. Oh, I hate Russia. Well, why don't you go back to Ukraine and fight then? right? I mean, why don't you go back and fight? Because, I mean, they're dragging every last young man off the street to have his life thrown away in this conflict. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene and others have talked about how Ukraine is going to come out of this conflict, no matter how it ends, with a whole generation of young men missing. On top of that, all of their crops, their ability to grow crops as like the breadbasket of Europe is going to be very much decimated by the fact that there's bullets with depleted uranium being shot every day, and that has an impact on your ability to grow crops. And so Ukraine's going to be agriculturally crippled coming out of this conflict. Ukraine has gotten royally screwed by this war. And I mean, it's like, imagine that you had a friend and your friend was constantly trying to get you into fights with someone who's 10 times your size. Are they really your friend? The narrative that we all got at the beginning of the conflict in 2022 is like, America just cares about Ukrainians so much. If you care about Ukrainians so much, wouldn't you want them to get along with their very important neighbor, Russia?
Of course.
And Ukraine is just being used as a proxy to attack Russia, to kill Russian civilians. And the feeling was that in the lead up to the NATO summit, Zelensky, I mean, he's losing the war, and that he escalated his attacks on civilians in Russia to basically say to the NATO countries, look, I may not be able to win this war, but I'll be useful in just carrying out attacks against Russia. So keep funding me. That was the message that he was sending. Basically, just keep giving me money and weapons. I'm going to lose the war, sure. But while I'm losing, I'll keep killing Russians and I'll keep antagonizing Russia. So, you can keep funding me even though I'm losing the war. I mean, it's an utter outrage. And people compare Zelensky to Netanyahu, right? Netanyahu needs the war to keep going or else he'll be impeached. He'll lose his standing. Zelensky, everyone knows that his inner circle of cronies are lining their pockets with all the billions of dollars pouring into Ukraine. And that when this war ends, he's going to be on a helicopter out of the country to a hiding place where he and his family will live off of this war and the billions and billions of dollars of American taxpayer money we poured into this war for the rest of their lives. I mean, it's one of the most cynical things. And remember, Zelensky was elected on a peace platform, right? He ran against the hardliners, saying that he would improve things with Russia. He would implement the Minsk agreement, etc. And the Ukrainian people voted for Zelensky way back in the day, hoping that he would move them away from this war happening. And then he got in and he found out he's not really in charge. Ukraine lost its sovereignty in 2014 when the USA overthrew their government. And Ukraine is just basically a proxy of the NATO powers used to antagonize and attack Russia. And even though he was elected on the peace platform, he ended up being the guy who presided over this conflict. So, I mean, it's really cynical, and it's frustrating to see that American media doesn't tell you about the terrorism and the targeting of civilians, that really doesn't serve a military purpose for Ukraine. I mean, they're just killing Russian civilians right now. And also doesn't tell you about the draft rights. The Ukrainians don't want to fight. They don't want to fight this war. And they're not telling us about any of that. And now we're hearing about these Patriot missiles. I mean, I certainly hope this war doesn't go on for 3 to 5 more years so that they have time to set all of this up. And I don't know where they're going to get the supply chain to make all the parts. But yeah, this is definitely a bad situation. And if we get a Patriot missile system set up right on Russia's border, you think we're going to have better relations with Russia anytime soon? I don't think so. Only 2 other countries, Japan and Germany, can do the Patriot missile thing. And now we're going to let Ukraine do the Patriot missile thing. They're going to join this club.
Yeah, no, I mean, it seems like it can only invite more violence and more war. And that's why I say, like, I don't know how much it strengthens your hand in negotiations. If the war is only going one way, then any provocation is going to just be seen as license to continue the war on Russia's part. They know that they have the upper hand long term. And so to me, it's only a question of how many people. I mean, look, it's the age old question of war. It's, I think Jeremy Corbyn said at the start of this war, all wars end in talking. It's just a matter of time. It's just a question of how many people have to die between the time the war starts and the time that you figure that out. But as far as Trump is concerned, what's your take on his role in all of this? Because I remember when Biden was president, I think one of the things that red-pilled a lot of people when Biden was president is the fact that he was such a non-entity that people saw right through him and to his deep state handlers, be it Anthony Blinken or Jake Sullivan, who were the real foreign policy architects of his administration. Now, Trump, because he's much more of a commanding presence as a person, attracts a lot more attention as a so-called strong leader. but his words on this seem to be just as empty as Joe Biden's. In other words, I mean, just look at what we're seeing now. I mean, when Marco Rubio talks, you get the sense that he's the one running this, just like when, Anthony Blinken talked, you got the sense during the Biden years that he was the one running this. Like, it seems like Trump is just as much a non-leader as Joe Biden was at the end of the day. What do you think about that?
Well, let's talk about this in terms of Trump's 2024 election campaign and how we got here, because Trump was supposed to end this war in 24 hours. Remember, as soon as he got in, he was going to end this war. And, it's been a long time. That there's a little bit of like complicated 4D chess here. The Democrat Party, the party of Joe Biden, has always had a contradictory aspect to it. And this goes back to the 1920s. You can go back to the 1800s. They've had this aspect that they are, on the one hand, they are the party of the wealthy, old money, liberal establishment of New England, the Rockefellers, the DuPonts, the Carnegies, the foreign policy think tanks. On the other hand, they are the party of the urban political machines. Tammany Hall in New York City, Rizzo's machine in Philadelphia. You've got Mayor Daley and the old Daley machine in Chicago, and those kind of nepotistic, corrupt urban political machines on the one hand, and on the other hand, kind of the ultra rich New England liberal establishment that has kind of plans for, dominating the world long term. And that's been like a contradiction. And what we saw during the 2024 campaign was RFK threw his hat into the ring as a candidate, as somebody who opposed the vaccine mandates, which a lot of public employees in cities lost their jobs over. He threw his hat into the ring as somebody who wanted peace with Russia. And he represented that urban political machine wing of the Democratic Party, which in some ways is more socially conservative. A lot of the cops and firemen are Roman Catholic. They certainly weren't into Black Lives Matter. They're certainly not excited about the LGBT thing. A lot of them are more traditional and conservative. And you had that layer of an important part of the Democratic Party's apparatus in major cities, which is public employees, cops, firemen, urban political machines, kind of asserting itself and saying, we're not happy about vaccine mandates getting a lot of us fired. We're not happy about the kind of wokeification of the Democrat Party. And RFK kind of threw down, and a section of the Democratic Party that maybe doesn't have as many numbers, but is very important in governing, right? If you're going to govern, you need cops, you need firemen, you need that urban political machine. You need it if you're going to govern. It was them kind of asserting themselves and saying no to Kamala Harris. Trump recruited them and he brought them in, and RFK was for Trump, and Tulsi Gabbard and all of them. And that there was that layer went in for Trump, and that layer seems to be more anti-war. And they were brought in, and that's why Trump was able to win. If he hadn't recruited that layer, he probably wouldn't have won. If RFK hadn't been there at Madison Square Garden and Tulsi Gabbard, and it was those urban machines that are more socially conservative, but more anti-war. And in some cases, you can even argue they're a little bit more socialistic in terms of economics than the kind of woke wing of the Democratic Party. They're the ones that won the election for Trump. And then Trump got into office and proceeded to snub them. And now his administration has basically purged them all. Tulsi Gabbard is out. I mean, RFK I guess he's still in office, but before Tulsi Gabbard went out, RFK's daughter-in-law resigned from the office of the Director of National Intelligence. And that Trump is basically repudiating the people who got him elected, that kind of lower level of the Democratic Party machine that went over to Trump's camp. And I think that's the issue here, and that the war in Iran is a big part of it. And I mean, it was really good that Tulsi Gabbard was able to reveal that Russiagate was a hoax. I mean, the pages and pages she revealed about how Russiagate, the whole Russiagate story was just completely fiction. That did not get enough attention in mainstream media at all. I mean, we have the documents that Russia did not interfere to get Trump elected. It didn't happen. And the intelligence community did multiple assessments showing that if Russia had wanted to help Trump get elected, they very well could have. They had all kinds of data on Hillary Clinton they chose not to release. Russia did not help Trump. Tulsi Gabbard revealed that. Good for her. And then Tulsi Gabbard also revealed a lot of the foul play regarding the biolabs. That we were told, oh, that's a conspiracy theory. Well, no, it's true. The U.S. government has biolabs all over the world that are doing gain of function research, trying to figure out how to make germs more deadly. And there were a number of biolabs in Ukraine. Russia was not lying about that. We now have the proof from Tulsi Gabbard. But other than that, that wing, that layer of the Democratic machine that went over to Trump and got him elected has been fully repudiated. Meanwhile, who did we just see in the video kind of articulating the policy? Marco Rubio, right? And Marco Rubio is a neoconservative fanatic. And you know, Marco Rubio, this is what I really wish people would remember, right? You know, put your ideology aside, whatever. Just think about this in a purely pragmatic way. Marco Rubio is a Miami Cuban, right? He's from a constituency, a community of people that fled Cuba after the Cuban Revolution, set up shop in Miami. There's all kinds of stuff, you know, Luis Posada Carriles, who blew up an airline full of school children, a terrorist, all kinds of organized crime of anti-Cuban networks and stuff set there in Florida. Do you think Marco Rubio cares about America? Do you think he's waking up every day and saying, how can the lives of Americans get better? No, that constituency they're concerned about, they want revenge against Fidel Castro. They want revenge against the Cuban Revolution. And the same for the Likudniks, the fanatical Israel lobby folks. Do you think they care about America? You think they're sitting up every day? How can America become a more prosperous and peaceful place? No, they want to advance Israel's interests. They want to fight Iran to the last dollar of American taxpayer money. And the neoconservative establishment is very much tied in with kind of a network of these communities that were built up by the United States during the Cold War as proxies against the Soviet Union, as proxies against communism. And largely U.S. foreign policy has been taken over by these kind of foreign interests that started out maybe as proxies of the United States. But you could argue that U.S. foreign policy is largely a proxy of them at this point, right? I mean, you know, the Shahs of Sunset Park, right? Do you think that they care about America? No, they want to get Iran back, right? You could make so many of the Epoch Times. That's a really big part of conservative media now and conservatism. The Falun Gong fanatical religious extremists that want to overthrow the Chinese government, they don't care about America. And these kind of foreign policy interest groups that are very, very much an important part of the neoconservative wing of American politics, they've taken over. And as a result, when Trump says he wants America first, I mean, that's not how he's governing. I mean, and, Marco Rubio doesn't represent America first. He represents kind of defending an international system with different groups of fanatics that the United States has armed and trained and cultivated over the years that have their own agenda.
Yeah, no, it's the biggest scam in the modern history of American politics. They don't even talk about this country anymore. All this administration talks about is what shit they're going to start with other countries all over the world. Iran, and now, this saber-rattling war with Russia, Venezuela, we're going to hit Cuba next. I mean, all they do is talk about war. That's all they talk about is war. All
right, guys, get out. This will be our corner. The federal facility where Maduro is being held is right over there.
Free Maduro! Free Maduro! No more bombs! No more bombs! No more bombs!
No more bombs!
Free Maduro! Tax dollars need to be sent in the USA, not in another country. Stop wasting our tax dollars to a country that has nothing to do with us. We don't want to deal with this.
And as a result, the international bankers and Wall Street and the imperialists have kidnapped him. And he is now inside this facility. This is absolutely unacceptable. He should be in Venezuela leading his people. And America and Venezuela shouldn't be fighting. They should be friends. We should have trade, international friendship. Maduro is not our enemy. Our enemy is the big corporations and banks that have been destroying the lives of American working families and getting us into war after war after war. These wars don't do anything for the American people. They benefit international bankers and Wall Street, but they do not benefit the American people. We need, in this country, a leader like Maduro that'll stand up to the international bankers, stand up to Wall Street. That's what we need. Free Maduro and learn from Maduro as a great example of an anti-colonial fighter. That's what we need to do. We are the Center for Political Innovation, and we're out here to say free Maduro, peace and trade with Venezuela, no new wars, no police state, hands off Venezuela, free Maduro. That's what we're out here to say.
Maduro is not our enemy.
Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. We are here because there are multiple wars going on right now. We're tired of Ukraine intervention. We're tired of the genocide, killing innocent children in Palestine. It makes us cry at night. It makes us angry. We need to realize what if that was your own children? What if that was your own family? It's the same thing as Venezuela. It's going to be Iran next. Canadá hasta la Patagonia, Chile.
The Metropolitan Detention Center, where the hope of Latin America is being locked up right now. And let's make no bones about why Nicolas Maduro has been locked up. They tell us in American media, oh, Nicolas Maduro is a drug dealer. We know who the real drug dealers are in America. That's right. We know it was the pharmaceutical companies who pushed opioids on American citizens.
There's a homeless crisis in our country. There's so much going on in the USA. Yeah, we're like looking at Venezuela. What does that have to do with us? Tell me. Nothing. You had to do America first. Trump is not doing America first. He promised that.
That's
right. Is he doing that?
No.
He's not doing that. He's doing America last.
That's right.
He's not doing America first. Like he promised, right?
The reality is that Venezuela has helped its own people. The Venezuelan government has lifted millions of people out of poverty, and it's also helped the American people. When Americans in New York were cold, Venezuela provided heating oil for free to us Americans. Well, how do our authorities repay him?
It was Marco Rubio and his family who were pushing drugs in the United States. It was the cartels that the U.S. government and the CIA pays to sell drugs in America. Those are the real drug dealers. It's not Nicolas Maduro. The reason why they're going after Nicolas Maduro is because he brought jobs to Venezuela. He brought development to Venezuela. He brought education to Venezuela.
Frente a la prisión imperial donde está detenida y encarcelado el presidente de Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro. Nosotros aquí vamos a pronunciar una oración por la libertad del presidente Nicolás Maduro. Padre Celestial, por favor, cuida la integridad física del presidente Nicolás Maduro y de su esposa, la doctora Silvia Flores. El pueblo de Estados Unidos apoya tu libertad. Nosotros estamos en solidaridad con el pueblo bolivariano de Venezuela. Nosotros nos oponemos a los dictados imperiales.
If I can't have it, no one can. No, everybody can have natural resources and oil. Everybody can have a prosperous future. That's what we are trying to stand for here in the Center for Political Innovation. And that's what they don't want you to hear. They don't want you to win. They want you to be stuck, pessimistic, and hopeless. Yeah, dare to struggle, dare to win.
Dare to struggle, dare to win. Dare to struggle, dare to win.
To the CIA that have been smuggling drugs into this country for years, Nicolas Maduro is the leader of Venezuela, and he has led his people to try and be independent and stand up for justice. It's absolutely crazy, absolutely crazy. We are out here to say free Maduro, and lock up the bankers, lock up Wall Street, and free Maduro, 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 free Maduro.
¡Libertad para Maduro! ¡Free Maduro now! ¡Free Maduro now!
We are here to stand with the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, who was taken unlawfully from his home, from his country, from his people. How is this a thing? How are we now kidnapping leaders of countries? Is this something we want to be known for in America? No. He knows we're in Ukraine and we're
genociding children and women and people in Palestine, and we're not doing anything to stop it. Well, if it just starts with a few of us, then it starts with a few of us. And Nicholas, if you and your wife can hear us, we love you, and we are here from all around the United States because we support you, brother. You need to be out here now. This is inexcusable for the United States government. I am not happy with my government. I love the American people. I love what this country is about. But our government is a huge, huge disappointment. To many of us that have had to live our entire lives either poor or lower middle class, while a handful of people have everything they want every single second of every day. It's not necessary. There's abundance for everyone, but we have to let it happen. God bless you, Maduro. We love you. Free Maduro now! Free Maduro now! Free Maduro now!
Yeah. Well, hello everyone, and welcome to another interview. I'm here with Caleb Maupin, and today we're going to talk about Stalin. Now, I've done a number of things on Stalin on this channel. One where I started reading around and asking the question, have we been lied to about Stalin? I did an interview with Grover Furr. I think we may have touched on it last time we talked as well. So I've got a number of things on Stalin that you can check out. They had some pretty big views, those videos, and it remains a topic of interest because, as somebody who's interested in the mechanisms of power, as somebody who's interested in history, Stalin is just a towering figure of the 20th century, whichever way you look at it, whether you love him or hate him or, whatever else. He's just a very important person, I think, to get right, to understand what he was about, to understand what was actually happening there. Before we get onto it, I'll just remind people, pick up a course at the Academic Agency, Trivium, many other courses, Foundations of Shakespeare, Economics, many other things there. Caleb, where can people find you?
Sure. My work is at calebmaupinbooks.net, or you can check out my organization, the Center for Political Innovation, cpiusa.org.
All right. So I don't know. I mean, I'll just touch on some of the stuff I've been interested in with Stalin. One of the really interesting things that I found looking at him, I mean, there was the lies of Khrushchev, the amount of stuff that is not, there's not documentary evidence for a lot of the claims made about him. But I've also been interested in, and I'll let you come in a second. In elite theory, there's this thing called the high-low middle mechanism. Okay, and I actually went and bought Stalin's own writings. They were published by Moscow Press in the 70s. And I've got basically everything, like all of his key essays in 2 different books. I've got them over here. And I started reading through them. And one of the concepts I was really interested in was his notion of a kind of, I can't remember what he called it, like revolution from below, or he had this idea of using almost like these struggle sessions where the middle management layer, the commissars and so on, would almost be kind of put in, like they had these criticism sessions where the workers and where people would then be given the floor to voice their criticisms, and they just had to take it. And if there was a problem, that lower level could actually have remit to go to Stalin, which I found really fascinating. Another fascinating thing is the fact that we think of Stalin as an all-powerful dictator, a totalitarian, and so on. But actually, he had a constant struggle with the middle layer of bureaucracy right? He was always trying to make things more efficient, and he was always trying to take direct action and things like this. And there was this big middle management bureaucracy layer, and for almost the entire time that Stalin was in power, there's a kind of give and take, push and pull, fight with this middle layer. And one way of thinking about Khrushchev and the Brezhnev era and so on is actually the final victory of that bureaucracy against what Stalin was trying to do. That's become my understanding of it, but I'll let you take it from there.
Well, I guess in response to what you just pointed out there, this is a point that I have raised over and over again, right? What does democracy mean? It literally just means the rule of the people, right? And actually the Greeks meant it in kind of a negative sense, right? They had a positive and a negative, like monarchy was the good king and tyranny was the bad king. Oligarchy was the good elite, plutocracy was the bad elite. Republic was the good elected government, and then democracy was vulgar mob rule. It just means the rule of the people. If you look at the Soviet Union at the time Stalin was leading it, or today you look at Iran, or you look at Cuba, or you look at North Korea, these countries, they don't have anywhere near the level of freedom in terms of freedom of speech, freedom of association, et cetera, that we have in the West. But they are more democratic in one sense, in that those governments depend on a highly involved and engaged population, right? The Islamic Republic of Iran would not be in power for 1 minute if it wasn't for those Basij councils they have in the neighborhood of people who wake up every day and think, it is my job to enforce the Islamic revolution in my neighborhood and go out and carry out the will of the revolution. And in North Korea, they would not be in power for 1 day if there wasn't a huge population that wakes up every day and say, I'm carrying out Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-un's will. I need to go around my neighborhood and make sure we're carrying out the revolution. These governments depend on a heavily involved and heavily engaged population to carry out their activities. Whereas our governments in the West, they don't want us involved at all. They want us, smoking drugs or looking at porn or what, they want us to just be on our own while they manage things for us and don't manage things. Let the corporations just do whatever they want. So in that sense, these governments are more democratic because the population is heavily involved. And what you're pointing to there with Stalin is that, yes, Stalin, the 5-year economic plans that he carried out and these meetings that you're describing, the population was heavily involved in carrying these things out. Look, I wrote my book Khrushchevism because after Stalin died, Khrushchev got up and condemned Stalin before the entire world, and that confused and destroyed the global communist movement. And I wrote this book not just as a defense of Stalin against Khrushchev, but also an examination of why his defamation of Stalin destroyed the global communist movement and why that was so effective and how it fit in with this anti-totalitarianism, which has been a CIA obsession and et cetera.
We are here outside of the historic Riverside Church in Harlem, New York City. Historic church involved with the civil rights movement and many other struggles. Big center for ban the bomb protests. It's where Martin Luther King famously gave his speech condemning the Vietnam War and talking about how we needed some sort of democratic socialism.
Went on a Sunday to pass out these, and the people were friendly. This last part, hope that one day we could all merge together.
Talks about the Kim Il-sung year. It was a symbol of friendship between Indonesia and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea at the time, when Sukarno, who was part of the non-aligned movement. When people think about North Korea, they think about military parades, they think of people starving in the streets, they think of very dire-looking cities. This is something that's full of life and hope and optimism. It's a flower that only grows in a socialist country, and it's hard to get because of the sanctions that have been imposed on North Korea and that are very harsh and unfair.
They were like saying, is there a garden or is there a flower shop that they sell this? And I'm like, well, you have to find out. And I told them about that Kim Il-sung flower, and the back part I kept reading.
The only domestic agenda piece that they've tried to deliver on are the mass deportations, and we have another ICE murder in the streets that we're going to talk about at the end of the show. But no, it's just been an absolute horror. All right, we're going to move on to another segment. I'm just going to reset this. Welcome to the Jimmy Dore Show, everybody. Keaton Weiss here with special guest Caleb Maupin. So I wanted to show you this poll, Caleb. Interesting study here. A NATO-aligned think tank of all organizations recently carried out a global poll asking who is the greatest threat to the world. They didn't get the answer they were expecting. So spoiler alert, the United States is in blue. So that gives you a pretty good idea of which country is the greatest threat to world peace, according to populations in all these different countries. And what do you notice? That the United States is colored blue, which means that America is seen as the greatest threat to world peace by Americans. So that is quite the result. We're going to dig into this a little more. Major study shows world sees USA as biggest threat and prefers China from Geopolitical Economy. A comprehensive study that surveyed tens of thousands of people in nearly 100 countries found that the vast majority see the United States as the biggest threat to the world. At the time, more and more nations say they prefer China over the U.S. China's approval rating has risen dramatically in the global south, in particular, where support for the U.S. has plummeted. These are the results of the 2026 Democracy Perception Index, an annual study conducted by a group called the Alliance of Democracies. The Alliance of Democracies cannot in any way be accused of being pro-China or anti-U.S. Yeah, with a name like that, I think that's probably true. The organization was founded by Anders Fogh Rasmussen, the former Secretary General of NATO and right-wing ex-Prime Minister of Denmark. It is also funded by a who's who of European governmental bodies, major U.S. corporations, U.S. government-linked groups, and even Taiwan. Some of the organizations that finance the Alliance of Democracies include Palantir, Microsoft, the EU's European Endowment for Democracy, the right-wing Atlas Network, the U.S. government-sponsored Freedom House, and the Taiwan Foundation for Democracy. Well, they're not very good at rigging data, I guess, because they weren't able to rig these polls in their favor. Despite these links, the group's 2026 Democracy Perception Index came to some conclusions about that will doubtless infuriate hawks and cold warriors in Washington. The survey asked 23,968 respondents in 84 countries which nation they consider to be, quote, the biggest threat to the world. Most people in 65 out of the 84 countries says the United States is the largest danger. Another 10 countries, almost all in Europe, said Russia is the biggest threat. 7 in West Asia and North Africa said Israel. Well played. Israel said Iran. Ha. And Japan said China. Look at that. So, yeah, this is the graphic that was in the first tweet that we showed you. As you can see, the United States far and away winner in most countries that were polled, including the United States. Yes. The Democracy Perception Index likewise surveyed people in 97 nations and asked if they think the U.S. should have military bases in your country. Most people in 86 countries said no. There was only clear support for U.S. military bases in 4 out of the 97 surveyed nations: Israel, Poland, Puerto Rico, and South Korea. So should the United States have military bases in your country? The darker red, the more the answer was no. As you can see, world colored pretty much all in hot pink and red. 86 oppose U.S. bases, 4 support U.S. bases. Moreover, the study asked people in 98 countries what they think about the U.S. war against Iran. This is interesting. A plurality of nations, 41 of the 98, supported Iran. Only 28 said they side with the U.S. The other 29 were divided or not clear. So the bluer it is, the more support for the United States. The more orange, the more support for Iran. And you can see there the image speaks for itself. And yes, once again, even the United States believes that the world's biggest threat is the United States. Now, you write in your book, you have a book out here called Imperialism and Anti-Imperialism, which we're going to talk about a little more thoroughly in a little while. But I feel like, the themes of this book, which is basically a summation of your life's work, lectures and writings, speeches and such, really address the question of imperialism and anti-imperialism as being sort of a main political dividing point. And when you have, I think, a plurality of respondents inside the United States saying that the United States is the biggest threat to world peace, I think what you're seeing is a rising consciousness around the macro issue of empire and the damage that not only that causes throughout the world, but that the damage that invites here at home. And so, do you have any thoughts about the findings of this survey?
Well, I guess I want to start out by saying I'm not a lawyer, but I do know that in the legal profession and in courts of law, there's something that they call a statement against interest. And that's when somebody makes kind of a revelation that doesn't help them make their case. And that's what I found particularly enlightening there, where you revealed that this study wasn't paid for by anti-American groups or something like that. It was paid for by all these kinds of pro-war neoconservative foundations, but yet they got this result. And that points to, that there are two types of media in this country. You have mainstream media that is kind of there to give the perspective and, guide us to support the powers that be. But then you have other types of media that's much more about data collection, that is about actually trying to assess where we're at so that, the rich and powerful and the leaders who are making strategies can look at the actual data on the ground and make their decision, right? And that often in my writings, I'll cite like the CIA World Fact Book, for example, right? That's similar to this, whereas they want to know what people actually think. Whoever, did this study, the various foundations you listed there, they didn't do this study because they wanted to make the case for U.S. interventions or whatever. They wanted to find out what people actually think. So based on that, they can act accordingly. So that's where this study came from. And I think we can just look at the reason for this as being the actual results of U.S. interventions. Libya once had the highest life expectancy on the African continent. It was the most prosperous country in Africa. People were going there from all over the African continent because Gaddafi had a policy that any African could get a job if they came to Libya. They built the world's largest irrigation system, the Great Man-Made River. They were talking about creating an African bank that would have its own currency that would engage in development throughout the region. And in 2011, NATO went in and bombed and destroyed Libya, and that country has been devastated ever since. It's been quite some time since 2011. But the results for Libya have been catastrophic. Open-air slave markets, people drowning in the Mediterranean trying to get out of there. I mean, Libya has just been wrecked. So is it good for the United States to intervene? And the whole thing about U.S. military bases, I thought that was amusing, right? So we're always taught that, Russia is a big threat to the world. China is a big threat to the world. Well, how many overseas military bases does Russia have? 4. How many overseas military bases does China have? 1 in the African country of Djibouti. How many does America have? At least 800. Some studies say if you count different things as military bases, we've got thousands, but at least 800 overseas military bases. So who is it who's a threat to the world? And I think people can very well see that. The idea that we should be upset about China's 1 overseas military base, or China, setting up military protections in the South China Sea. That'd be like us having military protections in the Gulf of Mexico. I guess it's the Gulf of America now, thanks to Trump. But it makes perfect sense why countries would view U.S. military bases as unfavorable. Also, U.S. military bases have been associated. If you go, for example, in South Korea, there have been a lot of riots against U.S. military bases because there are nasty things that go on near those bases, things like prostitution, things like criminal activities. And, that when a U.S. military base sets up in your country, it's not exactly good for the neighborhood, right? It's not a really great thing, when a military base from the United States sets up shop in your area. It doesn't make the neighborhood very prosperous and all of that. There's a lot of shady activities associated with military bases. That's my initial reaction to that study.
It is very illuminating that you see Americans kind of broadly speaking, because it doesn't delve into the percentages, but broadly speaking, there is consensus that yes, this empire has become a destructive force in the world. And back to what we were talking about earlier, and back to what, how my highest hopes for Donald Trump, even though I never supported or voted for Donald Trump, his politics were never my politics. What my highest hopes for him is that he could bring the empire in for a softer landing than, say, the neocons like Joe Biden, or going back to 2016, Hillary Clinton or Jeb Bush. And in his first term, he kind of gestured that that was a goal of his, as much as there was a lot of hostility towards a lot of these geopolitical foes. You did see like a diplomatic trip to North Korea, right? And it just has not turned out that way. Why do you think that is? Was there something?
So folks, those of you who may not be aware, there is a huge economic embargo on Cuba. The US government prevents medicine and food and other supplies from getting into Cuba. It's awful. Now, there's a group of protesters here in New York. They're marching behind a banner that says SOS Cuba. And so I'm going to ask them if they support ending the economic sanctions on Cuba, if they support ending the embargo on Cuba and preventing Cubans from getting food and medicine. Let's see if they actually want to help the Cuban people. Let's see what they're really about. So, do you want to end the blockade? Do you want to end the blockade? No, I'm just curious. You want to help the Cuban people, right?
Oh, yeah.
So do you want to end the sanctions and end the blockade?
That's not helping them.
No.
How does that help them?
Prevent them from getting medicine? Prevent them from getting medical supplies? Do you want to end the blockade?
We want freedom. Don't help them.
Now, do you want to end the blockade of Cuba? Do you want to end the economic embargo and the sanctions on Cuba?
No. Freedom for Cuba.
Right, but what about the blockade?
No, blockade is okay.
The blockade is okay?
Yeah,
Prevents
it's
people
okay.
from getting
Blockade
medicine.
is okay.
Why is the blockade good? Tell me why the blockade is good. So you support the blockade? Tell me more about supporting the blockade.
I don't speak
Cuba. So do you want to end the blockade?
Cuba.
Do you want to end the blockade, the sanctions against Cuba?
I'm sorry?
Do you want to end the blockade, the sanctions?
No, end the sanction, no.
Why not?
We want to end the communism.
So
the Cuba
the blockade keeps people from getting
because
medicine.
they want freedom. It's not about
So you don't want to end the blockade?
The dictatorship.
The blockade is
I'm
good?
the one who has the blockade.
Okay, so you support sanctions on Cuba. You support preventing your own people from getting medicine. That's what you support? So I just want to be clear, this is a pro-blockade, demonstration. You support the blockade? You support the blockade? So as you just saw, these protesters do not want to actually help the Cuban people. They support the blockade. They were very clear. They support sanctions on Cuba, preventing Cubans from getting medicine, preventing Cubans from getting access to important food goods and medical supplies. They're speaking in the name of the Cuban people, but they're actually in support of preventing the Cuban people from getting food and medicine. They don't really support the Cuban people. These are just pro-State Department activists. These are regime change activists. They want Cuba to be the new Libya. They want Cuba to be the new Iraq or the new Afghanistan or the new Syria. They don't really support their own people. They just want their people to suffer to carry out their political agenda. They don't like the Communist Party. It has nothing to do with helping the Cuban people. You heard them yourselves. So before we do that, we're going to have a song from David Rovics, who... And David Rovics is a legend here in Portland. This guy is the anti-war, the anti-imperialist, the pro-labor, the anti-racist musician. And I've been listening to David Rovics for years, and I never dreamed that David Rovics would be playing at our events. But, you know, a couple years ago we had an event in Kansas, and David Rovics came out, and we've been friends ever since. So I'm honored that you're here. The one time, I think the first time I ever went to Iran, I had only a couple songs that I had in my computer to listen to, and one of them was the song you wrote for John Brown. And I listened to that song over and over and over again on my trip to Iran. And today, I believe, is the, if I'm not mistaken, is the 164th anniversary of the execution of John Brown today. So what a day to have David Rovics performing at the National Convention, the first National Convention of the Center for Political Innovation. So go ahead, David.
Thank you, Caleb. You know, hearing people talk about building movements and building organization, it's really a stark thing coming back. I was just in Scandinavia playing anti-war rallies all over the place, and there the anti-war rallies, they just start happening as soon as there's a reason to be having anti-war rallies, because the infrastructure is all there. The Left Party, the Communist Party, all kinds of other organizations, labor unions have sound systems, buildings, trucks, sound trucks, all this stuff. They already have all this infrastructure, so there's no need to like try to figure out where we're going to rent the sound system from. You know, and then the organizers. You know, I don't need to figure out who the organizers of the rallies are, because they're all the same people organizing all my gigs, because this is how movements work. That's how it works when you have a real movement, you know, because then everybody knows everybody, because, you know, even if it's a fairly sizable left, it's still small enough that everybody knows everybody, you know, and that's especially true in Scandinavia. But this song was written partially as a direct result of Scott Ritter's excellent writing, and one of many songs that I've written in the past few weeks about a subject that we've all been alluded to. The story begins, they'll say, in the fall of 23, when the inmates in the prison camp broke free, attacking military targets, 400 soldiers dead. If you listen to survivors, so many of them said, most others who were killed died during the fight, as the army came in, destroying everything in sight, smashing down the buildings upon fighters, upon kids. All the evidence suggests that's exactly what they did. And then the Air Force took no time at all to bomb hospitals and churches and to make the towers fall. The Western media just repeats the lies, while every minute or so another child dies, buried beneath the rubble of homes and schools and playgrounds, crushed just seconds after hearing the deafening sound of bombs exploding everywhere underneath the rock slide. Around the world, people shouting, stop the genocide. At least 10,000 killed in just the first 4 weeks. They killed 5,000 children to bomb the men they see. But what's happened up to this point will pale in compare with the gravity of what I'm about to share. With more than 1 million children, it seems impossible to think the IDF wants no one to have anything to drink. They're bombing water tanks, they're by the ocean side. Around the world, people shouting, stop the genocide. They walled off the ghetto almost 20 years ago, sealed it off on all sides to throttle off the flow of what might go in or out, like things to drink or eat, medicine or people or necessities to meet the needs of 2 million trapped beneath the bombs, beneath the chemical weapons, burning skin like napalm, beneath the bunker busters the U.S. has provided. Around the world, people shouting, stop the genocide. The world watches on in outrage and in fear as the latest war to end all wars is here. Like the most deadly game of chess, the U.S. Navy in the harbor, as if to dare anyone to try to stop the slaughter, as the facts on the ground are more dire by the second. If we look into the future, how will this be reckoned? We ask each other in the streets, marching side by side. Around the world, people shouting, stop the genocide. All of those who wondered, what could I have done the last time there was such a Holocaust as this one, are faced with the dilemma that's bursting at the seam. How to stop the madness of this Israeli regime. How to stop the killing before everybody dies, while there are any parents left to hear the cries of their children in the rubble just before they died. Around the world, people shouting, stop the genocide.
Hell yeah.
Wow. So now I have the honor of bringing to the podium a military analyst, a former UN weapons inspector, a great hero, an advocate of peace, someone who's been exposing the truth and telling so many people what they need to hear about what's been happening lately in Gaza, but also about what's been happening with Russia and China, and a voice that needs to be heard. We've got Scott Ritter here, and we're honored to have Scott Ritter. Scott.
Thank you very much. Say what? Thank you very much for the warm welcome. Wow, that's all I can say about that. And the fact that you used my name in association with that song is touching. I want to thank Jetta for introducing us, Elizabeth, Caleb, all of CPI. I have learned that you are not the Communist Party International. Or India. But, again, here I am in a situation where I liken it to once more into the breach. Because we are not alike in terms of our approaches towards society. We come from different backgrounds. Let me just put it that way. And yet here I am, speaking with you again. Why? Because of what you said. Because we are Americans. That's what unites us. That's what brings us together. Now, I'm a little upset with you because you took the theme of my speech. Something about I'm mad as shit. We're not going to let this shit happen anymore. I thought long and hard about this speech. Now you've blown it, so I've got to make it up as I go along. But that's okay. No, in all seriousness, this is supposed to be about anti-war, an anti-war movement. I am not anti-war. I just want to make that point as loud and clear as I can. I'm not pro-war. I don't support war. I'm against war. But if you want to wage war, there ain't nobody better at it than me. Okay? I know how to wage war. That's why I hate war. I despise war. But if you want to fight, let's fight. And the reason why I bring this up is we are confronted with some problems today. For instance, let's take Russia and Ukraine. It's a war I think we can all agree we want to end. No, we don't want it to end. Because if it ends today, right now, there is no justice. There is no justice for the children of Donbass. There's no justice for the Russians who have been oppressed by the fascist regime in Kiev. No, there needs to be a war. This thing has to be settled. Once you cross the threshold, once you cross the line of departure, then you must close with and destroy the enemy through firepower maneuver. Now, that's difficult for an anti-war movement to understand. But Russia didn't start this war. What we know is that Russia did everything possible to prevent this war. Everything possible. And the reason why I'm yelling is because I'm mad. I'm mad at my country for not allowing the opportunities for peace to manifest themselves. Hundreds of thousands of people would be alive today had we simply taken the hand that was reached out in the cause of peace. But we rejected it. We rejected it. We lied while rejecting it. We claimed to be for peace, but we were never for peace. We were always for war. And so war has come to us. And through war, tragically, this process will be solved. Now, people say, Scott, you're an American. Yes, I am. Damn proud to be an American. You attack my country, I will kill you or die trying. So don't attack America. But when we're talking about Russia and Ukraine, we're not talking about somebody attacking America. We're talking about America facilitating the attack on another country. America manipulating events. America overthrowing a constitutionally elected government in Ukraine. America using an ostensible peace process as a vehicle to arm, train, and equip a military force for the sole purpose of killing Russians. We bragged about it. There's a slide that the U.S. Army put out about the training facilities in Western Ukraine. We train a battalion, they said, every 55 days, a battalion of Ukrainians to NATO standards Every 55 days, here on the map, and then an arrow, so they can go here and kill Russians. Wow. At least we were honest for the first time in our lives, because that's what Minsk was about. The Minsk Accords were supposed to be a ceasefire agreement that could lead to peace. Peace that would have preserved the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Preserved it. Would have given Ukraine security guarantees, but not through NATO, because NATO is not about security. NATO is about the opposite of security. NATO is an extension of imperialist American objectives using a foreign flag as cover. That's all it's about. And yet we pretended it was about peace. And we allowed Angela Merkel to front for us. We allowed Francois Hollande to front for us. We allowed Ukrainian presidents to front for us. But what were they fronting for? They admitted today, a sham. It wasn't about peace, it was about buying time so that NATO could train this Ukrainian army to kill Russians. And Russia said, hell no. Just like we did. Study our history. The British taxation without representation, the tyranny of the crown, and we said, hell no. And we stood up and we fought a revolution to free ourselves. What would the anti-war movement have done in 1775? Fold? Hold a demonstration? No, you had to stand with the Minutemen at Concord and Lexington and say, you shall not pass. And so the Russians have said the same thing. We will not allow this fascist tyranny. It's not just Ukraine, it's a collective West using the cause of fascism. My God, my uncle went across the beach at Normandy in 1944 to fight the Nazis. I told this story before, where he finally made it to, they fought through France. It was sort of a walk in the park. And he got to a field in Belgium, and the 88s opened up. And in a matter of seconds, 250 of his colleagues, men that he had trained with, men he knew, were dead on the ground. And when he visited us, my parents lived in Germany, we visited us, we took him to the cemetery where these men were buried. And he broke down and he cried like a baby because of the sacrifice, the loss that was put into the cause of defeating fascism, Nazi Germany. Americans died for that cause. 27 million Soviets died for that cause. British died for that cause. French died for that cause. And yet today we are promoting the very cause that these people died and sacrificed their lives for. Why? Why? It's not about freedom. It's not about liberty. It's about imperialism. It's about the very thing that America struggled to free ourselves from so many years ago. We're now seeking to impose it on the rest of the world. We stopped being the good guys and we have become the bad guys.
Yep. That's right.
This is bullshit. I want to use your line again. We're not going to put up with this shit anymore.
We're not going to put up with this shit anymore.
But how do we solve this problem? That's the problem. That's where we're at. And I thank you for bringing music into this, because I don't know, there's people out there that say that they listen to me and they follow me. I've been on a couple of shows, a guy named Malcolm Byrne. He does a wonderful radio show out of Radio Kingston. And we have a couple hours worth of conversation, but we interspace it with music. And music is a very important part of lives. I mean, music allows people to express themselves. And I don't know about you guys, but I've been around for 62 years. And so when I look back on my life, it's usually in the form of a soundtrack. I mean, I pick a moment in my life and I'm like, oh yeah, that Bruce Springsteen song was pretty cool back then. Or yeah, Boz Scaggs. I know I'm giving my age away, but the Eagles, but the Bee Gees. But the point is, music is a big thing. So as I was flying over and trying to think, what am I going to say here? A song came to mind, and it's a Bruce Springsteen song. But you know, the lyrics, I think, are pretty telling. Near the end of the song, the singer talks about a guy. He says, and Tom said, the Tom I'll get to in a minute. Ma, wherever there's a cop beating a guy, wherever a hungry newborn baby cries, I tear up because 5,000 kids getting killed in Gaza right now. And more to die because it's never going to end.
Shameful.
If you don't cry about that, you're not human. Wherever a hungry newborn baby cries, where there's a fight against the blood and hatred in the air, look at me, Ma, and I'll be there. I'm here with you guys because this is what it's about. This isn't about ideology or this is about people coming together. The song is about Tom Joad, a character in John Steinbeck's wonderful book, The Grapes of Wrath. And the thing about Tom Joad is that there's a transformation that takes place through his telling the story in the Great Depression, where he stops being this self-centered, seize the day kind of guy, and instead he becomes a fighter for the people, a fighter for the cause. And that's what we have to become. The hell with the peace movement. And I don't mean that bad, but we have to be fighters. Okay, we can't be pacifists anymore. It's time to struggle. And I'm not talking about violence. I am not talking about violence. Violence is what the Russians do and the Ukrainians do. That's their fight, not our fight. Yeah. Unfortunately, the United States promoted conflict. Live by the sword, you shall perish by the sword. And those whom we sent to war are now paying the ultimate price. And it is tragic, but once this process of cleansing by fire has started, it can't stop until it's finished. So let the Russians finish the job. Because we know the Russians' intent is pure. They didn't want this war. They didn't ask for this war, but war was thrust upon them. And therefore, through war, they shall finish their job. Our job is to be prepared when the fighting stops. How do we ensure that the sacrifice made in the cause of promoting anti-fascism isn't squandered? That we get the Russians on a path towards peace, not just with the Ukrainians, but with the Europeans, with the Americans. That's our responsibility as Americans, to get the United States positioned so that when the fighting stops, we can ensure that it never happens again. That, ladies and gentlemen, is an anti-war movement. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a peace movement. And I've been struggling for this. I've been struggling this for some time. I've been trying to say, well, what can I do? And my whole thing has been to attack Russophobia, the ignorance that comes from the fear of all things Russian. And you're afraid of that which you don't know, that which you don't understand. And so what I've been trying to do is travel to Russia, get some experiences from Russia, package those experiences, and get it out to the American people. I call the process waging peace, as opposed to waging war. I guess in a way that's a anti-war movement, that's a pro-peace movement. So I'm trying to contribute as I can. And I was making progress until October 7th. On October 7th, the world changed yet again. Another war was thrust upon us. And this is a hard one, because as much as we have problems identifying with Russia, in the United States, we don't know how to articulate responsibly about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. You see, and I'm going to speak some hard truths here. We, America, have been bought out, sold out to this power called Zionism. We're not allowed to say it, you see. The mere fact that I said this, according to the United States Congress, has made me anti-Semitic. And I always tell people that's the last thing in the world I am. I'm not racist. I'm not anti any religion. I'm not anti any people. Zionism is not a religion. It is not a people. It is an ideology of hate, an ideology of intolerance, an ideology that says that one group of people are inherently superior to all others, especially those who populate the land that the Zionists want to occupy themselves. Zionism is an evil, and it's manifested itself today in the form of an Israeli state that defines itself by this very ideology. Now, I have come to this issue late in life. I'm a disarmament guy. I'm a Russia guy. I'm not an Israeli-Palestinian guy. I spent a lot of time in Israel in the 90s working with the Israeli government trying to stop weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and I learned to love Israel at that time. But the Israel that I fell in love with was the Israel of Yitzhak Rabin, the Israel of a prime minister who recognized that the path Israel was on was incompatible to long-term peace and prosperity, and that there had to be a way of relating with the Palestinians that gave them a state, a two-state solution, something that said, this is yours, this is ours, we will be equals upon this. It wasn't perfect. I know people out there will point to Oslo 1 and Oslo 2 and say, it wasn't perfect. No, it wasn't. It's a hell of a lot better than what we got going on right now. At least you had an Israeli prime minister who said, I believe in peace. He didn't just say, I believe in peace. He said, I am willing to die for peace. Imagine that. An Israeli leader who said, I am willing to die for peace. I am willing to die for peace with the Palestinians. He said that the day before he was assassinated on November, I believe, 4th or 5th of 1995. 4th. Who killed him? A Palestinian? A member of Hamas? No. A right-wing Orthodox Jew who took his orders to assassinate from a rabbi who quoted not the Torah but the Talmud and said that Yitzhak Rabin had somehow turned his back on the Jewish faith and therefore he must be killed. And so they killed him. They killed him, and Israel has never been the same, because who took over from Yitzhak Rabin was Benjamin Netanyahu. And Benjamin Netanyahu empowered this poisonous ideology to become what Israel is today. Not a nation that's seeking peace, but a nation that only exists for war against the Palestinian people. The Israeli state is an evil state. The Israeli state today is a tyrannical state. It's a state that must be opposed violently because they chose war. It wasn't the Palestinian people that chose war. Israel chose war. Just like it wasn't the Minutemen at Concord and Lexington that said, we choose war. It was thrust upon them by the tyranny of the British Crown. And so when you take a look at October 7th and what happened on October 7th, don't believe that history began that day. It didn't. October 7th was the manifestation of 7+ decades of apartheid-driven hate between the Israelis and the Palestinians that manifested itself violently throughout that time period. Gaza was not a land where Palestinians lived in peace. It was an open-air concentration camp. And if you ask yourself, if you lived in that, if you were an inmate in this concentration camp, a prisoner, what would you do to liberate yourself? What would you do to free yourself? Hold another demonstration? Hold a rally. That'll do it. The Israelis will definitely listen to the rally. No, you do what all people who yearn to be free do. You stand up and you fight for yourselves. You know, Pierce Morgan, you're allowed to boo and hiss at this point, has made a reputation lately by having people on his show, and they'll say, but will you condemn Hamas? That's his question. Will you condemn Hamas? Hey, Pierce, invite me. I'll give you the answer. Hell no. I don't condemn Hamas. I support Hamas. Why? Because Hamas stands for the freedom of the Palestinian people. And the Palestinian people have every right to fight for their freedom, to struggle for their freedom, just like Americans did back in the day. Right. They are the modern day incarnation of the Minutemen at Lexington and Concord. They speak a different language, they support a different cause, but the freedoms they seek are the same. Right. And these are freedoms that can't be granted by a rally or a gathering. They can only be given by those who are willing to sacrifice in that cause. And the Palestinians today are struggling. They are sacrificing for this cause. We as a peace movement, it's not our war. It's not. They have to earn this. And my God, they are earning it. That's right. The sacrifices that they are making, the courage they are showing in the face of insurmountable odds. What is our role here? To support them, yes. But we have to position ourselves so that when the fighting finally ends, and it will end, ladies and gentlemen, and Hamas will not be defeated. When it ends, we are prepared to find a path towards peace. That America stops being the nation that promotes war and starts being the nation that promotes peace. That is the role of an American anti-war movement today.
Oh, yeah!
So we come back to Tom Joad and that song, and you know, I did the one verse, but the last verse, and I don't know if you've seen Bruce Springsteen videos. When the song came out, it was sort of this acoustic thing, very soft, very mellow. But later on, he reimagined it with Tom Morello of Rage Against the Machine, and it became something different, a different song. So Tom Morello not only plays guitar, but he also sings along with Bruce, and the rawness of his voice is very important. So Tom Morello sings the last verse. And I got to get it in my head because I remembered it 2 verses at a time. There's a cop beating a guy. Wherever a hungry newborn baby cries, there's a fight against the blood and hatred in the air. Look at me and Ma, and I'll be there. When there's somebody struggling to be free. I believe that. Wait, I might be getting this wrong. I'm blowing it. No, that's the final one.
Looking for a place to stand. Decent job.
Yeah, when you're struggling to find a place to stand for a decent job and a helping hand, when there's somebody struggling to be free, look at me, Ma, and you'll see me. Hey guys, look in the mirror. Look in the mirror, every single one of you. Look in the mirror, and that should be you singing the song. Look at me, Ma, and you'll see me standing for freedom, standing for the people who are struggling to be free. Look at me, Ma, and you'll see me. Dare to struggle?
Dare to win!
Hell yeah, thank you very much, Billy.
Wow. Wow.
Some have spoken of the American century. I say that the century on which we are entering can be and must be the century of the common man.
A radical redistribution of economic power.
I mean, we know that racism is just it's a byproduct of capitalism. Everything would be all right if everything was put back in the hands of the people.
We need a government that will make sure Americans are taken care of and organize the economy to serve the people, not the profits of a wealthy few.
We now have the techniques and the resources to get rid of poverty.
We got to start getting out there with the people.
Get out of the movement and get to the masses.
We need a government of action.
Right before Trotsky died, he had a big fight among his followers. In 1939, at that point, you had the signing of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. The Soviet Union had gone to every other Western country to try and form an alliance against the Nazis, and to try and form an alliance. And none of them would. And the Soviets, anticipating a Nazi invasion, they went to the Nazis and they signed a non-aggression pact. They drew a line through Europe and they said, basically, at this point, neither side shall cross this line. And they signed that pact as a way to preserve themselves, as they saw that a Nazi invasion was pretty much inevitable, and it was a way to buy time. And of course, the US media went into an anti-communist overdrive in response to that. Time magazine started calling the Communist Party USA the Communazis. Yeah. And also, at the time, Trotsky, he didn't exactly support it. He said that the Soviet Union had the right to make the pact, but that they had gone about it in an unprincipled way, etc. He didn't exactly support it. But there were 3 followers of Leon Trotsky in New York City: Max Shachtman, Martin Aburn, and James Burnham. And they had a clique of followers of thousands of people who followed them. And they announced that because of the Pact of 1939, that the Soviet Union clearly was not a socialist or a deformed workers' state anymore. It was clearly state capitalism, or it was bureaucratic collectivism, or it was clearly just somehow not a socialist society because this pact had been signed. And Trotsky had a big fight with his followers over this question. There's a book called In Defense of Marxism by Trotsky where he argues with his followers over this question. And then the Socialist Workers' Party published a book called The Struggle for a Proletarian Party over this question as well. Trotsky's writing, and in the writing of James Cannon, the leader of the Socialist Workers' Party, they assessed that this clique that said the Soviet Union was no longer a deformed workers' state, it was clearly capitalist or bureaucratic collectivist, this group was motivated by their class, that these were New York City intellectuals, these were academics, college professors and such, and that they basically they did not want to align with the working class in the struggle against imperialism. Instead, they wanted to be somewhere in between. They called themselves third camp Trotskyists. Now, one of those third camp Trotskyists was a man named Irving Kristol.
To that, you say that you've been a neo-Marxist, a neo-Trotskyist, a neo-socialist, a neo-liberal, and finally a neo-conservative.
That pretty much traces the trajectory of my political beliefs. I've never been comfortable with any of those doctrines because I always saw problems inherent in those doctrines. I did not want ever to be a Stalinist. I was always critical of Stalinist Russia. On the other hand, I found myself, when I was a young socialist, more and more critical of the teachings of Leon Trotsky, more and more skeptical of them. So I was a neo.
Talk about the different alcoves where people sat.
Yes.
Which one were you in?
Alcove 1, which was the anti-communist or anti-Stalinist alcove, where socialists of various kinds and some liberals would congregate and argue and exchange ideas. And it was a very nice alcove. It was my second home.
Was that in the cafeteria?
Yes. All the alcoves were in an arc around the cafeteria.
Anybody in that alcove that we would know? Any names that we recognize?
Oh, yes. Some of them, anyhow. Daniel Bell, Melvin Lasky, Philip Selznick, now Professor Emeritus of Sociology at Berkeley, Seymour Martin Lipset, also had been a professor for many years at Berkeley. A lot of people who became fairly well-known academics were in that. Irving Howe was in that alcove, became a well-known literary critic. So, in terms of subsequent careers, the alcove produced quite a lot of people of some distinction.
Who was in alcove 2?
The communists, that is to say, the Stalinists, the people who were apologetic for the Soviet Union. And they did not produce, I think, as many distinguished people as we did.
Irving Kristol, according to his New York Times obituary, he was a socialist and a Trotskyist until he got drafted into the U.S. military during World War II. He says that he had been talking about the American people and the working class, but then, after actually meeting some members of the working class in the U.S. military, he said, quote, "I can't build socialism with these people. They'll probably take it over."
Caleb says it, right? But it could never be more explicit than what's going on right now. They are trying to clear the black population of St. Louis off of their land so that they can use that land in order to clear Palestinians off of their land. And we're not going to tolerate this. And Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Party, African People's Socialist Party, as usual, are engaged in a fight back. Right? They've got volunteers from all over the city and actually all over the country doing what the government is supposed to be doing, right? Repairing those homes. They're getting people to bring their own personal tools and handing them out, training people who have never done construction before to repair these homes and fix the roofs, clear the trees and the light posts from people's property. So they're doing what the government's supposed to be doing. They're fighting back and they're rebuilding the community that was destroyed by these tornadoes. But while we support that, what the party is doing there, that's not what this award is for. This award is for their fight on free speech. For 50 years, Chairman Omali Yeshikal has been going all over the United States and all over the world, everywhere from Ireland to Oxford to Spain and all over the United States, giving the same speech, right, about how what's being done to black people here is a genocide and that reparations are owed for this. Same speech, 50 years, right? About 5 or 6 years ago, he went and gave that speech to a political organization in Russia, right, about conditions here in the United States for people of African descent, right? And then a few weeks after that, the head of that group from Russia appeared on one of their podcasts and described the truth about the war in Ukraine. How it's not a war between Ukraine and Russia, it's a war between NATO and Russia, right? And for that, they labeled him a Russian agent. They said that calling for reparations is a Russian plot to sow discord in the United States. And for speeches and webcasts and articles, they tried to throw him in jail for 15 years. And what they expected him to do is cut some kind of a plea deal. You know, the way, like when they charged Trump as being a Russian agent, like his people cut all kinds of deals, right? They ratted each other out, right? They caved, right? And they expected Omali Yeshikal to cave, and boy, were they way off on that. Mm-hmm. He staged a fight back, which the Center for Political Innovation was a part of. The courtroom was packed, with standing room only. They had, against their will, open up a second room, right, for all the people who came to observe what was going on, and he won. They made two different charges. They charged him with being a Russian agent, and then they charged with conspiracy to defraud the U.S. government. In other words, conspiracy to hide the fact that he was a Russian agent, you know, not filing, right? So as a result of the political, instead of treating it like a legal case, he treated it like what it was, a political assault, right? So he took it to the streets, not just to the court. And the jury acquitted, right? They ruled not guilty for being a Russian agent, but out of fear of the U.S. government, right, to the lesser charge, they said guilty, right, of conspiring. So they weren't Russian agents, but they were conspiring to be Russian agents, which makes no sense at all. You can't be conspiring to do something that you didn't do. And they were sentenced to what do they call it? Community service, right? Which is what they do for a living anyway, right? Right? They rebuild their community. They take vacant lots and abandoned buildings and turn it into clinics, housing for ex-offenders, farmers markets, restaurants and food deserts, right? So they basically sentenced the Uhuru Three to do what they were already doing. But this conviction still must not stand, right? It should not be a conviction because that has a chilling effect. They filed an appeal. We're backing that appeal. They're going to win. But by not taking that deal and like they wanted, right? And by fighting back and by organizing the people of the community and people all over the country, all over the world, really, Chairman Omali Yeshikal has defended all of our rights. That's right. We now have a right to use our free speech, and not just any kind of free speech, speech about how we should be working together with countries around the world instead of going to war with them. So he saved your right for free speech, and he probably saved the lives of your children and grandchildren. We now have a chance to use our speech to defend their right to live. And for that, we are grateful to the party, and we vow to use that gift that he has won for us to stop these wars and build a world of prosperity instead of a world of death.
So, if the Bola representing the People's Democratic Movement would come up, please. These are heroes. They fought for our our freedom. The only reason we're here today is because they fought for us in federal court. It's an honor to have you here. You are heroes. Thank you. Hands off Uhuru! Hands off Uhuru! Hands off Uhuru! Hands off Uhuru! Hands off Uhuru!
Uhuru. It's a great honor to accept this award on behalf of Chairman O'Malley. Chairman O'Malley Yeshitela, the African People's Socialist Party, and the Uhuru Movement. And I want to thank Caleb and John. That was an amazing overview of the case and what's going on. Just thank you so much. And it's all of our victories. CPI, right out of the gate, gave tremendous support and publicity to the case. They were right on it. John, right on the ground in Chicago, giving out thousands of flyers, throughout. And all of you who stepped up and fought back. This was an amazing fight back, and it continues. I just want to say, go to handsoffuhuru.org and also to blackpowerblueprint.org, which is leading a tornado response, trying to put City Hall to pay reparations to the African community and clean up after this tornado. The African community in St. Louis will not be displaced. We're going to fight back and win this victory too.
Kabula from the Uhuru movement, he accepted the award earlier on behalf of his organization, and we've asked him if he could make some additional remarks about the organization and its role, the persecution they faced, etc. So, Kabula, please come up and tell us more about the case. Uhuru.
Uhuru. 3 years ago this month, at 5:47 a.m., FBI SWAT teams and armored vehicles kicked down our doors, not to arrest criminals, but to criminalize black liberation. They came with rifles pointed at children, seized our laptops, tore apart our archives. Why? Because we said the U.S. is an imperialist power, that Africa deserves reparations, that African people charge the U.S. with genocide, and that the Uhuru movement is winning. That's intolerable to them. But 3 years later, we're still here. 3 years later, they lost in court. 3 years later, we're taking a fight to the appeals court. Amen. And 3 years ago, CPI again was right out of the gate, supporting the Uhuru movement and the Uhuru 3, and right here in Chicago too. Also, John of CPI, Ely, and other activists and organizers all came out on the streets, at the L stations, on busy street corners from the south side to the north side, literally getting the word out and organizing. So let's dissect their conspiracy theory. They claim we were Russian agents, but here's what the jury heard. There's zero evidence. They admitted that there's zero evidence that we took orders from Russia. Their own FBI agent admitted this. In over 7 years, a total of $8,500 in This is for African self-determination, nothing for Russia. The real crime, the United States under the Biden Department of Justice spent millions to prosecute a 2015 petition to the UN charging the U.S. with the crime of genocide.
So I'm here at a park in Brooklyn, and like many of you, I am trying my hardest not to think about the political nightmare our country is in. Rising inflation, a war against Iran that never should have happened, two big parties controlled by big monopolies and corporations and the Israel lobby. I'm trying not to think about all of that. Instead, I'm focusing on the positive, which is we're building a movement. And that is happening. The Center for Political Innovation is building a movement of working people that are educating themselves about anti-imperialism, that are organizing and building. And that's the only thing that's going to get us out of this. It's going to take a mass movement, not podcasts, but community. And that's what the Center for Political Innovation has been telling people from the beginning. We've got to build a movement where working people come together and teach anti-imperialism and assert their interests against the big monopolies. Now, we're headed toward our convention in August 15th in Chicago, and we need your help. If we're going to pull it off, we need your support. Everything costs way more at this point. Flights are way more, gas is way more, everything costs more. Our members are working people. You can shoot us $5, $20, $10, $100, whatever you can do. It'll make things go a lot easier. Our August convention is happening, August 15th in Chicago. We need you to support us to make sure it goes as smoothly as possible. I think that as hard as it may be, we have really taken some big steps forward in solidifying our organization. We now know much better how to work with people, how to maintain relationships, how to align with different organizations that have similar goals. We're moving ahead as an organization. We have been in a process of growing and developing, and we are getting better and better and better at what we do. So please take this time to go to cpiusa.org/donate and send us a contribution so that we can do what we're getting better and better at doing every day as we prepare to move forward in the coming months. We're heading into the fall as the midterm election happens to spread an anti-imperialist message everywhere we can. Send us a contribution at cpiusa.org/donate today. We are prepared to hit the ground running this fall. We've got to solidify our ranks, so please send us a contribution so that we can make August successful. My work on it, but like the first thing, if you ever bring up Stalin, people just throw out a body count. Well, Stalin killed 100 gajillion million people, right? 50 million, 70 million, 80 million. The first question you need to ask is how? How did he kill them? And most people can't answer the question. You know, you'll get crickets. Well, he killed them. Well, how did he kill them? Well, those big numbers that you get, they come from famines, right? That there was a famine in the Ukraine. There was, well, you do realize there were famines all the time before Stalin and industrialized the country, right? There were famines routinely. People died of malnutrition all the time when Russia was an agrarian, non-industrialized country. It's Stalin who brought tractors to the countryside and mechanized agriculture. It's Stalin who electrified the whole country and built the power plants. It's Stalin who built a modern educational system and wiped out illiteracy. So it's like you're blaming the guy who cured the famines for that doesn't make any sense, right? It's not logical, right? Stalin cured the famines. Maybe he could have done so more effectively. Hindsight is always 20/20, but like he got the country out of being a primitive agrarian society where there were, famines all the time to being a country with a modern food system, to being fully industrialized, to having the world's largest hydroelectrical power plant, to having the world's largest steel industry. I mean, it's like Stalin took the USSR from being an impoverished country and made it an industrial superpower. And that's just something you're not allowed to say in American media, right? It's just communism just failed everywhere. Everyone just starved and was miserable. It's like, no, Russia went from being an impoverished country to being a superpower with central planning and 5-year plans. And that's like the elephant in the room. And so then if you ever bring that up, people say, well, at what cost? At what cost, right? Well, it didn't come at the cost that it came for the West because we industrialized over the course of 200 years of colonialism, of killing people in Africa, killing people in Latin America, dragging people to America in the transcontinental slave trade, starving people all over the planet. Like the process of the West industrializing was genocidal and murderous all over the planet. And what Stalin did in Russia was only in Russia, right? They didn't have to colonize anyone to do what they did. The other thing is now then when you get past these big numbers that come from famines, 70 million, and it's like, wait a second, Stalin cured the famines. Then people start talking about, well, what about the gulags? Right? What about that? Well, there's no question that in 1936, 1937, there was an episode of mass fear in the Soviet Union where people turned in their neighbors. People were terrified that there was some kind of Nazi conspiracy within the government. And a lot of innocent people ended up going to gulags, and that was wrong. And Stalin ended up executing the guy who was the head of the secret police for that, Yezhov. And Stalin, they call it in Russia, Yezhov's terror. Yezhov is generally blamed for it. But regardless, it was largely the population that was traumatized and very afraid that kind of made that happen. And the basis of it is pretty believable, right? Stalin has a great book called Mastering Bolshevism, where he says, look, the imperialists, the French, the Americans, the British, the Germans, they spy on each other, and they spend millions of dollars spying on each other, wrecking each other, competing with each other. Is it really crazy to think that they would spy on us? And we're their enemy, right? We're an alternative economic system. Is it really crazy to think they might conspire within our government? And to some degree or other, there was Nazi penetration of the Soviet government. I mean, I think when the Second World War began, there was a top general who went over to the Nazi side. So the idea that there was Nazi penetration of the Soviet state, that there was sabotage, that there was, something like that, that's not outrageous. Was Trotsky and were Zinoviev and the others, were they actually like on the payroll of Hitler and of Japan? I don't know. I think it's very possible, though. I think it's very, very possible. And I think that Trotsky, especially, in the late 1930s, he was being boosted by fascists, and he was a professional anti-communist, and he wanted to be in power, right? And so was he knowingly working for them or not? Grover Furr maintains he was. I am not 100% convinced, but I'm not saying it wasn't possible. But the number of people that went to gulags in the Soviet Union is much lower than the rate of people that are in prison in the United States. And the other thing is the gulags were not death camps. Most people went to the gulag for a year or two and then they got let out, right? There were no gas chambers in the gulags, right? Everybody knows what Hitler did, right? Hitler rounded up people on the basis of their race, put them on trains, took them to places, and gassed them to death for nothing other than their race, being Jewish, being Roma, Gypsy, or whatnot. No one can point to anything that Stalin did that is on that level, right? They moved the population around on the basis of ethnicity during the war, and that's what saved millions of Jewish people in the Soviet Union from being captured by the Nazis and killed. And that was done, they had what they call the forced deportations they talk about, where like the Chechens were moved out of the regions they historically lived in because there was a pro-Nazi insurgency in the area and they wanted to go in and just get the job done. So they moved the people out of the area. This is all in the context of a war in which like 27 million people in the Soviet Union died. This is like a catastrophic war with death on a scale that we can't even imagine, a military situation where people moved around on the basis of their ethnicity. Yes, but you can't find anything that Stalin did that fits this genocidal mass murdering dictator, monster image we get in the West. It just doesn't line up. We have a guy who led a very authoritarian government in lifting Russia and the surrounding countries from absolute poverty to inventing space travel, to being fully electrified, to being a superpower like the world has never seen. And also, if you are an American, right? I know your audience is largely British, but and this probably applies to Britons as well. But if you're an American,
about a third American. Yeah.
Okay. If you're an American, you directly benefited from Stalin. And I'll tell you how, right? One thing we constantly hear our politicians talk about, those good paying jobs. Remember those good paying jobs in industry, those good paying jobs that used to exist? Well, they weren't always good paying jobs. If you go back to the 1920s, the people who worked in the steel mills, the people who worked in the automobile factories were making about what fast food workers make now in America. The only reason that those good paying jobs were good jobs is because the industries, steel, auto, meatpacking, were unionized by Stalinists, by the Communist Party that was sponsored and aligned with the Soviet Union. The Flint sit-down strike of 1937, the 1934 strike wave. 1934 in America, you had a strike wave where you had a general strike in Seattle or in San Francisco that shut down the docks. You had a Teamsters strike in Minneapolis. You had the auto light strike in Toledo, Ohio, and you had South Carolina declaring a state of emergency and sharecroppers on strike all over the South. And in that context, the U.S. government and Roosevelt, fearing being overthrown by people who wanted to replace him with a fascist dictatorship, and also fearing a revolution, Roosevelt moved to legalize labor unions with the Wagner Act.
So thank you for that. So before I introduce our keynote speaker, I'd like to touch a little bit on something that makes CPI really special as an organization, and that is that what we offer is political clarity. We're not LARPing as a political party. We know we're not that, but we really offer something special, and that's political clarity in a time where things are very, very, very crazy. And last year, something pretty disturbing happened, I'm sure you all remember, and that is Brian Thompson, the CEO of an insurance company, was assassinated. He was murdered on the streets of New York City in cold blood. It was a political assassination. And I'm not here to defend Brian Thompson. I don't think he was a very good person, and he contributed to the suffering of thousands and thousands of people. But all of a sudden, he was killed, and the internet is flooded with all this talk of this love for the person who allegedly did it, Luigi Mangione. And he's so handsome and good-looking, and I'm not even sure that Luigi Mangione did it. I have a lot of questions. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense. Yeah. All the pictures we've seen, I don't know. But the internet was not flooded with that. It was flooded with, he did it. And that's awesome. I love murder. And even though it was unpopular, and we wouldn't have gotten as many likes and shares and retweets if we had said, Luigi Mangione is so awesome. Thank you, internet. Instead, we decided to publish a book. And we published The Danger of an American Years of Lead. And it makes an argument that used to be really, really standard on the left. It used to be something that I would think is common sense, and that's that left adventurism is bad, and terrorism is also bad, and that isolated acts of political violence are not the answer. There's actually, in the classic American novel, The Grapes of Wrath, it's one of my favorite, novel about how suffering changes people. There's a part of that talks exactly about this. And there's a farmer, and he's on his property, and somebody who's hired by the bank to foreclose on his home is basically bulldozing his home. And he comes out with his gun, and he has a conversation with the person who's about to bulldoze his home. And he says, get off my property or I'm going to shoot you. And the person who's bulldozing his home says, well, what would that solve? They would just call the sheriff. And he says, well, then I'd shoot the sheriff. And he said, okay, but then they would just hire another cop. And they go through person after person after person, all the way up to the CEO of the company, of the bank that wants to bulldoze his home. And he explains to him, well, even if you were to kill the CEO of that bank, they're just going to put somebody in who would do the exact same thing because they're being paid. That's all the system can produce. The problem is not any one individual. It's the system. There's no person who you can go out and shoot. And there was this extremely disturbing trend where the ruling class, for whatever reason, has decided that we need political violence. And it was made more and more clear with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. This was just a few months ago. And I don't agree with Charlie Kirk about very much. He was right about like 1.5 issues, I would say. But he was pretty good on those 1.5 issues. But he was killed, and the memo went out to the left on the internet. And they said, we need to celebrate this. And we need to be really shrill, and we need to go on there. And this guy was just violently murdered on the internet, shot in the neck in cold blood in front of a crowd of people, in front of his wife and kids. And we need to go out there and celebrate and cheer and look like a bunch of crazy people. And then the memo got sent out to the right that said, the left is trying to kill you. And I don't blame them for being upset at the idea that half the country is trying to kill them. And this is a culture of political violence, and it's not coming from below. This is not organic, because the internet is controlled by forces who are not organic. It's controlled by the State Department. We know this. The Hillary Clinton State Department has been using regime change, using social media for regime change all around the world for years and years and years. That's coming from above. And that's because the system that we live in, the system of globalism, imperialism, is in a profound crisis. It's collapsing. It can't sustain itself any longer. We've been in a depression since like 2008, and they just can't seem to fix their system. They can't seem to adapt to AI. And there's a danger that factions within dissident MAGA, within elements of the ruling class who may want to pull away from NATO. And that represents a huge challenge to the foreign policy establishment in the United States. And they did the very same thing in Italy, where you had the Christian Democrats and the Communist Party came together to form a coalition and decide that they wanted Italy to be a sovereign country, and they wanted to pull out of NATO. And what happened? The CIA did Operation Gladio, and they decided that they were not going to go in there with a violent US occupation like was done in Greece. That was the first instance of napalm being used on civilians. Instead, they were going to fund the Red Brigades, who were a group of communist terrorists, and they didn't say, well, we support the USA. They said, well, we're the real communists. And if you were a real communist, you would go out and you would break the legs of the Communist Party and anybody who wants to pull out of NATO. And a similar thing happened in Jamaica. They elected Michael Manley, who was sort of like a Bernie Sanders kind of figure in Jamaica, and he hired Donald Harris, actually Kamala Harris's father, who was a Marxist economist. And it looked like he was going to be friendlier to Cuba, to be friendlier to the anti-imperialist world. And what happened? They created the Shower Posse, a violent gang, to begin breaking people's legs and shooting them. And people became afraid to get political. And that's what they want to do. They want to make it so that people are afraid to be political. And you know, there's been a lot of talk about why was it that Charlie Kirk was killed, and people try and find justifications. Well, maybe it was about this and that. I'm not going to speculate, but one thing is very clear. It's that in spite of, you know, what you think about what Charlie Kirk said or believed, he was encouraging young people to get political. He was going to college campuses and having conversations with people, and there were thousands and thousands of young people in this country who looked up to Charlie and who believed that they should begin to be active, and that's something that cannot happen. They need us to fight amongst themselves so that they can rule by default. But none of the leftist groups could even say that the murder of Charlie Kirk was wrong. The Party of Sellouts and Liberals, PSL, released a statement, and they called Charlie Kirk a white supremacist, and they said he deserved to die, which I'm sure goes over really well with half the population who are terrified that you are going to kill them, say, yeah, and that person who you all looked up to, he deserved it. And you know, these people, they're not really organizers. You know, these internet fan clubs that call themselves communist parties in the United States, they're snake oil salesmen. Are folks familiar with the term snake oil salesman? Well, actually, I'm going a little bit deeper with the term snake oil salesman. A lot of people don't know where the term comes from. So snake oil is actually a part of traditional Chinese medicine. A lot of people don't know this, but the water snake in China, it produces a kind of oil that actually acts as like an anti-inflammatory. And so people would put, like when the Chinese immigrants would come to build the railroads across the United States, they would put it on their joints, and it kind of acted like it soothed them after a long day of work. So why did we get this idea that snake oil is a scam? Well, there was this guy, and his name was Clark Stanley, and he called himself the Rattlesnake King, that's not even the right kind of snake to get snake oil from. But he would do these elaborate shows, and he would go around the country, and he would say, this snake oil, it's going to cure your ills. And he would take rattlesnakes, and he would throw it in a boiling pot, and he would say, it's going to solve all your problems. This snake oil, you just need to buy it from me. It'll serve all your problems. It's a cure oil. And some muckraking journalist came along, and they revealed, this is crazy, there wasn't any snake oil. Not only did it not help anybody, but there wasn't actually any snake oil in the product that he was selling. But if you ask the average person, you guys all know snake oil is a scam. Don't buy snake oil. And it's a very similar situation because the two have become synonymous. I know that snake oil is a scam, and so if I were to come up to you and tell you, well, actually it's a part of traditional Chinese medicine and you should buy snake oil from me, you'd look at me like I'm a crazy person. I would sound ridiculous. And I say that the DSA and the PSL and all of these socialist groups that speak in the name of the red flag, that wave the red flag to oppose the red flag, I say that they're snake oil salesmen. And that to go around trying to correct people about, well, actually, socialism doesn't mean what all of these people who say they're socialists think it believes. It actually means this other thing and it's like anti-imperialism and about managing the economy. You sound like a crazy person to them because they're like, well, I just talked to Mamdani over there and he told me socialism means I get free stuff and get to be really mad at rich people. That's what that means. I mean, it means that I get to really hate Republicans and think that they're all bad people and that I'm a super duper Democrat. So why would I go around and call myself a socialist? I'm a lot smaller than a lot of those people. Those groups are very big because they're being boosted by the establishment. And that's why we at the Center for Political Innovation have had our innovationist turn. I'm an innovationist, and I'm an innovationist because I believe in economic growth. I'm an innovationist because I stand with the oppressed and the exploited all around the world, because I want a society where the last shall be first and the first shall be last, because we believe that we need a government of action that fights for working families. That is absolutely what we need right now. We need a government that will stand up to Wall Street, to the billionaires that are keeping our country poor, starting wars all around the world. That's what socialism means to me. That's what innovation means to me. And that we need to build a movement of ordinary Americans that are going to oppose this imperialist system, that are going to oppose the bankers that say, Maduro is not my enemy, Wall Street is my enemy, that says Russia is not my enemy, Wall Street is my enemy, and that it doesn't matter who's in the White House, we need to oppose this system.
Articles about NATO expansion and speeches against police terror. The movement that fought back. They didn't expect Caleb to be out here organizing, getting people together to fight back. They didn't expect us going door to door, getting flyers on people's police car with flyers about, anti-imperialism and fighting back against the FBI. Calling on regular, everyday people to take that bold of a stance and to expose what they're doing. So, over the course, there were 1,600 letters written in to the court in support of the Uhuru 3. There were overflow crowds at every hearing, on every date. And the jury said not guilty on their main charge. So this fight back is important for, not just for the Uhuru 3, but for the whole world. It's the same FBI targeting us raised Palestinian organizers. The same State Department funding exploitation of Congo, Iran, Venezuela, and the rest of the colonized peoples of the world. The same system that jailed Julian Assange tries to silence us all. But when we fight, we win. When we fight, Haiti rises. When we organize, Congo resists. When we win, the empire trembles. So I'm going to call out, pull out your phones, go to Hands Off Uhuru. Sign up for the July 26th webinar, which is appropriately titled, When We Fight, We Win. And Chairman O'Malley has taught us that they fear the organized people, and they fear us more than we fear them. Uhuru. Thank you.
All of our comrades, let's give a round of applause for all the great voices. So I'm just going to be presenting an award, and I'm really, really honored and excited to do that. And this award is called the Voice of Resistance Award. Wow. And this goes to a comrade that we met very shortly after the FBI raids in July 29th of 2022. There was a conference held by the Center for Political Innovation in Chicago. Yeah. Len and several other comrades went out to that conference where we met this person that I'm about to present this award to. The mystery is growing. And from that day forward, this comrade was, he was, as like Penny's poem, two-fisted in the fight for anti-colonial free speech. Every opportunity there was to say, the Uhuru 3, drop the charges on the Uhuru 3, you need to be talking about this case, he was there. Julian Assange's brother and father came to Chicago, he was there. Any politician that was holding forums or anything online that was going on in the chat, it was flooded with comments from this comrade talking about the Uhuru 3. He's been to St. Louis many times, marched for reparations with us, been to our convention now year after year since then. We love this comrade. He is incredibly witty, incredibly bold, and incredibly principled. And we present the Voice of Resistance Award to John McCarthy.
Yeah, I guess I'm supposed to say something tomorrow, so maybe I should save. But thank you for this, and thank you for giving me something to fight for. Yeah, it's been an honor to fight for you, because you're fighting for everybody.
All right, moving right along.
Of the slave owners, and so you cannot look for justice there. What you have to fight is the political thing that it revolves around. This is what we took to help the lawyers to understand. The lawyers kept saying, "I've never seen anything like this before. I've never seen them do this kind of thing. I don't know why they take so long to make this ruling. I don't know," except because it's a political struggle, and they're dealing with the political situation in the world. Even that's why they're talking about Ukraine. Why in the hell are they putting me in jail because of Ukraine? Because we went against their objectives to dominate the world. They talking about, and I appreciate what John was able to talk about. Because you're on the precipice of a third world war that can destroy the whole damn planet, and they want to put me in jail for being opposed to the fact that they are using Ukraine as a war to make against Russia.
On behalf of the Center for Political Innovation, I would like to just give and express our deep admiration for the three defendants and what they put up with, what they struggled, how they endured. I also want to say that the Foreign Agents Registration Act, an absurd piece of legislation, was the basis of this prosecution. And that piece of legislation needs to be overturned. The Foreign Agents Registration Act is a threat to all Americans who advocate peace. It essentially criminalizes being friendly to other countries, and that piece of legislation needs to be overturned. That law is a threat on all Americans who advocate peace. We were honored as the Center for Political Innovation to raise this case at the United Nations, to raise this case at the World Youth Festival in Russia, and we will continue to raise this case. A full pardon needs to be granted to the Uhuru Three, because Donald Trump saw how that legislation could be weaponized against his own supporters as well. So Donald Trump needs to give a full pardon to the Uhuru Three when he takes office. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Also, did I say anything about the Center for Political Innovation? I want to, because these comrades were some of the first out of the gate. When this attack happened, they were first out of the gate. They didn't ask any questions or anything like that. They were the first out of the gate, and not only in words. They began to take actions everywhere they were located. We can see the actions they were involved in, defending the Uhuru Three and opposed to what the FBI was doing to us, trying to do to us. And they understood the relationship that it had to the whole question of free speech for everybody. But I just wanted to say that the CPI, John, and then Caleb and John, Center for Political Innovation. Yeah, I saw Caleb in this video. Come back, Caleb, and he was on a platform. Vladimir Putin, President Putin, was on the stage. And Caleb was in the audience, and he raised his hand and was recognized. And, he said that what was happening with the Uhuru Three, and that they were using the Russia kind of thing as the basis for that. And he put it, before them. And I thought that was really powerful and really great.
And make a racket out of it. And it was discussed with the American working class. That's a quote from his New York Times obituary. It was actually serving in the U.S. military alongside actual American workers that convinced him to stop being a socialist. But it's interesting because the New York Times obituary says he stopped being a socialist during World War II. But after the Second World War, he still was hanging around with a lot of these New York intellectuals, still writing for socialist publications. But then something happened. So in 1949, the Communist Party USA did something utterly amazing, okay? They had the Waldorf Peace Conference. Now, all of us have seen how difficult it has been for us to have this conference here in the middle of the woods in Pennsylvania, right? Now, can you imagine organizing a huge conference in the middle of New York City with Albert Einstein and Shostakovich and Aaron Copland and some of the most amazing writers and scientists and intellectuals from all over the world, Oppenheimer, the physicist, at a time when it's illegal to be a communist, when the National Board of the Communist Party is in federal prison. And the fact that they pulled off in 1949, they had the Waldorf Peace Conference in New York City, was utterly amazing. And they got so many big-name intellectuals to come to this conference and say the Soviet Union was right and American imperialism was wrong. In public, in New York City, at the middle of McCarthyism, it was nothing short of a miracle what they did at the Waldorf Peace Conference. It was an amazing feat, just an utterly amazing feat. But Irving Kristol and his pals, the New York City intellectuals, they, of course, were protesting it. And so an organization called the Central Intelligence Agency was quite disappointed by the fact that so many great scientists and artists and intellectuals had gone to this Soviet conference. How could all these smart people be communists? I mean, there couldn't possibly be any arguments in their favor. We know that. But how could this have happened? So they went to Irving Kristol. And Irving Kristol became the founder of a CIA-funded organization called the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And along with the Congress for Cultural Freedom, you had a number of magazines that were covertly funded by the CIA, the Partisan Review, the Paris Review, Encounter, a number of these magazines, Der Monat in Germany. And these were leftist socialist magazines that critiqued U.S. society, critiqued American capitalism, but also demonized and attacked anyone who was supportive of the Soviet Union.
You admit to working for the CIA.
Yeah.
What's that about?
Oh, back in the 1950s, I was in London co-editing Encounter magazine with Stephen Spender, and I left at the end of 1958. Stephen and I founded the magazine in early 53. I left at the end of 58, and then I guess it was in the mid-60s or thereabouts that it was revealed that, in fact, we thought we were being subsidized by an American foundation called the Farfield Foundation, and in fact that was a front for the CIA, and it was CIA money.
How'd you find out?
It was made public in the press. I don't know how they found out. Somebody leaked, obviously. But I didn't inquire, and I didn't care, really. There was some government money behind it, but the question occurred to me that just occurred to you. Why on earth would they want to fund a magazine that Stephen Spender and I were editing, and whose general political outlook was liberal, not at all conservative? This was, after all, in the Eisenhower years. Mr. Dulles, I believe, was then head of the CIA. It didn't make any sense to me. But it turned out, in fact, there was a liberal group within the CIA that thought it very important to have an intellectual magazine in Europe, and indeed worldwide. We were an English language magazine, and in the end, pretty much a British magazine, but the idea was that we were supposed to be more cosmopolitan than that. And they decided to support the magazine, and once they started supporting it, it was a very successful magazine. They became very proud of it, and didn't let it go until they had to.
This magazine, Partisan Review, was everywhere. And a lot of big names wrote for the magazine. Hannah Arendt. Ooh. Yeah. Susan Sontag. Yeah. We're going to do it all day. An individual named Irving Howe, who became the founder of Democratic Socialists of America, was a writer for Partisan Review as well, as was Mary McCarthy. The magazine is everywhere. It's offering a critique of American capitalism, but also demonizing and attacking the Soviet Union. But it's also doing some other interesting things. The magazine kind of redefines what fascism is. So what is fascism? We, Marxists, have always understood that fascism is a form of Bonapartism. When there's a capitalist crisis, one section of the ruling class tries to seize control of the government. In order to do it, they build a mass movement. And then, as they seize control of the government, they engage in mass violence and terror and destruction to try and stabilize the economy. Right? The Nazis took control of Germany, and they put half the country in concentration camps and the other half in military uniforms, and they stabilized the economy for a little bit, and then they had to have World War II because it doesn't work in the long term. But it was a Bonapartist maneuver, right? And that fascism is a form of Bonapartism rooted in mass destruction and terror. It's basically if we can tear down and kill and imprison and have slave labor, we can stimulate the economy and save capitalism from a crisis. That's fascism. That is a Marxist material understanding of what fascism is. Fascism is not an aesthetic. fascism is not a feeling, right? Fascism is pretty clear what it is. Fascism is an economic mode, an attempt to save capitalism with mass destruction. But with Hannah Arendt and with Susan Sontag and some of these other intellectuals, we get a redefinition of fascism, where fascism is people organizing in groups. Basically, if you read it, Hannah Arendt, her big book is called Eichmann in Jerusalem. And when I first read that book in high school, I thought it was a great book, right? The message of the book is that there was this Nazi war criminal, Adolf Eichmann, who'd been hiding in Argentina. The Mossad arrested him and took him to Jerusalem. He was put on trial for Nazi war crimes, and he was hanged. And Hannah Arendt, she calls her book on Adolf Eichmann, she calls it Studying the Banality of Evil. And she writes all about how Adolf Eichmann was just a normal guy. He'd been in the YMCA, and after that, he joined the Nazi Party, and that she was expecting him to be some kind of monstrous, hateful, evil person, but he seemed like just a normal, average person. Now, at the time I read the book, as someone who's kind of non-conforming and kind of a nerdy guy, I liked it because I thought, see, all these conforming people around me who can't think and are not critical of society, well, they're all Eichmanns, and that's why we got to have free thinkers and intellectuals. That's how I took it. But there's this subtle undertone to it. The subtle undertone is that deep down, the broad masses of people are all a bunch of Nazis, right? Deep down, the people are dangerous. Deep down, the people are the enemy. That's basically the message. And you get that same message from Susan Sontag when she says that fascism is groups of people assembling, when fascism is the dramaturgy, fascism is gymnastics, and she's listing off this fascist aesthetic, and it's suddenly this understanding. And what this really is, this is the middle-class intellectuals.
That happened between his first term and his second term with, say, a certain ally of ours who became very thirsty for a certain war that they may or may not have dragged him into?
Well, I think that is a factor, but also it really just gets down to the fact that Trump's wishes are not what define things.
Right.
That there is a huge structure in this country to back up a military-industrial complex, and one person might get in there and have different feelings. I think Trump just wants to get elected. I think Trump, he'll say whatever needs to be said, and I think he's kind of a selfish person, but Americans don't want these wars and have voted over and over again to oppose these wars, but they don't have the power. And if we really want to stop these wars, we need a mass movement. I mean, that's the only thing that'll really stop it, is we need people to be in the streets, and we need there to be big, massive anti-war demonstrations. We need a culture of people that are educated about anti-imperialism developing. That's the only thing that's going to stop this, and that we can go to the polls again and again and again and vote for people on the right that oppose war, vote for people on the left that oppose war, and we're not going to get it unless there's a real movement that can challenge the power structure. And that, a lot of politicians probably get in there thinking, oh, I want to stop these wars because that's what the polls show and that's what Americans vote for. But then they realize that the power is in the hands of other forces.
Yeah. And now there's an effort to call a movement like that communism, which brings us to our third piece. So I'll reset quickly here. Welcome back to the Jimmy Dore Show, everyone. Keaton Weiss here with special guest Caleb Maupin. Caleb, you were a rare voice of sanity over the July 4th weekend, which would have been last weekend, where the Red Scare was just reignited over the course of those few days after the DSA candidates had a great night in New York. The line in Republican circles was that communism had taken root in America and that the communist revolution was on. And this seems to be their Hail Mary pitch, pardon the mixed metaphor there, Hail Mary pass for the midterms. So here's one of the more unhinged ads here by Tennessee's Marsha Blackburn, vowing to keep Tennessee communist free.
Gonna crack down on China? Well, here's a clue.
Marsha Blackburn worked with President Trump to take on communist China. As governor, Marsha will fight to protect Tennessee land from Chinese front companies, close loopholes, and hunt down every communist who tries to defy us.
It doesn't take a fortune cookie to figure it out. Here in Tennessee, we're going to stop communist China and protect Tennessee land.
That resonates in Tennessee, known around the country for its great Chinese food. That's the best Chinese food in America. Everybody knows is in Knoxville and Chattanooga. But hey, just a little note here from Blue Georgia. Fortune cookie is an American invention. You destroying something American is 100% on brand. But Donald Trump renewed his anti-communist rhetoric at the NATO summit this week. This is a couple days old. We'll play this just as a reminder. Oh, this is the Epoch Times.
Yes, go ahead.
You mentioned them in the last segment.
Who you with?
NTD
Why don't you
Television.
say your name and who you're with? It's always helpful.
Thank you, Mr. President, for doing this. Iris Tao with NTD, with a sister media with the Epoch Times.
Okay.
On communism, you've been issuing a wake-up call to Americans at home about the dangers of communism. And now
Yeah.
you're speaking on the world stage. What's your message to people both living under communist and socialist regimes, but also people living under democracies like in Europe and America who might not have realized how close communism has come to home?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. But look, I want to get the word out because what's forming is communism in the country. And communism's easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be right up there with Lenin. I'd be as good as anybody. You've got free rent
My ear. I
for
laugh
the
when
rest of
he
your
says
life. What they
Lenin.
don't say is that you'll be living in squalor in 12 months. You've got a free house. Would anybody like to have a free house? We'll take it away from somebody. We'll give it to you. You'll have murders all over the place. Communism's a disaster. It's been proven to be for thousands of years under different names, but same thing. It's very important. And, you know, it's...
Okay, so that was all weekend long on the July 4th weekend because he gave two speeches about communism the last week, and now here he is. And of course, this is what they're going to hammer on now that, 3 or 4 DSA candidates won primaries in blue cities. This is their opening now to create this sort of anti-communist message going into the midterms. But as you've pointed out on X, and you did a whole stream about this, which I was able to catch a good deal of. I thought it was great. You said, happy 4th of July. Let's have the dumbest argument ever about communism. You've talked about just the level of willful ignorance in this country and an absolute refusal to learn the first thing about this red menace that a lot of, no offense, but boomers have spent their whole lives sort of hiding under their blankets from. The idea that communism is about taxation and redistribution is, of course, completely historically illiterate. I know that, and I'm not half as smart as you. So do you want to explain to people not only the difference between what Trump is talking about and communism, but about why this country just refuses to even learn the first thing about what they're talking about when it comes to this whole communist debate? And I'm not even necessarily making an argument for communism. I'm just saying, if anything, it accentuates just how ridiculous this whole debate is because the DSA is barely socialist, much less communist.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that is frustrating about hearing this kind of level of, new right-wing conservative rhetoric against communism, they can never agree about what communism is. They don't, what are you against, right? And sometimes communism is increasing taxes and increasing the social programs. Then you heard Trump there just saying communism is where the government gives everyone a free house. I guess that's his definition of communism. They take someone's house and give it to you. And, if you ever point to China's economic successes, because China is now the second largest economy in the world, led by a communist party, they say, oh, well, that's because they're capitalists. That's because they're capitalists. Right. But if China ever does anything bad, well, that's because they're communists, and communists are just so bad. And they can never agree on what communism actually is, right? And if communism is everyone gets a free house, well, I thought communists didn't believe in private property. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. They can't, communism is bad. They know it's bad. But they don't know what it is, and they have no absolute definition of what it is. And, sometimes in a lot of the rhetoric, they think communism is taxation. And that seems to be, the DSA program that Mamdani got elected on, that these new folks won the primaries with, is we want to increase the welfare state. We want to, raise taxes on the millionaires and billionaires, use it to provide free buses, free healthcare, free education, things like that. Well, that kind of thing goes on in every country. I mean, in every society. I mean, taxes, right? Go back to Robin Hood. Go back to the Roman Empire. People pay taxes, right? Redistribution of wealth. We have this idea that communism is redistribution of wealth. Well, redistribution of wealth and taxation goes on in any society. The American Constitution has eminent domain in it to allow the government to seize property. I mean, that's kind of what governments do. Communism as an ideology, right? Trump said thousands of years. What's he talking about? Thousands of years. I mean, 1848, Karl Marx wrote the Communist Manifesto. That was the notion that there were two classes, the workers and the employers, those who own the factories and those who work in them. The working class was the majority, and that capitalism has a unique problem that had never existed before, which is poverty created by abundance, right? Glut. Never before in history had you had a situation where people became homeless because there were too many houses, where people became hungry because there's too much food. And this is really important in light of AI, that the more efficient production becomes, the more unstable the economy becomes.
Yes.
And that's
yes.
That's the built-in problem of capitalism. So when technology is zooming ahead like it is in our time, we're all of a sudden going to have all kinds of economic problems. Why should self-driving cars be a bad thing? In a rational society, it'd be great to have self-driving cars. That would mean that this job called driving is no longer necessary. Human labor power could be elsewhere expended. But, Andrew Yang pointed out in the New York Times that if we had self-driving cars, U.S. society would collapse. There'd be riots in the streets, millions of taxi drivers, Uber drivers, traffic court employees, state highway patrolmen out of work. It would be an economic disaster that we'd have to, recover from in the process of huge amounts of turmoil. That's not rational, right? And so Marx is seeing all of this, and he's saying the working class majority, outnumbers the capitalists. So the working class should take control of the government and centralize the instruments of production, centralize the means of production, and organize them rationally. So this problem doesn't exist. This problem of poverty amid plenty is eliminated, and human creativity can advance, and we can create vast abundance for all with an economy that is rationally organized. Capitalism, as Marx understood it, is production organized for profit. The anarchy of production is a phrase that he used. And the antidote to it is what he called the dictatorship of the proletariat, or the rule of the people. The idea is we live under the rule or the dictatorship of the rich and powerful, but we need to win the battle for democracy, as he put it, and have the working class majority take control of the state. That's Marx. Then, you fast forward, 40, 50 years, it didn't happen, right? Marx was predicting that in Europe, the poor would just keep getting poorer. The economy would become more and more unstable. In the lead up to World War I, that wasn't happening. And so you had what they called the crisis of Marxism. Why wasn't this happening? Well, it was happening because capitalism had moved into a new stage called imperialism, where big banks dominated the world and big corporations in the West were exporting themselves all over the world and keeping nations in poverty and seizing the natural resources of developing countries. And the Western countries were stabilizing, and their economy was becoming more stable while they were colonizing countries around the world. And the climax of that was World War I, which was a horrendous war where 20 million people died. And what were they fighting over? It was that the Americans and the British and the French colonialists and imperialists wanted to run the world, and the German and Austrian and Turkish imperialists, they wanted a chunk of the world for themselves, and 20 million people died fighting over who got to dominate the world economy, one of the most horrendous wars humanity had ever seen. And the socialist movement that Marx had built didn't really oppose it. They said they were against it, but when the war started, they changed their minds and sold out. So Lenin in Russia develops a whole new theory, where he says capitalism has entered this new stage of imperialism, and that socialism isn't going to come into the world as a result of the worker fighting against his employer. It'll be rather the oppressed nation struggling against imperialism, struggles for national liberation. And Marxism-Leninism, the Cold War ideology of the Soviet Union, that's what you can call communism. And it's a big influence on the world that we live under. I mean, it's a huge impact. Russia became a superpower with 5-year economic plans, defeated the Nazis, invented space travel. China, started on its course of national rejuvenation and national rebirth as a result of the Communist Party. And loads of anti-colonial movements were aided and supported by the Soviet Union, including the Black Liberation movement in America. The Soviet Union very much aided and highlighted the oppression of Black people in America and opposed Jim Crow. But regardless, right, that particular ideology, Marxism-Leninism, is really not anywhere in the world now. China, they practice socialism with Chinese characteristics, where, they have a centrally planned economy, but they allow private investment, and they have kind of a 5-year economic plan, but it's about, kind of utilizing the market to make the country overall more prosperous. Iran has never been a Marxist country, right? It's the Islamic Revolution, not capitalism, but Islam. You have the Bolivarian movement in Latin America that has elements of Marxism, but also elements of the indigenous culture and tradition, also a lot of influence of Roman Catholicism and liberation theology. And classic Cold War Marxism-Leninism is not really around anymore. And so that's why a lot of this conservative media, it's frustrating to listen to, because your typical conservative podcast consists of, aren't these woke people really, really annoying? And they highlight something annoying or silly woke people are doing. And then they're all communists, and then some Cold War horror show about millions killed by Mao and Stalin and all of this. And then, proof that some woke person somewhere had a copy of Mao's Red Book or quoted somebody. And that's why the left are all bad. And it's just completely silly. I mean, it's just completely silly. And it's embarrassing. It's really, really embarrassing. That this is what passes for discourse in America, because Marxism-Leninism is one of the biggest political movements in human history. It really defined the 20th century. And there are all kinds of anti-capitalist and anti-colonial movements around the world that have a lineage that goes back to that, but have kind of moved on to a different approach. And in America, it's like, Mamdani wants to give us free buses. Well, that's communism. Stalin killed 1 million people. It's like, oh God, that's where we're at in America.
Yeah, no, of course. And even look, a policy like Medicare for all, right? Where in that is the transfer of the means of production from the private sector to the state? It's nowhere. You'd still have private doctors. You'd still have private pharmaceutical companies. You'd still have private hospitals. You'd still have private medical device companies, medical transport company. It would all remain in private hands. There is no fund.
We will encourage everyone here to come up here and have a say. It's what we want to say. Don't be afraid, we're not.
Yeah, it'd be great to say it.
Yeah, so if anyone's got something interesting to say or comment on, and you'll be the first one up here, so please come on up.
All right. My name's Demetrius Karastamatis, long name there. When I grew up, I thought it was a disease, not a name. But I just saw something yesterday that really terrified me on the Alex Cristoforo show. I don't know if you guys know it. Yeah. Now I watch it sometimes. But he showed a German general speaking live in front of some cameras in Germany, offering, and they're going to send long-range missiles, and they're admitting it on TV, to hit Russia. They're going to go after Russia, Germany. I guess they just don't learn their lessons. How many wars they have to start? But not just that. Right after that, he showed a clip of these soldiers in Ukraine grabbing these people off the street. And they weren't young people. Some of them were overweight, old, 40, 50 years old. But yesterday, they shot one of the kids, and the other day, they shot one of the mothers, that's reported. Now, Ukrainians want this war stopped, but this is what Nazis do. And this bothers me a lot, because my father fought the Nazis with a pitchfork in Greece. I'm surprised he survived. He lost his hand. They had to tie it and get him on a boat over to a hospital. Somebody barely made it. But when they stole our farm, they made it into a concentration camp. And my father showed me he went mountains away. He showed me where he lived. The house he built out of rocks was still there. He had his sheep for about 4 years. These Nazis are nasty people. They're not normal human beings. They're not even animals. Animals is just too good for that to be described. They don't stop. They're rabid. And the United States helped Nazi Germany in World War II until they realized Soviets were beating them. Then they decided to join in. So we've always been basically on the Nazi side. What we're seeing in the United States today is a growing of that. They're even trying to soft the Nazi thing around, if you notice. They're not Nazis, they don't seem to mind them. So I'm seeing them grow again. And when I saw that in Ukraine yesterday, I wanted to tell Caleb that if he talks to Mr. Putin, now I'm a soldier, I'm a pacifist, I don't like wars, I refuse to kill anybody. I grew up with this Nazi stuff in my family. I know what it is. This is not normal. This has got to be stopped for the world. And I know the world isn't with it. So to Caleb, and I really mean this, if you talk to Mr. Putin ever, I'd be willing, I'm 70 years old, I'm healthy, I can pick up a gun, I don't want to kill anybody, but if he's fighting the Nazis like I know he is, and he's trying to prevent it from growing, I will be glad to go there and fight for Russia. No doubt about it. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Thank you.
I think that's a great point, and I think that the way I'd like to answer it is to talk about what exactly Nazism is rooted in. Because there's so much confusion now. People think that Nazism is wearing a uniform. People think that Nazism is being racist. And the Nazis were racist, but that's not what made them Nazis. The essence of fascism is degrowth. And that capitalism has this problem, that economic expansion and production leads to poverty, which is not natural. And the only way that the ultra-rich can stay in power and maintain their power and resolve that problem is with mass destruction. And the Nazi economic system, if you look at it, was about rebooting Germany's economy with degrowth methods, by destroying productive forces. The most famous example of what they did was obviously creating a slave labor underclass. The people that worked in the concentration camps, they were free labor for Volkswagen, free labor for the steel companies. It was a way to boost the corporations that were having a problem because of the economic crisis by having a whole bunch of free slave laborers for them. And when the Nazis took power, you know, Hitler, he didn't come to power promising to kill the Jews. He came to power promising he would give everyone in Germany a job. But the way he did it was they say he put half the country in concentration camps and the other half in military uniforms. And that's kind of a crude way of putting it. He didn't literally do that. But what he did, first of all, was they broke the labor unions. And they made it so you couldn't go on strike. They threw the leaders of the labor unions in prison. And in order to do that, they had to have a huge amount of prisons built and a huge concentration camp system. And a lot of people got employed as being guards in those concentration camps. And a lot of people got employed building the concentration camps. And then a bunch of people were in the concentration camps, so they weren't out competing for jobs. The other thing that they did is they shamed women out of the workforce. They said that if a woman worked, she was taking a job away from a man. And they had a billboard campaign with pictures of women, like this woman is taking a job away from a good, hardworking German man, etc. And they did that, and they increased the marriage bonus. And so that put women out of competition for jobs. Then they built these highways across Germany, the Autobahns. And they also then restarted military spending. Germany had not been allowed to spend on the military. They restarted military spending. And by taking those very, very dramatic moves right as Hitler came to power, they rebooted the economy. And the German economy was strong for 2-3 years. But it was false. It didn't last because the problem still persists. The overproduction still persists. And the reason World War II broke out and the reason they started expanding and seizing territory was because they were once again in an economic crisis. And the economy was going to collapse by 1939 unless they had a war. As they would take over an area, they would take the people, not just Jews, but also Poles, Slavs, and make them slave laborers. And Berlin was full of slave laborers at the time. You know, all kinds of people they had dragged in from other parts of Europe to work and be slave laborers. Noah has a lot of expertise in the field of economics. I'm kind of in awe of Noah. He's just a brilliant, stand up Noah, right? Brilliant, he knows economics very, very well. I've learned economics from Noah. And there's this concept of reverse inflation, that if you make everyone poorer and the amount of money that's in circulation goes down, you can stop inflation. And that's a big part of neoliberal economics. I quote Lothrop Stoddard, who was the white supremacist who was on the board of Planned Parenthood. He was considered to be enough of a fellow traveler and sympathizer with the Nazis. As World War II was breaking out, they invited him to Nazi Germany, and he wrote a book called Into the Shadows, or Into the Darkness, something like that, describing the Nazi economic and political system. And he says in that book, as a Nazi sympathizer, he says the basis of Germany's so-called economic boom was taking it out of their own hides, was impoverishing the country so the economy could get going again. That is the essence of fascism, right? Fascism is based on the assumption the pie can only ever be this big, and if the pie can't keep expanding, so how do we make the pie smaller? And if the pie can only be this big, the only way your slice gets any bigger is by cutting into somebody else's slice. And, you know, Nazism came to power, and anti-Semitism and racial ethnic supremacism was a big part of what they believed. But they did that backwards. There's no fascist ideology. There's no fascist belief system. They make it up as they go along to justify what they are doing. And what they are doing is trying to save their system with degrowth. It is trying to destroy productive forces and roll back the wheels of history in order to make an economy, a capitalist economy, continue to function. And that is the essence of it. And that a lot of people go looking for the essence of Nazism and what they believed. The Nazis were racist. Yep, but people were racist long before the Nazis. People were racist afterwards. The Nazis were authoritarian. There's been authoritarian governments before the Nazis. There's been authoritarian governments since. The essence is degrowth. And there's a book that was published by a British communist named R. Palm Dutt called Fascism and Social Revolution. And that book gets into this point in great detail with statistics and data, and that's brilliant. And I'll also say that Lynn Marcus, who later changed his name to Lyndon LaRouche, he wrote a book called Dialectical Economics that makes this exact same point in other very articulate and clear ways. That the essence of fascism is an attempt to save the capitalist economy with degrowth methods, and that degrowth is always dangerous because it leads to genocide and destruction. And we obviously are all about being environmentally conscious. You know, we want to operate and interact with nature in a way that is sustainable and productive, but there is no limit to human growth. Thank you.
And start hiring workers with the Works Progress Administration. That would not have happened if they were not aligned with 1/5 of the planet. The biggest strike wave in American history was in the 1870s. It was the railroad workers' strike, and it didn't win a damn thing, right? All that resulted from that is the USA built a network of armories all over the country so they could put down unrest more effectively. And it was way bigger. But in 1934, when there was that strike wave in the summer of 1934, the American government panicked and huge concessions were won. If anyone in your family was a meat packer or a steel worker or an auto worker, and you got those high wages that they got post-World War II, that came from industrial unions that were built by Stalin. That would never have happened if 1/5 of the planet wasn't being led by the Soviet Union. Another thing I will never forget is that I remember being in high school. And in high school, I lived in a little town in Ohio, and they had all the old newspapers from my little tiny town in Ohio on microfilm. And so one day, one of my high school teachers brought me a printout of a microfilm from my little town's local newspaper in 1951. And the headline on my local town's newspaper was, "Take that, Uncle Joe," right? And it began with a quotation from Stalin. Stalin had said, "The way America treats black people is unacceptable. The American government is racist. The crimes against the black people are unacceptable." It began with that quotation, and the article was all about how the first black family in my town had bought a house. And so clearly Stalin was a liar. He didn't know what he was talking about. That shows you how important Stalin was. There would not have been a civil rights movement in America without Stalin, right? When Emmett Till was killed, the famous case of the young man from Chicago who was visiting family in Mississippi, whistled at a white woman, and was brutally killed. They took that picture of Emmett Till's mutilated body. The Soviet Union took that picture and sent it all over the world and said, "This is America, the land of freedom and democracy. This is what they do to black people." And it was only because of the Soviet Union and the way it embraced the black freedom struggle that the power structure in America was forced to start dealing with the issue of race. And, the same year, 1951, the Soviet Union, as a permanent Security Council member, brought William L. Patterson, a black activist, to the United Nations, and he gave a speech called "We Charge Genocide," condemning the American government for crimes against black people. And the Communist Party of the United States, that was functioning as an illegal organization during these years, was illegal. You could go to jail for being a member, went door to door in every black neighborhood in America, handing out copies. This is an official UN speech about the conditions of black people in America. The Soviet Union presented this to the world about America committing genocide. And door to door, I've met old communists who remember that, going door to door in black neighborhoods, handing out or selling copies of a United Nations speech by William L. Patterson. I mean, this is huge. So the impact that Stalin has had on your life, if you're an American, is massive. It's absolutely massive. The good paying jobs wouldn't have existed. The civil rights movement would never have happened. Like it's massive. There are a few individuals who have that big of an impact on world history. Stalin led 1/5 of the planet and a mass movement that was aligned with him, the Communist International, and that movement dramatically changed the course of history.
If we can just go back through some of these things, I want to try to bring some of the objections, because obviously I've had a number of videos on Stalin now, and there's always somebody trying to counter in the comments. So I want to try to bring some of these up. On the famine in Ukraine, I mean, I've got a book by Anna Strong here.
Yeah.
And in fact, I've got several books written around that time. They're pretty hard to find. I actually had to dig pretty hard. And I'm, you know, I'm resourceful, but that one was hard to find, the Anna Strong one. I've got one. I had to pay good money for it as well. But in there, she says, like, basically you have to understand that when they were making the collectivized farms, the people, the kulaks, or the people who had the farms there, they didn't want their land being taken from them. So they basically murdered all the livestock. They literally killing chickens and cows and so on, and destroyed their. So he wanted to bring in tractors and things like that. But obviously they were using like old plows and things. They destroyed them all. So that one of the reasons that there was a famine that year, it wasn't the only reason, but it was greatly exacerbated by the fact that all of the capital stock, you might say, whether it was livestock or the actual equipment they were using, was destroyed. How true is that? How true is that claim from Anna Strong?
When it comes to the Ukraine stuff, there are so many layers of lying that go on. First of all, the narrative that you get from the Ukrainian side is that somehow this was a plot against Ukraine, right? That Stalin, he just hated Ukrainians on an ethnic level, because he's Russian, but he wasn't Russian. He was Georgian, but let's not quibble about facts. And those Russians said, we're going to kill us some Ukrainians because we hate Ukraine, and starve them all to death. There was a famine all over the USSR. It wasn't just in Ukraine. Ukraine just happens to be an area where there's a lot of agriculture. It's like the breadbasket. But there was a famine in Moldova. There was a famine in other countries. So the idea that it was intentionally aimed at Ukraine, that's a big part of the Ukrainian nationalist narrative. That just doesn't match the facts. There was a famine all over the USSR. That's one thing. The second thing is what you pointed out, that Anna Louise Strong pointed out. It was like a civil war in the countryside. And that largely the Red Army was sent in to hold back the population. The local peasantry wanted to go and hang those kulaks from a lamppost. They wanted to go in and just exterminate them. They were furious. The peasantry was kind of carrying out the collectivization, and the Red Army was sent in to kind of hold back the population from just killing the kulaks and taking their land and making it a kind of controlled kind of thing. And that's one thing that comes across in a lot of testimonies from people who were there, is that it was the population that was furious at the kulaks for, burning their crops and killing their animals and such. And the Red Army coming in was kind of bringing a level of order so that it wasn't just, mass slaughter. And that comes across as well. And that, Trotsky makes the criticism, which maybe there's some truth in this, that Stalin zigzagged. During the 1920s, he was encouraging private farming, peasant, enrich yourself. They were kind of building up the kulaks as part of the new economic policy. And then very dramatically, they shifted towards collectivization and building the collective farms. There may be something to that. Hindsight is always 20/20, and if you look at how collectivization of agriculture and the building of collective farms was done in China and it was done in Cuba, it was done gradually. It wasn't done dramatically. But it appeared that in the 1920s, things had gotten so out of hand in the countryside, it was almost like dual power. These kulaks were not following the Soviet government, and that they shifted very dramatically to pushing collective farms. The other thing that's interesting that people don't realize, collective farms are not government farms. The Soviet Union had what they called state farms, and state farms was just like being a government employee. You went in, you got your wage at the end of the day. Collective farms sold their produce to the state, right? That's how the collective farm system works, is that, they produce as much as they can and the government buys their wheat or grain or whatever at a fixed rate. They're kind of capitalist in that sense. They're like cooperatives, if you will, right? And that they try to produce as much as they can, and then the government gives them, a rate for how much they produce. And so when people always noticed that, like, if you looked at a collective farm in the USSR,
It's really a privilege to be here at this very important conference, and I thank you for giving me a few minutes to just make some brief remarks. It's not enough to simply be against racism or to say that you are against racism. Token anti-racist statements in the modern United States are everywhere. Though Martin Luther King Jr. was shot down and killed for his brave, dedicated work, after his death, he has been reduced to a harmless, patriotic icon. Even though the FBI tried to destroy him, school children throughout the United States are now taught that MLK is proof that the United States is, quote, the greatest nation in the world. Well, the truth is, as most people here are aware, the United States is not a nation. The U.S. is a country, and within its borders are oppressed and oppressor nations. African Americans brought to this country in chains constitute an oppressed nation within U.S. borders. A lot of people in the U.S. like to say they are revolutionaries these days, Bernie Sanders and others. I say you're not a revolutionary unless you recognize that black people constitute a nation, and that as a nation they have the right to self-determination, to choose separation or integration for themselves. Every time I come to this part of the world, I meet so many young people who have a completely delusional portrait of the United States. What young Iranians see on satellite television, this image of the United States as a kind of rich paradise, this image of the United States is completely false. If you watch U.S. media, 90% of the time you're only seeing Southern California or New York City. But the United States is far bigger than that. In the heartland of the United States, what Sarah Palin demagogically called the real America, there are millions of young people who are very unhappy. The U.S. economy has been wrecked by deindustrialization. The steel mills, auto plants, and other good-paying industrial jobs have been eliminated. The public sector in teaching, libraries, post offices, and such has also been gradually eliminated. Young Americans in service sector jobs are stuck in a low-wage economy, making a mere fraction of what their parents made in the much-heralded American middle class that once existed. Young Americans watch the same garbage propaganda that is as what is broadcast into Iran, and they see how Kim Kardashian, the Real Housewives of New Jersey, and other wealthy people on American television live, and they then contrast it with their own lives. The rates of suicide, mental illness, and drug addiction among young Americans are rising. Young people in the United States are told that unless they are rich, they are worthless, and then they look into the future and see that they're going to spend their lives with a much lower income level than their parents and possibly spending it poorer than they expected. U.S. society, born in racism, slavery, and the slaughter of the indigenous people, is now entering a deep political and economic crisis. Now, what's true is not always obvious, but in some instances it is. And this is very obvious. The United States, in which there seems to be another mass shooting every time you turn around, is not a healthy, moral society. It's not a model or an ideal that any country should aspire to become. The most hopeful period in the history of the United States was the direct aftermath of the Civil War. The Civil War was really the Second American Revolution. Abraham Lincoln led a beautiful coalition. It included Christian abolitionists, labor unionists, industrial capitalists, and most importantly, the enslaved African people themselves. When the war broke out, enslaved African people stopped working in a general strike all throughout the South. Harriet Tubman became the first woman to lead U.S. soldiers into battle as she organized guerrilla bands freeing slaves along the Combahee River in South Carolina. The slaveocracy, aligned with the British Empire, was also supported by the Wall Street financial elite. They saw cotton exports from slave plantations as a way to make profits. But Wall Street, the British Empire, and the slave-owning aristocracy was defeated, and they were defeated by an amazing alliance. The Republican Party during the 1860s, far different than what it is today, was a revolutionary party. It took its name from the French Revolution. It represented the small farmers, the African Americans, and the labor unions. After defeating the slave owners, they continued to move ahead as a coalition. And for a brief period in the South, there was even land redistribution, where the land of the slave owners was being redistributed. Calling themselves the populists, the small farmers and free blacks called for public control of railroads, guaranteed education for all, and the overthrow of the monopolists, the wealthy bankers that have so much power. The progressive coalition that came out of the Civil War was broken apart by Wall Street. What did they use to destroy the progressive anti-capitalist mass movement that emerged in the aftermath of the Civil War? They used racism. The Ku Klux Klan used terrorist tactics very similar to what the Israelis are doing, very public, violent acts of terror with brutal violence, forcing the formerly enslaved persons out of political process. U.S. troops were pulled out of the South, and it was handed over to the racists. Since that time, the white people of the United States made a deal with Satan. As the big bankers have plundered the world, using bombs, sanctions, and cruise missiles to beat down those who assert their independence, we went along with it. We waved flags, we were loyal and obedient, and in exchange we got houses, cars, and TVs. We were taught to identify with Wall Street and to look at the people of the world, as well as the black and brown people within the United States, as our enemies. But the devil does not keep his promises. The middle class, the bribe given to white Americans to buy their obedience and loyalty to empire, is gradually being eliminated. The standard of living in the United States is rapidly dropping. The civil liberties often bragged about by U.S. leaders are being stripped away as the U.S. is gradually transitioning to becoming a low-wage police state. The U.S. economy has become centered on destruction. Prisons for profit, police on every corner, empty foreclosed homes, rampant aggression, and war around the world. As we face the ruins of U.S. society, now it is time for white people to change how they see themselves. We need to understand that the satanic cabal of bankers that has committed so many crimes around the world is also our enemy. The people of Iran, Venezuela, Russia, China, Palestine, Yemen, and anywhere else who are standing up and trying to break free from their system of global usury are our friends. A new revolutionary coalition must be forged, an alliance of those within U.S. borders who reject the rule of the globalist bankers and can function almost as a U.S. division of the global, gradually emerging axis of resistance. Every day, the U.S. government provides $18 million to the Israelis as they escalate their genocidal crimes and provocations. A mass people's movement could demand that the money instead be spent on providing health care, education, and jobs for the next generation of youth within the United States. The U.S. currently has thousands of troops stationed in military bases throughout this region. A mass people's movement could demand that instead these soldiers be brought home and put to work rebuilding the crumbling bridges and roads throughout the United States. The United States is currently facing very hard times. However, as has often been said in the past, hard times are fighting times. The moment is approaching when a real people's movement against the racist Wall Street financial elite, their wars, their racism, their police state, and their global system of usury and poverty can broadly expand within U.S. society. Such a people's movement will require unity of political forces, concrete political demands, and a clear vision of an entirely new society on the continent of North America. And as I end, I just wanted to touch on, we're constantly told in the U.S. to think of people who are fighting for their independence around the world as terrorists. But there's a real difference between a revolutionary and a terrorist. If you want to know what a terrorist is, go see the next Hollywood superhero movie. Right? What is the most American movie genres? These ideas of superheroes. What is it? It's a white man usually who thinks the police aren't doing enough. So what does he do? He puts on a mask and he goes out to fight the bad guys with isolated acts of violence. What is this? This is the Ku Klux Klan. That's what that is. That's the mentality that comes out of it. What the Israelis are doing, their violent attacks the settlers are carrying out, what ISIS is doing, what the police of the United States are doing, this is the terrorist method. Extreme acts of violence designed to terrify people. The Supreme Leader, Khamenei, when he says that they oppose the crimes of both Daesh and the police of the United States, that they're both the same, he's pointing to the fact that they are both using the terrorist method. But what's a revolutionary? A revolutionary is completely different than a terrorist. If you look at revolutionaries like Imam Khomeini, like Malcolm X, like Eugene Debs, these are people who weren't great because they committed isolated acts of violence and terrified people. They were great because they pushed people forward. They empowered people to do things they never believed that they were capable of doing. That's what the essence of revolutionaries are. The U.S. is facing a crisis, but it's also a time of great opportunity. I think the world is rapidly changing. The rule of the big bankers, the global elite that runs the United States is changing. There's an emerging axis of resistance in the world, and I think we're entering a period of great opportunity for those who seek justice, peace, and equality. Thank you.
So I'm here at a park in Brooklyn, and like many of you, I am trying my hardest not to think about the political nightmare our country is in. Rising inflation, a war against Iran that never should have happened, two big parties controlled by big monopolies and corporations and the Israel lobby. I'm trying not to think about all of that. Instead, I'm focusing on the positive, which is we're building a movement. And that is happening. The Center for Political Innovation is building a movement of working people that are educating themselves about anti-imperialism, that are organizing and building. And that's the only thing that's going to get us out of this. It's going to take a mass movement. Not podcasts, but community. And that's what the Center for Political Innovation has been telling people from the beginning. We've got to build a movement where working people come together and teach anti-imperialism and assert their interests against the big monopolies. Now, we're headed toward our convention in August 15th in Chicago, and we need your help. If we're going to pull it off, we need your support. Everything costs way more at this point. Lights are way more, gas is way more, everything costs more. Our members are working people. You can shoot us $5, $20, $10, $100, whatever you can do. It'll make things go a lot easier. Our August convention is happening, August 15th in Chicago. We need you to support us to make sure it goes as smoothly as possible. I think that as hard as it may be, we have really taken some big steps forward in solidifying our organization. We now know much better how to work with people, how to maintain relationships, how to align with different organizations that have similar goals. We're moving ahead as an organization. We have been in a process of growing and developing, and we are getting better and better and better at what we do. So please take this time to go to cpiusa.org/donate and send us a contribution so that we can do what we're getting better and better at doing every day as we prepare to move forward in the coming months. We're heading into the fall as the midterm election happens to spread an anti-imperialist message everywhere we can. Send us a contribution at cpiusa.org/donate today. We are prepared to hit the ground running this fall. We've got to solidify our ranks, so please send us a contribution so that we can make August successful.
Fundamental transfer of the means of production, which means it's not communism. Like what you said is just so key, that every government takes money and redistributes it. That does not make communism. And it's such a lazy argument, because even when you look, I mean, you live in New York, and when we see people go after Zoran Mamdani or even these DSA candidates who just won, they do so in the laziest sort of half-assed way, which is to just smear them as socialists or communists. Notice they don't really mention why it's a bad thing that working people could get a rent freeze. They don't seem to really engage on like how this is going to make your life worse. They say the landlords aren't going to be able to fix the buildings, which of course is not true. I think people are leasing more corporate office space now than they were when Mamdani took over, which was a complete rejection of their forecast. They said there's going to be this mass exodus in New York City. The companies are going to move out. Has not happened. So it's all just fear-mongering over a word. And I guess that resonates with people who are... Look, I don't say this to pick on the boomers. It's just you guys are the ones who are old enough to have these horror stories in your mind about what communism is. I think that explains a lot of the generational divide. At what point are we going to be able to just move past this, especially since there is no communist threat, if you even want to call it that? There is no meaningful communist movement in the United States, certainly none represented by the DSA. Like I said, they're barely even socialists. They're really social democrats, right?
Yeah. And I mean, you go around the world, governments have free bus systems all over the world. You know, the Canadian healthcare system, as you said, Medicare for all, that would just be the government as a single insurer. There would be no government-run hospitals. There's no government-run healthcare companies that are, I mean, it's just basically just the government as the single payer insurer. I mean, but yet we think that's communism. And then, right, there's that hypocrisy, right? You know, on the one hand, Medicare for all, or even Obamacare, which was, I mean, nowhere close to Medicare for all. Well, that's communism, right? We can't have that. It's communism.
Right.
But then China, you point to the fact that China has had all these successes under the leadership of the Communist Party. Well, oh, that's capitalism. And it's like they've got government-run banks. They've got huge government-run industries. They have 5-year economic plans. Even private corporations are told what they can and cannot do in accordance with government overall planning of the economy. But that's total free market capitalism. So you can't, celebrate their success and say it's an example of that. And then, of course, if you ever bring up, the problems of capitalism in America, these same people say, well, that's because we don't have real capitalism.
Right.
Yeah. We're socialist. But then they'll point to America's wealth and prosperity and say, oh, well, we're so rich because we're capitalists. Well, I thought you said we weren't really capitalists. The constant moving of the goalpost. It's nostalgia. And, you know, when you talked about boomers, it's not even that these kids, they grew up as kids fearing communism. It's that they used to feel good about America. And that's really what it gets down to, that they used to feel like America was the good guy in the world, that we were fighting the commies. Ronald Reagan was making America great again. We thought when the war happened that we were the good guys. Nobody feels that way anymore. They just don't, right? I mean, you showed the polls earlier in the earlier segment we did. In America, we think America is the greatest threat to world peace. People just don't feel good about this country and its political and economic system anymore. And so Trump getting up there and talking like he's in the middle of the Cold War is a way to like remind them of a time when they felt differently. And, you know, it's sad because people want to like their country. And I don't think there's anything wrong with being patriotic. I don't think there's anything wrong with loving your country, you know, and that people want to feel like their leaders are doing the good thing. They want to feel like they're on the winning team and their country's doing good in the world. But it's not, and we all know it's not, and that's the crisis that we're in. And I think Trump is banking on a lot of boomer nostalgia. And the thing is, this is only going to work. I mean, give it 10, 15 years. This kind of rhetoric just isn't going to cut it anymore. You know, and I mean, the demographics are changing. I mean, you know, he's talking about communism is when the government gives you a free house. The rate of home ownership in America is plummeting. You know, people our age don't own our own homes. So you're saying, well, communism means we'll get to own our own homes. Well, that doesn't sound so bad now, does it?
Yeah, no, it's a really interesting point that it's more an invocation of national pride than it is an appeal to any sort of like economic kind of analysis. You know, I think that makes a lot of sense because it's not so much nostalgia for the golden age of capitalism as it is nostalgia for the golden age of America. And a longing to perceive America as a force for good in the world the way they grew up thinking. And yeah, we just covered in a previous segment, even within the walls of the empire, people don't feel that way anymore.
Yeah, no, totally. And that's the crisis. We're in a moment of extreme pessimism. You know, I remember I grew up in a small town in the 90s. There used to be this thing that everybody knew. America is the greatest country in the world. And you'd say, well, what do you mean it's the greatest country in the world? And they'd say, you don't think America is the greatest country in the world? You must be brainwashed because everybody, you know, and that if you disagreed with U.S. foreign policy, they'd say, you hate America. You hate America. And like, what did that even mean? It was just this thing that people just went around with this. America was this great thing. And if you were questioning things too much, then you must hate America. You must be brainwashed because everybody knows America is great. People just don't feel that way anymore. I mean, the culture on the left or the right, that's just not how people feel. And people realize we're in a pretty big crisis. Wherever you go in this country, people know three things. One, our standard of living is going down. Our life expectancy is going down. Our economy is getting worse. Two, our freedoms are being taken away. Our civil liberties, the government is coming for us. And three, there's wars going on around the world that are not being waged for our benefit. And then our government's controlled by a group of billionaires and monopolies and wealthy people that really don't care about us. Everybody knows that in America, in their bones, left, right, red state, blue state. That's what everybody knows. The question is, what do we do about it? That's the question.
Exactly. All right. So we got one more piece. I'll reset here. Welcome to the Jimmy Dore Show. Everybody, Keaton Weiss here with Caleb Maupin. So, Caleb, your new...
Hands off Iran! Hands off Iran!
Democrats are complicit. Hands off Iran!
Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran.
Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran.
Democrats are complicit.
Democrats are complicit.
Control the opposition.
Democrats are... How do you feel, Irving?
Good. My grandfather was still alive now. He was a civil surgeon who used to serve in a rural part of Iran, so like in a northeastern part of Iran, a city called Mashhad in close to Afghanistan. So he used to serve there, and my mother grew up there in Iran when she was younger. And this was after the revolution, so there was a real need for like doctors. Holding this flag, it means a lot.
Yeah.
It means a lot.
Yeah. Well, Iran's being bombed right now, and
yeah,
they're standing with Palestine.
Yeah, very much so. It's it's the main country that's resisting, and you have much of the not just the Islamic world, but much of the world, the global South, stands in solidarity with Iran. It's a very big pleasure to be joined by Caleb and by the CPI.
Did you hear, Noah, that the No Kings organizers didn't include no war in Iran in their call?
Yeah, even mainstream media, like, how can you not do that? But of course, the Democrats, they applaud when Trump lies about the Iranian people, but when he talks about stuff that doesn't really matter, then they scowl.
All right, so we claimed a good spot here near the stage to do our thing. All right, are we ready, guys? Ready to do this? So when the song ends.
Democrats can stop the war, hands off Iran! Democrats can stop the war, hands off Iran!
Democrats stop the war, hands off Iran! Democrats stop the war, hands off Iran!
Democrats can stop the war, hands off Iran! Democrats can stop the war, hands off Iran! Democrats can stop the war, hands off Iran!
Go away with it.
Bombing them, damn it! They don't deserve to get bombed!
You're still out to your own country.
Yeah, you support kids getting bombed by the U.S.? You support that? Fucking dumbass.
They deserve to get bombed.
Sell out. They're killing. We just bombed babies in the school. The fuck?
Democrats can stop the war, hands off Iran. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war, hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war, hands off Iran. I've been chased by cops off the war, hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war, hands off Iran. Hands off Iran. The Democrats can end the war. Stop the war. Democrats can stop the war. Democrats can stop the war. Stop Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Come on, man. The war. Stop the war. Stop the war. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Stop the war. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can 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 stop the war. Come on, man. Democrats can stop the war. Democrats can stop the war. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. 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 We are on the same side. Can you please move? Hands off Iran.
Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back.
Democrats are complicit. Democrats are complicit. Control the opposition. Democrats are complicit. Democrats.
What do you think?
I think it's great. We're getting the word out. I mean, there's so many people here who are anti-Trump, but they don't talk about the Democrats.
Democrats are complicit. Hands off Iran.
Hands off Iran! The unions of Democrats are complicit. Hands off Iran! Hands off Iran! Hands off Iran! Hands off Iran!
Stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran.
Democrats can stop the war. Hands
the wars, hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the wars, hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the wars, hands off Iran.
You can protest on the side, you can't bargain.
Real quick, let's first hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Hands off. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran.
So we've been standing here holding up the march for over an hour, and we're getting lots of thumbs up from people, lots of support. Everyone going by likes us. We had kind of a dust up with the marshals, but this is really going really well.
Hands off Iran. The Democrats are complicit. 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 Hands off Iran.
How's it going, Gabby?
Going good.
Going good.
The Democrats are complicit.
How do you feel?
Good.
The Democrats are complicit.
Finally.
Hands off Iran. The Democrats are complicit. Hands off Iran. The Democrats are complicit. Hands off Iran. The Democrats are complicit. Hands off Iran.
Do you like our message?
Yes, I like your message. I think that the U.S. bombed threw a missile on those children and they died for nothing and nobody even cares. And I wonder what Hexas would say with his 7 children if they would throw a bomb on his children for nothing.
Thank you. Glad you're here.
Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. The Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran.
Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war.
Which was, and there would be barely anything there because everything was going into producing as much as they could. Whereas state farms, the people were much more comfortable because they're just, hey, they clock in, they get their wage. And that's interesting. The other thing is that in Russia today, there is a collective farm that still exists that's run by the Communist Party, the Lenin Farms Cooperative. And it's they have strawberries. They produce the strawberries for Russia. And the presidential candidate for the Communist Party was actually the president, the CEO of the Lenin Farms Cooperative. And I actually got to meet him when I was there to cover the 2018 elections. And that was kind of interesting. And that this Lenin Farms Cooperative that exists in Russia, it is very much a kind of a holdover from the Soviet period. And they have like their own school that is like of higher quality than most of the schools in Russia. And it's actually kind of a prestigious thing. A lot of people would really like to work at the Lenin Farms Cooperative that's still around. So it's again, there's nuance to this, and that we are given such an over-the-top version of events that, again, there were famines all the time before Stalin. There were no, I mean, one thing that we often will hear, right? And again, we can't imagine the conditions these people were in. Let me just talk about this for a minute, right? This is a criticism of the left and the people that will defend, the USSR. Sometimes they can be a little bit naive, but it's also a criticism of the standard narrative, which is demonization, right? The conditions that these folks were in that we can't even relate in any conceivable way. After the Bolsheviks took power, this is Stalin, this is Lenin, this is Trotsky, this is before Stalin became the leader. A couple days after the Bolsheviks took power, everyone was drinking and partying. They had alcohol parties celebrating the revolution. But the White Army was coming. The counter-revolution was coming. So what did the Bolsheviks do? They forcibly conscripted every adult male. They confiscated all the alcohol. And they instituted the death penalty for drinking alcohol. Now, I cannot imagine a situation where I would ever shoot somebody for drinking alcohol, right? I don't drink myself, whatever. But I cannot imagine a situation where you would implement the death penalty for drinking alcohol. But that's the conditions they were in. Millions of people died in the Russian Civil War when 15 different countries invaded.
That was Trotsky, wasn't it? Who led the Red Army.
Yeah. And the level of like authoritarian, rigid military discipline that they implemented. And we can't imagine the conditions these folks were in, right? And as you know, the left in the West, you know, you get this whole like, well, I like Lenin, I like Trotsky, but Stalin was a big mean guy. No, Lenin and Trotsky were big mean guys too, that killed lots of people and put lots of people before firing squads also. And the circumstances of the Russian Revolution, it was a kill or be killed situation where, you know, we can't even relate. What I take from the Soviet Union, this is what I take from it, is that a country that had been deeply impoverished, was in dire, desperate conditions, had a revolution, was invaded, had a ugly civil war where millions of people were dying, was blockaded, they couldn't get medicine. They came from that situation to being the country that invented space travel, to wiping out illiteracy and building a modern education system, to building the world's largest steel industry, the world's largest, tractor manufacturing, the world's largest power plants, making films, the films of Sergei Eisenstein, the music of Shostakovich. They got from circumstances we can't even imagine to real solid accomplishments that the world couldn't ignore. That shows me that socialism and having a planned economy, it's not a big failure. Oh, it just doesn't work, like we're all told. Like, if you look at what the Soviet Union achieved and what they were up against and what they were able to accomplish, the idea that, oh, we just have to have capitalism, human nature, that's such obvious bullshit, right? And that's what I take from it. But I don't romanticize what these people went through. I don't pretend that these people didn't have to make decisions that I could never even imagine. Look, the Soviet Union, during that Ukrainian famine, they sold wheat on the international markets. People didn't have food, and the wheat that they did have, they sold internationally. Why did they do that? So they could use that money to buy tractors to make sure they didn't have another famine again. But can you imagine having to make that decision? There's people in your country that are going to starve, but you have to buy mechanization to make sure that this doesn't happen again. So you have to let people in your country die so you can get the materials to make sure that more people don't die next year. This is circumstances we can't even imagine, choices we can't even imagine. But the over-the-top character we've been given is false, but the romanticization is also kind of naive.
Yeah, there's a few other little things I want to get into, and we have to get into the weeds a little bit here as well. Mm-hmm. My understanding of the NEP, the new economic policy that Lenin brought in, was that if Lenin hadn't have done that, the Soviet Union would have failed at that moment. Okay, so he had to bring in what is known as the NEP, the new economic policy. Bukharin, who later became the leader of the so-called right, the right deviation under Stalin, he wanted to continue that. But Stalin's reason for zigzagging, as Trotsky said, for going back on that, is because he spotted in the way Bukharin and the NEP was going, basically creating the new bourgeoisie, the new, if that had been allowed to go on, they would have reproduced the problem in the first place, i.e. reproducing capitalism within the Soviet Union. So my understanding is that the reason he went back on the NEP was look, it served its purpose. It was there to stabilize us in the short term, but the actual plan is to have the proletariat, the dictatorship of the proletariat, and we can't do that if we're going to empower a new middle class, essentially. Is that correct?
It's more than that. I think if the Soviet Union had been at peace and not been threatened, what Bukharin advocated, which was we're going to just kind of let capitalism develop, but build up our state industries at the same time, they might have been able to do that. But Stalin knew that they didn't have time, that the Nazis, and there would be an invasion from the West. And the Sixth World Congress, right, 1928, is the turning point. That's when Stalin solidified his leadership, defeating the left opposition of Trotsky and the right opposition of Bukharin. And basically Stalin announced the capitalist West is going to have an economic crisis, and that is going to motivate them to invade us. They are going to have a war with us. We have to build this country up and have this country ready to repel that invasion. And so we don't have time to just let capitalism develop while we gradually scrape off the top and build a state industry. We have to just mobilize to have the 5-year economic plans. And the brilliance of Stalin. See, I almost think Stalin didn't get enough credit. A lot of what we think of as Marxism, Leninism came from Stalin, right? That the Soviet system was the brilliant compromise right? The Bolshevik leaders, Lenin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, they were all living in exile, writing all the books. Stalin was the guy on the ground who organized the organization, right? The theoretical journal was called Iskra, the Spark, right? That was the theoretical journal that was illegal, that they all wrote all their articles for. But they had a daily newspaper called Pravda, which means truth. And Stalin was the editor of Pravda. And Pravda was mainly short articles that were what they called worker correspondence. So people saying, at my factory, the boss has made us work, so many more hours. That's bullshit. My relative just got shot in this war with the Germans that we're not gaining anything from. And it was like short little letters to the editor. They called them workers' correspondence. That's what made up the Pravda. And Pravda would be distributed in mass everywhere. And it was like a place for people to voice their grievances. And it was very popular en masse. And Stalin was the editor of that publication. That publication was how the Bolshevik movement communicated with the broad population, 60% of which was illiterate. Like one worker would read it to all the others. Stalin was a mass organizer. He was from Georgia, right? From an impoverished, nationality. And he went to seminary school. And the Bolshevik leaders were constantly attacking him for having a Christian approach, which I think is fascinating, right? That Trotsky was furious. Apparently, a lot of these people he recruited were not atheists, right? They didn't understand that they had to be atheists to be communists. And that Stalin, he was able to work with Muslims and Christians. He organized in Baku. He organized in Azerbaijan and Batumi. And all throughout the Central Asia, the southern USSR, Stalin is going around organizing strikes and protests. He was a mass organizer. He had a brilliant knowledge of how to work with people. And the system that he created was like a compromise, right? On the one hand, you had the radical, very liberal ideas of the Bolsheviks, women's equality, we're trying to build a socialist society. On the other hand, you had this deeply conservative Russian peasantry, right? That was orthodox. And Stalin created a hybrid. And the Soviet Union was a hybrid between the radical leftist ideas of the Bolshevik leaders and the deeply conservative Russian peasantry. And for example, they put, Lenin's body in a mausoleum,
killing 1 million people in Korea, that this was a little bit of a problem. And it hurt the image of the United States around the world. And, the protest movement and disruption within the ranks of the U.S. military was just making it not feasible. And Brzezinski emphasized soft power and the use of soft power methods. And we talk about, in 1978, I talked about Afghanistan. There was a whole public relations campaign to make Osama bin Laden and al-Zarqawi look like Che Guevara. I don't know if people have seen, I believe there's a James Bond movie, The Living Daylights, that's dedicated to the Mujahideen of Afghanistan, heroically fighting the Soviets in Afghanistan. And there was a whole effort to hijack left-wing aesthetics and give the Soviet Union a Vietnam. And that's actually the term he used. He did an interview later in the 1990s where he said that he had created the Afghan trap. He had created a situation where the Soviet Union felt it had to intervene in Afghanistan in order to, quote, give the Soviet Union their own Vietnam. At the time that Middle America was angry about the Beatles and was protesting against the Beatles, many people have speculated that the Beatles concerts, rock and roll and all of that, part of what probably disturbed a lot of these pastors about it was that going to a Beatles concert was a lot like going to an old-time Pentecostal church service, right? The rhythmic music, the shaking, the dancing, and all of that. And it had the same kind of hypnotic effect on the audience, except the Beatles did not have a religious or spiritual message. And in a way, it was a threat to a lot of these preachers and such. But overall, there was also a feeling in Middle America that this chaos that was being used as a method to fight communism was also a threat to them, was also a threat to Middle America. There was a feeling that this was kind of an attack on Middle America and their way of life, and that this chaos, as it spread to their communities, might come and hurt them as well. And there was kind of, you can interpret the culture war in a lot of ways as Middle America feeling threatened by the CIA and their strategy of LSD and chaos and globalism as a method for defeating communism. And you can interpret it that this way. And I guess I just want to end this section by talking about QAnon. QAnon is not true, obviously. The idea that there's a bunch of satanic pedophiles and Trump was fighting them on the inside, it's ridiculous. But is it incorrect to say that the rich are quite evil in their views? Is it incorrect to say that the rich have a worldview that puts their own money and their own self above others? Is it incorrect to say that the rich don't particularly care about working people in the United States or the future that they have? Is it incorrect to say that the rich lack any real moral values? Is that incorrect? It's not incorrect. The narrative, the overall story they have is incorrect, but the understanding is based in reality. And so the idea that QAnon are our enemies and that working people who voted for Trump should be treated like the enemy, no, in a way they're kind of starting to get it. They just don't get it yet. Our job is to help them to get it. That understanding is really missing from left-wing circles in so many ways. So that's how I wanted to end this section. Yeah, let's have some discussion. Go ahead.
Thank you. So this past week we saw I guess like a committee hearing by like a West Point general speaking on, I guess, like how they study critical race theory and a lot of like white rage or like things that you would understand to be kind of a part of liberal arts, like academia. How would you say that that's sort of like a synthesis of that like undoing and the military industrial complex? Or like how would you make like sense of the fact that the military is starting to kind of, especially with like the woke CIA ad, how they are incorporating that into imperialism?
Well, I think there's clearly a fight behind closed doors. January 6th could not have happened without a lot of forces in the government allowing it to happen and wanting it to happen for their own reasons. And I know nowadays in a lot of high schools you read Howard Zinn's People's History of the United States as an official textbook. But I can guarantee you that the Pentagon brass don't want their kids reading Howard Zinn's People's History of the United States in their textbooks. And that there is a division within the ruling class that is very deep. And that while the liberal ideas are predominant among one faction of the ruling class, especially among the policing agencies and the military, there is a pushback and an opposition to them. And that is the basis of some of what's going on. Some of it's just material. The military-industrial complex makes money by blowing stuff up, right? And soft power involves spending a lot of money and not making money by blowing things up. And part of it is just a financial interest. But at the same time, there is a difference. In the Hillary Clinton State Department, they talked about an open international system, right? They talked about the world. There are two forces in the world. There's populism and the open international system. And they equated Pinochet and Evo Morales and China with populism and Russia, and the open international system is coming out of the West, right? And that there's this talk about illiberalism, right? And equating the anti-imperialist states with the new right in Europe, and it's populism versus the open international system. This is how they see things. And they want global revolution to create an open international system. They're Trotskyites for capitalism. They're permanent revolutionaries for capitalism. And they don't mind economically destroying the United States in the process. They want one global open international system. Whereas you do have some lower-level capitalists, who were with Trump that had a different perspective.
I think one of the things that we shouldn't shy away from, and I'm glad that we're having the conversation here, is the idea of the globalization. Starting in '99 when some left parties and some activists started talking about alter globalization or anti-globalization. And actually, I was at a conference in China a few years ago, and a Marxist professor from Slovenia got up and spoke against globalization and got a rounding applause, because actually the Chinese professors and what he was trying to argue was that we're internationalists, we're not globalists. We want countries to have their sovereignty, we want countries to have their self-determination. And one day, in some unforeseen future, maybe we'll have one world united. But for now, the point is to safeguard countries, to safeguard their sovereignty, to safeguard their self-determination, to allow for cultural expression and flourishing in its rich diversity, and to have this mutual solidarity. But globalism and globalization seeks to crush sovereignty and to tear down borders and to go in there for corporations to do what they want, to ransack countries, and then to have the cultural imperial wing to go in there and to spread all of the cultural forms from here, Hollywood, the drugs, the pornography, all that stuff. So we got a standing ovation, and there were some American academics over there who were very kind of like taken aback because they thought this was sort of like conspiracy language, but it really isn't. A lot of the left internationally are saying, wait a minute, we don't want you to come in here and just rampage our countries and our cultures and our political institutions. We have our own ways, you have your own ways, but there should be a mutual exchange and something that benefits both of us, but not just a one-sided train coming in here and taking what they want. And I think that's something important to be aware if people call you conspiracy theorists and things like that for this stuff. It's very much rooted in our tradition.
Book is a series of writings and lectures of yours called Imperialism and Anti-Imperialism. And I think, in particular, the Jimmy Dore Show audience would be interested to learn about this because this is a very viewpoint diverse audience on this show. We have kind of a viewpoint diverse audience on our show as well. But I think this really speaks to some of the big issues that sort of transcend so-called divisions between left and right, as they're currently described today. So I'll just read a few paragraphs from the introduction, which you did not write. This was written by a guy named Noah Schenck, right? Wrote the introduction to your book here. So Caleb became the spokesperson for former U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark during the Occupy Wall Street occupation of Lower Manhattan from September to November of 2011. It was during this time that Caleb began to see the weaknesses of the radical left. When the Obama administration orchestrated the Arab Spring and subsequently participated in the NATO military deposition of the African leader, Muammar Gaddafi, he became increasingly frustrated with the reaction of many leftists. Because the Arab Spring was framed as a glorious revolution from below, and because Obama was doing it, many on the left refused to criticize it. Many more went so far as to support it. Workers' World Party, pandering to the crowd of liberals, wrote articles that opposed the intervention but framed Gaddafi as a bourgeois nationalist. Caleb was furious as the party did almost nothing to oppose the destruction of Libya and instead focused on tailing after trendy liberal causes. While the left abandoned Gaddafi, figures like Alex Jones had Cynthia McKinney on his show to support the Libyan people, and libertarians pointed to Gaddafi's plan for an alternative African bank. This moment stuck with him for years. A friend of mine, his name is Anish Shivani, who's a great writer. One of his critiques of the Bernie Sanders movement, as much as he was a supporter of it, he said it does not address the question of empire. Even though you had this left-wing movement in the United States, there is an unwillingness to address the problem of empire, not only as a moral problem, but as a sort of root cause preventing the kind of social democratic reforms that the Bernie movement was advocating. And so in the introduction to this book, it mentions Occupy Wall Street, which in many senses was sort of the precursor or the prologue to the Bernie campaign. And you mentioned that from that point through the destruction of Libya, you became very disillusioned with what the book here refers to as the quote-unquote radical left. And so this book here, Imperialism versus Anti-Imperialism, kind of suggests what I think is a major theme of the Jimmy Dore Show and shows like it that really emphasize not that there's no difference between the left and the right, but that those differences are sort of subservient to the more transcendent differences between imperialism and anti-imperialism, what is often framed as establishment versus anti-establishment. And nowadays, especially since October 7th and the Israeli genocide in Gaza, left versus right is really not a very good predictor anymore of imperialist versus anti-imperialist. Not as much as you would think. And so I know that's a lot there, but you got a 500-page book about it, so you could take that wherever you'd like. Do you see, I'll try to narrow down the question a bit more, do you see a broad coalition forming in the United States, or around the world for that matter, that sort of transcends these old sort of formal political boundaries, left, right, into something a little bit more transcendent than that?
Well, that introduction is referring to, the destruction of Libya. I was in the Occupy Wall Street Park in Lower Manhattan when the news came that Gaddafi was killed. And there was a big divide in the park between who thought that was great news and who thought that was a travesty. And it was a class divide. The people that supported it were the people that were very well dressed. I used to call them beautiful occupiers, right? These people that were being paid by some big foundation to run the protest, and they came there every day in their nice clothes and told us where to stand and where to go, and coordinated with MSNBC to tell them where to put the cameras. And they all thought it was great. And they were all tied in with, and a lot of them had been in other countries staging protest movements in Syria and other places, and openly bragged about this. A lot of the people that were involved in destroying the former Yugoslavia, Otpor and such, were kind of running things. This is the George Soros Revolution Incorporated apparatus that largely runs American leftism in a lot of ways. But then there were a lot of people like me. I'm from the Midwest. I'm from a small town in Ohio. A lot of people like me who had come to New York City on a Greyhound bus because they wanted to be part of a movement, who saw Gaddafi as somebody who was fighting the system, as someone who was building an independent African bank, as somebody who had raised his people up and was opposing the status quo. And a lot of them were libertarian in their perspective, or into what you might call conspiracy theories or whatnot. But they got it. They were on Gaddafi's side, whereas the establishment left was on the side of imperialism. And that really stuck with me. But what you're referring to, and this, when you talk about Jimmy Dore and our willingness to work with people on the right to oppose wars and kind of a populist anti-establishment movement, something is happening right now, and it's happening in every political movement. This is happening among libertarians. This is happening on the right. This is happening on the left. Is that people with the same ideology are on opposite sides of issues. There were people on the left who supported Julian Assange, and there were people on the left who didn't. There were libertarians who supported Julian Assange. There were libertarians who didn't. There were right-wingers who supported Julian Assange, and there were right-wingers who didn't.
Right.
And whether it's the war in Iran, the war in Ukraine, the attacks on our civil liberties, I mean, every movement is being divided, and they're using the same ideology, but they're on opposite sides. This is very similar to what happened in the lead up to the Second World War. And that's a little bit eerie that should raise some alarm bells. But in the lead up to the Second World War, if you were a leftist and you liked President Roosevelt and you liked Stalin and the labor movement and you wanted to build socialism, you could join the Communist Party. And if you were a leftist and you wanted to build the labor movement and you were inspired by the Russian Revolution, but you hated Roosevelt and thought he was a sellout, and you hated Stalin and you thought the Soviet Union was bad, you could join this other communist movement called Trotskyism. Right. And they had the same ideology. They read the same books, but they were on opposite sides in World War II. And as World War II was getting started, Trotsky was telling his followers to launch an anti-war movement. And he was, coordinating to try and disrupt the U.S. war effort as World War II got going. But this happened on the right as well. In Britain, if you were a conservative, traditional, patriotic young man in Britain and you wanted people to be more moral and loyal to their country, you could join the British Union of Fascists, the Black Shirts, led by Oswald Mosley. And they loved Hitler, and they thought Hitler was great. But if you were a conservative, traditional British person and you didn't like Hitler, but instead you wanted to work with Roosevelt and you wanted to maybe trade with the Soviet Union, you could join Moral Rearmament, or the Oxford Group, which was a very similar movement that carried the British flag around, that was pushing traditional morality and conservatism, but was on the opposite side. In New York City, the Black Liberation Movement, you had the Harlem Renaissance going on, and many Black Americans were upset about Jim Crow and upset about the oppression of Black people, wanted to do something about it. And religious organizations have a real important, role in the Black community. And the Nation of Islam was very critical of the U.S. government in World War II. They didn't view Japan as their enemy, as a non-white empire, and they were certainly critical of they perceived the way that a lot of Jewish folks donated to the Black Liberation Movement as improper, etc. So the Nation of Islam was rather critical of the Allied side during World War II. But there was Father Divine, who was a Black liberation minister based in Harlem, who supported Roosevelt and worked closely with the Communist Party. And he was building a Black liberation movement that was pro-Soviet Union and pro-Roosevelt. And that every ideology is dividing because there are different sides in the world. And that's happening right now, just like it happened in the lead up to the Second World War. And that should raise some alarm bells, because there are two sides in the world right now. There is a new economy that has emerged as a result of the anti-colonial revolutions. It wouldn't be here without the Soviet Union, without the Bolsheviks. And after the Russian Revolution, the Bolsheviks convened the Congress of the Peoples of the East in Baku, Azerbaijan. They said, we'll support anybody who's fighting the British Empire, anyone who's fighting Western colonialism. They supported the Emir of Afghanistan, a conservative monarchist, because he was battling the British Empire. And it was the Soviet Union that gave aid to the people of the African continent fighting for their national liberation. They gave aid to the people in the Pacific, anywhere people were fighting against imperialism. And as a result of what happened in the 20th century with the Soviet Union, you have the BRICS world. You've got the BRICS economy. You've got the Belt and Road from China. You got the Eurasian Economic Union of Russia. You got the Bolivarian alternative of Latin America. You've got the axis of resistance in the Middle East, the forces battling Israel aligned with Iran, like the Houthis, Ansar Allah, etc., Hezbollah in Lebanon. You've got this whole new world that has broken out of imperialism. And then on top of that, you've got the dying Western financial system. And the way the Western financial system is trying to maintain its dominance is with degrowth. They're saying stop growth. We need to stop growth, because if humanity keeps growing and expanding, they're not going to be at the top anymore. And so they're pushing in the name of environmentalism and climate alarmism, but also in the name of other stuff, this idea that the world has got to stay poor. We've got to stop economic growth. And if you look at these wars they wage, that's what they're doing. These are countries that broke out of imperialism, like Iraq, like Libya, the countries they're targeting, like Russia, like China, like Venezuela, that were fighting to grow, to have economic growth, to assert their economic growth. And they're fighting to keep these countries impoverished. At the same time, they're setting up a low-wage police state here in the Western countries. And they're telling us we should just get used to impoverishment, right? You'll own nothing, you'll live in a pod, you'll eat bugs, and you'll be happy about it, right? That's their dark vision, right? That they have to stop growth in order to maintain their system. Well, the people around the world want economic growth. They want their children to have a better life than they had. And Americans, we also want economic growth. And the deep state and the American establishment is trying to stop economic growth and set up a police state. And the divide in the world is between the dying Western system that is trying to stop growth and trying to, just kind of shove the baby back into the womb, just trying to stop humanity from expanding and growing, and humanity's inherent drive to grow and create and expand. And that is the conflict. And it's getting to a head, right? I mean, we're seeing places like Ukraine, where this conflict is on the battlefield in Donbass. We're seeing, the war between the USA and Iran. That's the conflict in the world today, is between the rising new economy that wants economic growth and the dying Western system of monopolies that are trying to stop growth. The Americans want growth. America is the land of live your dreams and work hard and fulfill your opportunity. People from all over the planet have come to America because they want growth. They want a better life. And now they're telling us, no, we just have to accept poverty. Well, we're not going to do it. And I believe the American people will join the people of the world in their struggle against globalism, imperialism, and that we will have an anti-monopoly coalition in America of Americans that want economic growth and want to trade with the countries of the world that are breaking out of this. The only future America is going to have will be as part of a new economy where we trade with countries around the world on the basis of win-win cooperation. America must join the rising new world. We must find a way to be part of a multipolar world where we're friendly with Russia, we're friendly with China, where we trade with them. Why don't we hire China to build high-speed railway across America? Wouldn't it be great if you could get on a train in New York City and in a few hours get off in Los Angeles? Wouldn't that be amazing? And if China was our friend, we could do something like that. But this Western system is going to hold on to power, and it's going to be very vicious in order to do it. But I believe the American people overwhelmingly are starting to understand that their interests are not with this Western system. The people of the world are resisting it, and we're headed for a big moment. I think the American people are waking up, and I think there's an explosion coming. And it's not going to be people like you and I that make this explosion. I know a lot of people are listening right now, but that's good. But ultimately, it's going to be the conditions. You have to imagine that there's a giant boulder that's about to roll down the mountain, and it's coming. The question is, where is it going to roll? And guys like you and I, with our understanding of world events and our ability to talk to people, we have the ability to nudge that boulder in the right direction. And the explosion is coming. The question is, where does the explosion go? And can it lead to something better? And I think people like you and I and my organization, the Center for Political Innovation, we're dedicated to making sure that when the explosion comes, it leads to something better. We want to nudge the boulder in the right direction. And that's ultimately the task that we've been handed by history. And I think it's a challenge. And that pessimism is a great place to hide. If you say there's no hope, the world is going to hell, that's great because there's no obligation on you.
But I don't believe that that's the case. I believe we can change the world, but we have to step up and take responsibility and say, look, we can change the course of history. And I think we can do it because the explosion is coming. So that's what I'm all about. And I call this perspective, which draws from Marxism, Leninism, which draws from the history of anti-colonial movements. We call it innovationism, the celebration of human creativity and growth. The idea that human beings are a unique species that has done what no other species can do in terms of reinventing our relationship with the environment. That's what my organization, CPI, is all about. That's what my new book goes into in great depth. And we've got a great organization. We're having a convention August 15th in Chicago, some special guests. It's going to be a great day. And we're doing good stuff. And anti-imperialism, a new America beyond globalism and imperialism, that's the kind of future we need to advocate.
All right. Well, the book is Imperialism and Anti-Imperialism. Caleb, thanks so much for joining. Let people know where they can follow you before you sign off here.
Sure. Well, my group is the Center for Political Innovation, cpiusa.org. You can visit me. I'm on YouTube streaming like every night, and I'm on Twitter and Facebook. My name's Caleb Maupin, Caleb Maupin. I'm always doing different stuff. I've got a lot of books out there, but we're building a movement. What this country needs more than anything is a movement. There's a lot of great podcasts out there, but it's time for us to get ready for the coming explosion and build the movement of Americans who can work together and cooperate to spread anti-imperialism, carry out real operations. That's what needs to be done. And that's what I am dedicated to building, as difficult as it might be.
All righty. Well, great to see you. Always learn so much talking to you, my friend. Thanks for being here today, and we'll talk again soon.
Sure thing.
All righty. Thanks, Caleb. Bye-bye. Caleb Maupin, everybody. Always great to talk to Caleb. Had a great time this afternoon. We got plenty more coming this afternoon. We're going to take a quick break and be back with Kurt Metzger. All right, everybody. We are back. Got a few chats and rants to read before we bring Kurt in. Funky Lollipop says Caleb is right. Blowback is real. What we do to other countries will inevitably come back to us. That's right. One Mr. Angel 1 says define democracy. Didn't it start with Greek landowners? By the way, who is going to CPI convention in Chicago August 15th? That's right. They're having their big convention. Vienticus says, I'm glad I voted for the guy I did because he's doing the thing I didn't want the other guy to do. Your political team's in a nutshell. Everything's a scam. Everything's a lie. Everything. Wait, who the fuck is this guy? Says Vienticus. John McCarthy says the Uhuru 3 appeal is coming up July 22nd in Atlanta. We are packing the courthouse. CPI will be there. Are Jimmy and Keaton coming? Well, I'm not going to be at the courthouse, but thanks for letting me know about that. I knew that was in the process of happening. I might want to have somebody from Uhuru on to discuss that. As I understand, they're off parole. They're basically free, but they're looking to get that conviction overturned, which they should. Ganon 2D says, join CPI and sign up for the August week of anti-imperialist training. CPI is full of interesting, devoted, and smart people. Real anti-imperialists. Thank you. Eric Rousseau says, I don't think Trump's version of communism is what Jackson Hinkle was envisioning with MAGA communism. No, I think you're right about that. Vientica says, don't tell me to be for or against anything I don't understand. I'll be for or against it all I want. I'll point out again, calm together on use one-ism practice. It means nothing specific. Penny Arcos says, I learned a lot about DPRK from CPI. We'll learn more at the convention August 15th. Thank you for those chats.
So I'm here at a park in Brooklyn, and like many of you, I am trying my hardest not to think about the political nightmare our country is in. Rising inflation, a war against Iran that never should have happened, two big parties controlled by big monopolies and corporations and the Israel lobby. I'm trying not to think about all of that. Instead, I'm focusing on the positive, which is we're building a movement. And that is happening. The Center for Political Innovation is building a movement of working people that are educating themselves about anti-imperialism, that are organizing and building. And that's the only thing that's going to get us out of this. It's going to take a mass movement. Not podcasts, but community. And that's what the Center for Political Innovation has been telling people from the beginning. We've got to build a movement where working people come together and teach anti-imperialism and assert their interests against the big monopolies. Now, we're headed toward our convention in August 15th in Chicago. and we need your help. If we're going to pull it off, we need your support. Everything costs way more at this point. Lights are way more, gas is way more, everything costs more. Our members are working people. You can shoot us $5, $20, $10, $100. Whatever you can do, it'll make things go a lot easier. Our August convention is happening, August 15th in Chicago. We need you to support us to make sure it goes as smoothly as possible. I think that as hard as it may be, we have really taken some big steps forward in solidifying our organization. We now know much better how to work with people, how to maintain relationships, how to align with different organizations that have similar goals. We're moving ahead as an organization. We have been in a process of growing and developing, and we are getting better and better and better at what we do. So please take this time to go to cpiusa.org/donate and send us a contribution so that we can do what we're getting better and better at doing every day as we prepare to move forward in the coming months. We're heading into the fall as the midterm election happens to spread an anti-imperialist message everywhere we can. Send us a contribution at cpiusa.org/donate today. We are prepared to hit the ground running this fall. We've got to solidify our ranks, so please send us a contribution so that we can make August successful.
And their fear of the people, right? They're afraid of the people mobilizing. And they can't understand the difference between fascism and communism. To them, whenever the rabble get together and start demanding and fighting for their rights, that's fascism. And Susan Sontag went as far as actually saying that she considered communism to be the most effective form of fascism. So, this is particularly interesting. So in 1977, you have the Academy Awards in the United States, the Oscars, right? In 1977, at that point, the world, there's a huge amount of national liberation struggles. Communism is strong. The USA has just been defeated in Vietnam. They gave a standing ovation to Lillian Hellman. Do folks know the name Lillian Hellman? Yeah, well, I'm going to put her on the board here. This is Lillian Hellman. All right? Yeah. And Jane Fonda, who had protested the Vietnam War, she said this. She said, she was summoned before a congressional committee, the House Un-American Activities Committee, and that was in fact a travesty of human rights. She offered to testify about herself, but refused to speak about anyone else. She was blacklisted and for years unable to earn her living as a writer. She returns to us tonight, her conscience intact, still a lover of films, and it is with great pride I introduce to you tonight my friend Lillian Hellman. Now, Lillian Hellman is an amazing writer. The first Broadway play ever to talk about LGBT rights was written by Lillian Hellman. It's called The Children's Hour. It's a beautiful play about two women who run an orphanage, and then there's a rumor started that they are lesbians, and it destroys their business, and then the one woman confesses that she does have some lesbian feelings and commits suicide. It's very sad. But to talk about LGBT rights in 1936 was pretty bold. That's Lillian Hellman. Lillian Hellman wrote a beautiful Hollywood movie called The North Star about a group of Ukrainian villagers fighting off the Nazi invaders. It's an amazing film. I recommend you check it out. Lillian Hellman wrote an anti-fascist piece called Watch on the Rhine. It's also very amazing. And they made a movie about Lillian Hellman called Julia. And it was about a childhood friend that Lillian Hellman had who had been from a wealthy family but had become an underground anti-Nazi resistance fighter during the Second World War. So they made this film. And Vanessa Redgrave, the actress, who was a communist, who was a Trotskyite, but she had supported Gaddafi and all of that, she won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress for her role in Julia. And that's the next year at the Oscars. Vanessa Redgrave, she's been hanging out with Gaddafi, and she's made a documentary supporting the Palestinians. So the Jewish Defense League has been threatening to bomb the Academy Awards if she wins. But she wins anyway. And so she gets up to the podium, and she makes this speech. She says, "In the last few weeks, you have stood firm and refused to be intimidated by the threat of a small bunch of Zionist hoodlums whose behavior is an insult to the stature of Jews all over the world and to their great heroic record of struggle against fascism and oppression." That's how she accepted her Academy Award. So, interestingly enough, this is Vanessa Redgrave, by the way. We'll put her up next to... Put her up here. So, of course, Lillian Hellman, who calls herself an unrepentant Stalinist and is very proud of her work in support of the Soviet Union, refuses to apologize, because there were many intellectuals during the 1930s and such who had defended the Soviet Union but then apologized. Lillian Hellman, who refuses to do that. We have Mary McCarthy. Mary McCarthy, who's associated with Partisan Review, launches an all-out attack on Lillian Hellman. And all over the newspapers in the United States, they start saying that Lillian Hellman is a fraud on the basis of the name of some churches in her memoirs being wrong, on the basis of some little details being incorrect, and all over the press, it's cancel culture. They cancel Lillian Hellman, and they say she's a fraud, she's a Stalinist, and they go after a woman who's in her 70s and basically destroy Lillian Hellman's reputation. But the more you look into it, she was probably telling the truth in her memoirs, and her writing and her activism is, I mean, her record is very, very admired. And the individual who launches the attack, Mary McCarthy, is a Partisan Review, Congress for Cultural Freedom person. And in fact, she goes as far as on national television saying, quote, "Every word she writes is a lie, including and the." At which point, Lillian Hellman sued Mary McCarthy, saying that on multiple occasions she had said many true things. So that's worth noting. Now, I also want to talk about MK Ultra, Project MK Ultra. This is another CIA program where the CIA is doing experiments with hallucinogens and the effects of hallucinogens. It's pretty clear that the CIA was distributing LSD and hallucinogens throughout the public. There was Operation Midnight Climax in San Francisco, where they were distributing drugs to random people on the street. They were going to brothels and kind of holding the men there against their will and giving them LSD, assuming they would never tell anybody because they didn't want to know where they were. And that's pretty intense. And Fidel Castro actually talked about MK Ultra in one of his columns. He wrote, "Human beings were used as guinea pigs for its lethal experiments, which on many occasions included the use of LSD. According to recently released CIA documents, thanks to the Freedom of Information Act, Allen Dulles purchased over 100 million doses of LSD, almost all of which flooded the streets of the United States during the late 60s. Thousands of graduate students served as guinea pigs, and soon they were synthesizing their own acid. The overwhelming majority of anti-war protesters went into Students for a Democratic Society on the basis of outrage at developments in Vietnam. But once they were caught in the environment designed by the Tavistock Institute's psychological warfare experiments and inundated with a message of hedonism, their sense of values and their creative potential went up in a cloud of hashish smoke. The open cultural warfare, although undeclared against American youth, truly began in 1967. By means of a secret weapon, they managed to draw more than 4 million youth into so-called festivals. Without knowing it, they became victims of a perfectly planned experiment that involved the use of drugs on a large scale." So, you know, there was drugs being widely distributed. I mean, there's a lot written about this. I mean, many people will say it is a well-acknowledged fact that the CIA turned on America. You can read the history of the electric Kool-Aid acid test and all of that. What's also interesting to note, though, so the Beatles only had one tour of the United States. And they were touring the country, and they were shot at, and there were bomb threats against them. And based on that tour, they never toured again. And what had happened? Well, they were going through the South and through different parts of the United States and the Midwest, and they were being shot at and threatened, and people were burning record albums in the name of religion. The idea was that John Lennon had given an interview where he was critical of Christianity, and so the Beatles were anti-Christian.
The Beatles made a statement in all the newspapers that they're getting more better than Jesus himself, and the Ku Klux Klan, being a religious order, is going to come out here the night that they appear at the Coliseum here, and we're going to demonstrate with different ways and tactics to stop this performance. The Klan is going to come out here because we're the only organization that will come out and make a stop to these accusations. This is nothing but blasphemy, and we're going to try to stop it any terror way we can, but it's going to stop. We're known as a terror organization. I think we have... A terror organization? We have ways and means to stop this if this is going to be the case, yes.
Well, what ways and means?
Well, I don't want to say this, but there'll be a lot of surprises Monday night, I believe, when they get it.
But what was really underlying this was that there were two strategies about how to defeat communism. And this goes back to the 30s. There's one faction of the ruling class that thinks the best way to defeat communism is by building a kind of fascist military state. Lots of military spending, crush the labor movement, build an authoritarian society. That's the way to defeat communism. But there's another faction that argues the opposite. Instead of tightening up the United States and making it more authoritarian, create lots of chaos that will then loosen up the society, make sure that no solid leftist organization can be formed amid this chaos, and spread that chaos into the communist and anti-imperialist countries to tear them down. And those two strategies have been playing out. And there's a long-standing rivalry between the military-industrial complex of the United States, which favors the first strategy of an authoritarian state and military spending, and the CIA and the intelligence apparatus that have a second strategy of spreading chaos. And they have fought against each other. There's a very good book, The Yankee and Cowboy War, that talks about this divide in the ruling class and this difference in strategies. I also wanted to mention this guy, Zbigniew Brzezinski, right? Now, Zbigniew Brzezinski was the main Cold War strategist after the U.S. was defeated in Vietnam. The USA was defeated in Vietnam, and there was a feeling that these big wars that the United States was waging, these big dramatic military involvements, killing 1 million people in Vietnam.
The interconnectedness of the different issues.
Well, we're going old school tonight. We are having back-to-back guests. We haven't done this.
Yeah.
But sometimes that's what you have to do to accommodate, because scheduling is everything, especially right now, because got to have some very important voices. Let's go from Dr. West. Let's go to Caleb Maupin, because we recognize this moment that we're in right now is, whether it is, as Dr. West said, rebellious or is it revolutionary? Maybe it's both. And for somebody who has written a lot of books, who has shared a lot of his thoughts through his YouTube channel and a lot of other mediums, he has been doing some excellent work. We're very pleased for the first time, and hopefully not the last time, to welcome Caleb Maupin to Revolutionary Change.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, nice to meet you. I feel like I've seen you, but I've never met you. It's nice to meet you.
Well, there you go. Familiarity is a great thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Caleb, what has been, from your perspective right now, because obviously, you've been on a number of different channels. Kim Iversen is a friend. You've been really not holding back. I mean, people call you a radical, but I think you're just a truth teller. And I guess telling the truth these days is considered radical. Where do you see things going in this moment, especially in lieu of what's happening in Iran? And I mean, I personally think that Iran has the checkmate because they hold the key to our economic survival in many respects. The Strait of Hormuz is basically closed off, then we are looking at economic catastrophe. And Iran has made it very clear, you have two choices. Either you do it our way, or you can go with Israel and be screwed. How do you see it unfolding at this point?
Well, you have to put it in the context of what's going on the bigger picture. We've got a global economic system rooted in colonialism, the old order of Wall Street and London running the world. That system is in a severe crisis, and it can no longer function. And around the world, we're seeing countries that have broken out of that system that are continuing to rise. And the desperation on the part of our leaders is rising. Living standards are going down here in the Western countries, and they are getting more and more desperate. And Iran has endured. I mean, the United States was not willing to make the sacrifices on the battlefield that it would have taken to forcibly reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So Iran has brought the United States to the table. Now, I have questions. Is this real on the part of the White House? Is the White House really just upset with Israel and wants to give Iran a good deal, and Israel is opposing it? Or is this just kind of a good cop, bad cop routine? I don't really know what's going on behind the scenes. It does look to me like J.D. Vance is trying to make sure that he can have a presidential run in 2028 and not be tainted by this war. If he can be seen as the guy who solved it, as the guy who maybe stood up to Netanyahu and solved it, that'll certainly frame him well if he runs in 2028. And so, this war, look, the Trump administration, I mean, their second term here has been an absolute betrayal of so many of the people who voted for them. No new wars. Here we are. Solving the inflation. Here we are. I mean, Trump has slapped in the face millions of people who voted for him because they saw him as at odds with the political establishment. And right now, the country is not happy. The midterms are not going to go well for the Republicans, but we have a Democratic Party that you all on this podcast have shown is not much better and is very much, serving the same forces. So what is going to come next? That is the question.
Well, to me, that's one of the great fears. And we have been sounding the alarm that if you're really paying attention, with a few exceptions like Chris Rabe and maybe Brad Lander, there's a few of them out there, but in the grand scheme of things, the Democratic Party establishment has made it very clear to the Zionist entity, if you are rejected by the Republicans and their growing America First movement, you're more than welcome to come into our fold. We'll have you in a heartbeat. They are not hiding the fact that this is a shell game, and they don't care if it provokes some type of a revolution, because in their mind, they just don't think Americans have it in them to actually fight the government. They look at something like January 6th and think that that's what a revolution looks like. No, it isn't. It's much deeper than that. And that's where it's going to be interesting as we go forward. How much more can people be poked at before they say, I've had enough? Well, Jen and I are both of the mind that the economic pain in this country is going to get so much worse in the very near future. That's the big issue.
Yeah, you have to think of it kind of like a drug addict, because that's the relationship America has with war, right? When someone first starts taking drugs, they're doing it to have fun, recreational or whatever, but it gets to the point that it becomes a habit, that becomes something they need. They need it just to feel normal. And then after that, the normal that they feel gradually gets worse and worse and worse. And that's the way it is with war. When war started out, it was a little bit of a stimulus. It helped stabilize the economy. And then we got more and more reliant on it and more reliant on it. Now this system cannot continue without constant wars. This is what Rosa Luxemburg wrote about in her famous Junius pamphlet that she composed at the beginning of World War I, where she said, there will come a time where these kinds of ugly wars are the constant necessity. And she compared it to the fall of the Roman Empire. And that's the period that we're living in. And that fascism, the real scientific definition of fascism is trying to stabilize capitalism with degrowth methods, trying to destroy productive forces, create a slave labor underclass, and reboot the economy with degrowth. That's what fascism really is. Look, capitalism is the only system in history where abundance creates poverty. People become homeless because there are too many houses. People become hungry because there is too much food. Abundance creates poverty. In a rational society, if we had self-driving cars, that would be a great thing, because the chore called driving would no longer be necessary. But in our highly irrational system, self-driving cars would mean all the Uber drivers out of work, all the truck drivers out of work, all the traffic courts and state highway patrolmen out of work. It would be an economic disaster. That's not rational. Right. And when you have a system where profits are in command and production and the whole economy centers around maximizing profits for a private group of owners, you get a situation where the more efficient technology becomes and the easier it is to produce products, the poorer society gets and the more unstable the economy is. That's not rational. And that's the problem that we have. And, during the Great Depression, they had a prolonged crisis of overproduction, which is what we've got right now. They had a prolonged crisis. And the method of trying to stabilize the economy in Nazi Germany was they created a slave labor underclass of concentration camp inmates. They restarted military spending, and they were able to eradicate unemployment and reboot, the German economy for 2 or 3 years. But then after 2 or 3 years, they were right back where they started, and they launched World War II as a way of trying to keep things going. And that fascism is degrowth, is an attempt to stabilize the capitalist economy by engaging in destruction. And when we hear the ultra rich at the World Business Forum talking about, they have these dark, high-tech dystopian visions of, you'll own nothing, you'll live in a pod, you'll eat bugs, and you'll be happy about it. That's Malthusianism. That's what they've always wanted from the time of Margaret Sanger and the Rockefeller family right up to today. The understanding is for them to stay at the top of the world has got to stop growing, and they've got to drive down the population. And so they've got to stay at the top, and they can't let humanity keep growing, even though that's the nature of humanity. We are a growth-oriented species that builds and expands, etc. They've got to stay at the top, so humanity has just got to be, shoved downward and destroyed in order to keep them at the top indefinitely.
And that's Malthusianism, and that's the vision that the ultra-rich have. And they frame it in terms of environmentalism, but I don't think it's really concerned about environment. Look, if you want to get beyond fossil fuels, what about fusion energy, right? China is doing great research on getting us beyond fossil fuels to something even higher. And I think, yeah, fossil fuels are a problem. I don't deny global warming, but the answer is to get to a higher energy source, to a higher level of energy flux density. That's what we need. And you know, that's the reality, but they don't want that. The answer is, well, because of climate change, we've all just got to be poorer, and we've got to wage wars around the world against Iran or Venezuela or Cuba or Russia or China or any country that's broken out of our dominion. They're trying to save a naturally unstable system. This is globalism, imperialism, monopolistic capitalism in its death throes, dealing with the reality of when you have a system where profits are in command, it can't handle technological innovations, and humanity is a creative species. We've gotten beyond the artificial restraints and restrictions of this highly irrational system.
And that's exactly why we're so far behind China. That's the part that I think people really don't understand. You look around right now, especially in light of the response that is.
I'd like to thank everyone for being here. I feel a little naked. I left my hat in the back, so forgive me for that. I would like to welcome up a young man that I met recently after confronting AOC, who invited me on his YouTube show to do an interview. Muhammad Mirza, a young political journalist and analyst who I have faith that he will become one of the next big names in journalism, and I feel confident. I want all of you to give a warm welcome to a young and aspiring political journalist, because I think we've all been there wanting to have this opportunity. I'm so glad to be able to welcome my friend Muhammad to the stage to give a short speech. My friend, thank you for being here. Thank you.
In the name of God, the most beneficent, the most merciful, I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to address this gathering. Today, we gather here in solidarity with the victims of war and imperialism, with the victims of greed and racism. Today, we have gathered for those individuals who have hopefully decided to leave their personal interests in serving the people of this world, in providing true and accurate information, and by leaving their biases and by taking one of the most important tasks and duties and responsibilities in supporting a movement which has been criticized by those who benefit from murdering other people, which has been criticized by those who benefit from murdering other people. By standing against wars and bloodshed, we here have proved that we're not going to buy on to the war narrative or the agenda of those corporations or lobbies that benefit from weapons sales, human bloodshed, and human suffering. We are here to denounce war and bloodshed and to sympathize with war victims, the countless refugees who are running away from mercenaries and brutalities of wars, looking for shelter. If they manage to escape from the bombshells and the gunshots in their war-torn countries, they end up losing their children to the harsh ocean waves. The war is illegally imposed by the imperialist capitalist powers. There are those rich politicians and CEOs who fund and promote wars for their own interests, to fill their own filthy stomachs, while children are starving to death in Yemen, Palestine, Afghanistan, and Iraq. How many times we, the American people, are going to get fooled into illegal wars? The false flag of WMDs that led to the Iraq War. The false flag of WMDs that led to the Iraq War. We're talking about 20 years of misery for the locals of Iraq and Afghanistan, spending $8 trillion of US taxpayer dollars and killing 926,000 civilians, and not to forget thousands of years of human civilization in Iraq. And let's not forget those victims who died, the thousands of victims who died on 9/11 to create a pretext for this war. It is extremely important that we distinguish falsehood from the truth, propaganda from reality, as they have tried time and again to somehow hide the facts from the people by silencing the media that speaks out against them. In and the conflict of Ukraine revealed the double standards and the hypocritical politicians, as when Arabs, Africans, or Muslims are being driven out by their invasions, they're considered terrorists, and when they take up arms to defend themselves from foreign powers, they're blacklisted, and when they raise their voices, they're silenced. But when white European with blue eyes and blonde hair do all those, they're considered civilized and receive all of Western media's attention. They're also humans. Why are we, whether they're white or black, but why is there selective sympathization? It's a racist mainstream media coverage which has led to the xenophobia, or the preference of one race over the other, that we can see in the rise of the attacks on Asian communities here, or we can see the rise of Islamophobia. Why are Muslims considered terrorists? Why are Muslims considered terrorists? Why is terrorism only being used to describe Muslims, not for Nazis, not for supremacists, causing bloodshed around the globe? I would never recommend learning from your Islam from Western mainstream media. Rather refer to the Holy Quran. According to the teachings of Prophet Muhammad, killing one innocent human is as if you have killed the whole humanity, and saving one innocent human is as if you have saved the whole humanity. Our religion teaches us to defend ourselves, not to fight wars. It's a peaceful religion. After this, those neoliberal mouthpieces still have the audacity to come out and promote human rights and champion freedom in the West, who pretend to champion human rights for their own interests and to compromising the truth, to fund for example, for funding the Israeli Iron Dome. What kind of freedom is this when people like Julian Assange are being persecuted for revealing war crimes? I only see freedom. Free Assange! Free Assange! I only see freedom for those who are making warmongering policies while sitting in the comfort in the White House, while journalists who reveal the truth are being persecuted. As Malcolm X once said, this is irresponsible media. It will make the criminal look like a victim, and a victim look like a criminal. If you aren't careful, the media will have you hating the people being oppressed and loving the people who are doing oppression. This is a sort of propaganda and a tactic that I would call psychological warfare. This battle of truth and falsehood, let's continue our struggle. We believe that the truth will be victorious. Our small voices can be a thorn in the eyes of the oppressors. When the tyrant at the time wanted to burn Prophet Abraham, remember, when the tyrant at the time wanted to burn Prophet Abraham, a small bird would come and drop a small amount of water. No matter how small the efforts is, we will still continue. In history, we have seen great examples of leaders. One of the greatest leaders that we have seen was Hussein, son of Ali. Hussein, the grandson of the Holy Prophet Muhammad. Hussein, 1400 years ago, was under a caliphate of a tyrannical dictator and a mercenary Yazid who treated his opponents like scum. Hussein fearlessly stood up against Yazid with only a handful of companions against thousands and said, Hayhat minna dhillah, I'll never accept humiliation. I'll never accept humiliation. His loyal companions, all of them were gone. The men from his family were dead, including a 6-month-old child. The women were beaten and paraded through cities, but despite this supposed defeat, Hussein never gave up. Hussein never stood down. And he remained a role model for generations to come, as greats such as Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, Imam Khomeini, and Qasim Soleimani, who were all inspired by this one Hussein. And despite all his limitations, he was able to make such a big impact on the globe. His stance is alive today with all those who seek freedom. The stance that I'll never bow down to an oppressor and will always stand tall and never compromise my values. This inspiration is why the resistance is alive today. And this movement is stronger than ever. And the enemy is weaker than ever. Remember, Israel is weaker than the web of a spider. And today, the people of the world Today, the people of the world are waking up to the call, to the lies and the deceptions, and seeing the reality of these hollow words of politicians and those who claim to be supporting the people of Yemen, Palestine, and Syria, but then send money to terrorists. Let's open our eyes to the crimes of these bloodthirsty imperialist regimes and to the lies that have been speaking to justify these crimes. If Prophet Jesus was alive today, he would not be silent, he would not be passive or indifferent to injustice. He would do anything to stop the brutalities on Palestinians, as well as human suffering in Yemen, and the racism against African Americans, all the illegal and brutal wars and harsh economic sanctions that this country has imposed on other nations. I would like to see a world where peace and justice is the order of the day. And if we want to see peace in this country, if we want to solve the problem of institutionalized racism deeply rooted in the system, evils like police brutality, the harsh economic injustice, exploitation of resources by 1% capitalists, poverty and homelessness, then we have to stop all illegal wars on other nations, bring back the troops, stop bullying other nations and treating them like animals, stop meddling in other nations' affairs, be it Venezuela, Cuba, Iran, Syria, or Afghanistan. Let's not make this one event a ritual. Let's take a message, a resolution, not to come back. Let's take a stance, a tall stance. Let's stand tall to bring this resistance into our daily lives by using the tools of the Zionists, for example, social media, in our own benefit. And we must organize events and demonstrations, not remaining silent to injustice and occupation with our utmost capacity that we have. As Hussein once said, staying silent under oppression is as if you're part of that oppression, and the days of the oppressors are numbered, and this is a promise of God. Thank you so much.
You mentioned Imam Hussein in your beautiful remarks, and thank you for coming here and giving these remarks. And I got to tell you, I've spent a lot of time in Iran, and it was in my travels in Iran that I developed a deep admiration for the Shia revolutionary tradition of standing against injustice. And I really want to thank you for coming here and making these bold remarks and doing so. I want to thank you so much. So thank you very much for giving such a spirited remark, for calling out imperialism and Zionism and doing everything you can. I want to thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
It's an honor being here.
Yes, absolutely.
Being exhibited by everyone from all corners of the earth, particularly a lot of the citizenry here, when it comes to the genocide in Gaza, the continued attempted genocide in southern Lebanon, and now we're seeing what Iran is doing. And yet, at the same time, as I'm sure you know, many of you in the audience probably know as well, JNS held their conference in Jerusalem over the weekend, and this is the nonsense that Zio scum like Ayman Cohen had to say regarding what's the future of Israel hold right now. You might be surprised.
One threat from America is the Muslim Brotherhood. CARE and the Muslim Brotherhood are trying to take over now Florida and Texas. And first they take Florida, then they take Texas, and then America falls. New York, they already took over. Now, it's not only a threat for America, it's a threat for Israel. In 15 years from now, Israel will have a war with Egypt. The Muslim Brotherhood will eventually take over Egypt. The Muslim Brotherhood, which is a Sunni jihad, now, after we weaken the Shia jihad, will be a threat to the world. Turkey is now taking over. Fidam Khan, what's his name? The foreign minister, Hakam Fidan, the foreign minister of Turkey, announced that we took Haleb, we took Damascus, and Jerusalem is next. The Sunni jihad is the next enemy. Israel needs to be strong. America needs to be strong. Unfortunately.
Oh, cannot. That's so funny to me. I've met the CARE Florida people. I've met them. They're not trying to take over. That's the thing. I want to know who he's talking about. Also, the Muslim Brotherhood has nothing to do with anything that we're talking about. I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, I mean, they just like to make things up. But this level of disconnect, and this is also one of the things that we've talked about at great length regarding the class war. When you're talking about the average Zionist, especially when they're Jewish, they are coming from the highest rungs of society. Their disconnect to working people is not only profound in number, but their supremacist ideology truly makes them look at everybody else like, well, you're totally expendable as far as we're concerned. So even though it looks like we're in not good shape, we're still going to push forward with this nonsense. Your thoughts?
Well, it's interesting. He's talking about the Muslim Brotherhood, and it is interesting. This does seem to be a difference between Democrats and Republicans. The Muslim Brotherhood was started in Egypt in the 1920s. In the 1950s, it became a vehicle for the United States to work against the president of Egypt, Abdel Nasser, who was like an Arab socialist. And the USA backed the Muslim Brotherhood to kind of work against the Arab socialist leader, Abdel Nasser. And the Muslim Brotherhood, I mean, it exists throughout the Middle East. It's kind of, they call them westernized Muslims, right? Their teaching is that that America is more Muslim than the Muslim world. The Muslim world needs to adopt the free market capitalist system, and that capitalism is fine as long as you are a good Muslim and donate to charity, etc. That's the Muslim Brotherhood current, and they have been friends of the liberal CIA. They were key in bringing down the Assad government in Syria. They were key in bringing down Gaddafi. However, Hamas started out as the Palestinian wing of the Muslim Brotherhood. And the Muslim Brotherhood tends to be on the side of the United States in pretty much every country in the world, except when it comes to Israel, Palestine. They are very anti-Israel because they're Muslims. And so meanwhile, Saudi Arabia has outlawed the Muslim Brotherhood. Saudi Arabia are Wahhabis. They're Sunni Muslims, but they're like the opposite interpretation. They, instead of wanting to modernize and be like the West, they're saying you want to go back to the 1400s. We want to go back to like a strict autocratic medieval kind of system. And it tends to be, I've noticed, Republicans, the Bush administration, Ronald Reagan, even up to Trump, they like Saudi Arabia. They want to sell weapons to Saudi Arabia. They like Saudi oil. Whereas it tends to be the liberals, the Obamas, the Clintons that like the Muslim Brotherhood. And, and that's kind of a divide. And every so often Trump will come out and say, oh, I want to ban the Muslim Brotherhood. Well, he's kind of, they're playing games. The USA has different allies and different proxies throughout the Middle East region. And I've noticed, the main funders of the Muslim Brotherhood wing of Islam at this point are Turkey and Qatar, right? Whereas Saudi Arabia is associated with Wahhabism. Obama's strategy in the Middle East, which has completely failed. I mean, it really escalated during the Obama administration. Trump tried it in his first term. The idea was to polarize the peoples of the Middle East, the Muslims of the Middle East, between Sunni and Shia. Iran is a Shia country. The majority of the Muslims in the Middle East are Sunnis, and you have the Sunni Wahhabis around Saudi Arabia, and you have the Sunni, the westernized Sunnis that are around the Muslim Brotherhood. And the idea was to play up the idea that Iran is trying to take over the Middle East and create a Shia crescent or a Shia empire. And so they were going to unify, the Sunni Muslims to fight Iran and divide the Sunni and Shia of the Middle East. And that was kind of the strategy. And part of, the war in Syria, the way the Obama administration pushed it, and the way the Muslim Brotherhood was key and all of that. That was kind of the strategy. But October 7th and the aftermath has kind of thrown it on its head, because everyone can see now that the forces that are battling Israel and fighting against Israel are aligned with Iran. They are Shia Muslims, whether it's Hezbollah in Lebanon, whether it's Ansar Allah or the Houthis in Yemen, and whether it's Iran itself that is being targeted by Israel and by the United States. Every Muslim who opposes Israel can see that the real champions of the Palestinians, the true allies of the Palestinians, are aligned with Iran. So playing up the idea that Shia Muslims are no good or false Muslims or apostates, that's just not a winning line in the Muslim world anymore. And that strategy that the Obama administration used to try and divide the Muslims on the basis of that, isolate Iran on the basis of them being Shia, that strategy has completely fallen apart. And at this point, the world is so horrified by Israel's crimes, and Iran is clearly the one fighting Israel. Iran has regained a lot of respect and a lot of credibility. I think, we talk about the Democrats, the folks at Black Agenda Report used to say they're not the lesser of two evil, they're the more effective evil, right? They're the more, yeah. And that Obama was smart about it. Their idea was, we're not just going to say all Muslims are terrorists and Israel is great. We're gonna give a bone. We'll negotiate with Iran, and we'll court the Muslim Brotherhood as allies, and we'll kind of play this long-term manipulative game that was thought up in think tanks, right? This is the Council on Foreign Relations and the Asia Society, and they've dreamed up these kind of long-term schemes for ensuring the dominance of Wall Street all over the world. But a lot of the people among the rich and powerful, they just want to make money. And that, that long-term strategy that Obama had of kind of dividing the Muslims of the world while negotiating with Iran and perhaps sinking American influence into Iran and pulling off a color revolution among the younger generation, that strategy got in the way of Netanyahu's political career. He needs an Iranian threat in order to get reelected. And it also cut into the profits of the military-industrial complex. If Iran is not a threat, how are you going to sell loads and loads of weapons all throughout the region to all the other countries? And so basically a more effective strategy for Wall Street was nullified because it cut into the short-term interests of certain entities. And that's kind of how we've seen this play out, is the Iran nuclear deal may have been a more effective mechanism, but it was overruled.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, you hit it right on the head. If it's not profitable, and that's why war is so common, that's what it comes down to. And in many ways, if you're not fighting, you're not profiting. And of course, guys like this look at it as, well, we need.
You ever seen this flower?
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, how you doing? You ever seen this flower?
No.
It's called Kim Il-sungya. Find out all about it. Hello. Have you seen this flower? Have you seen this flower?
I think so.
You can't get it in America.
Okay.
It's called Kim Il-sungya.
Oh.
Yeah, North Korea.
Yeah.
It's grown all over North Korea because in 1964, Kim Il-sung went to Indonesia and they were growing this flower, and President Sukarno named it after Kim Il-sung as a symbol of eternal friendship between Indonesia and North Korea.
Okay.
This is Penny Arcos, the regional captain for the Minnesota chapter of Center for Political Innovation. I've been out here at the University of Minnesota passing out these books for a couple hours about the Kim Il-sungya flower. Had a lot of positive reactions. Most people were curious. They don't know much about North Korea, but they were willing to learn. It's called Kim Il-sungya. Have you ever heard of it?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, it grows all over North Korea. In 1964, Carl Ludwig was growing it in Indonesia, and Kim Il-sung visited Indonesia and saw how beautiful it was. And so Sukarno, the president, decided to name it after Kim Il-sung as a symbol of eternal friendship between Indonesia and North Korea. And shortly after that visit, America overthrew Indonesia. Hello. Have you ever seen this flower?
No.
It's called Kim Il-sungya. CIA gave the information to the military to slaughter thousands of Chinese ethnic people and the supporters of Sukarno, because he had been a populist leader. He built infrastructure and schools and wiped out illiteracy. Obama's mother brought him to Indonesia, where married his stepfather, and they were part of this slaughter.
What organization is it?
Center for Political Innovation.
All right.
Have you ever heard of it?
Left wing, center, right wing.
Well, we are innovationists, so we don't claim left wing, right. We claim that we want a government of action that fights for working families, so that nations can develop and trade with each other instead of having forever wars. And we can break free from the world that's run by Wall Street and London and have innovation for everyone.
Siblings might support it.
Okay.
Because they're kind of...
This is a monument they built in Senegal for their struggle, for their freedom against the colonialism, when they broke free of colonialism. And they made a monument in Senegal for their independence. They supported the Black Panthers and Cuba. North Korea supported the Black Panthers in their struggle against the FBI and repression. So the economic system, World Economic Forum, they want you to live in a pod and eat bugs, right? Mm-hmm. And they want everyone to depopulate and degrow and hold back. But we understand that humans are creative and they want to grow. And despite all these wars, we have optimism. Mm-hmm. They call them dictators because they have an economic system that is not dominated by Wall Street. Are you going to school here?
I am, yeah.
What are you studying?
American Studies.
American Studies?
Yeah.
So what does that translate to in the real world? Like
history.
History. So you'd be a history teacher?
Probably not. I don't like academia anymore.
You've heard of Free Palestine, right? Everybody says Free Palestine. Well, they supported the Palestinian struggle against the imperialist globalist system. The ambassador of Palestine to North Korea and his wife were unable to conceive. And so what's really sweet is that Kim Il-sung sent a fertility expert to help them conceive. And that's their daughter, Jendele, which is named after another flower. And then this is about the Iran war. Democrats and Republicans are complicit. And
I agree.
The Greater Israel, we support a peace bridge across Russia and Alaska for development instead of war.
Awesome.
What's your name? The economic system that has broken free from Wall Street, we call it anti-imperialism. The economic system is globalism, imperialism, Wall Street, big banks that are waging all these wars to keep people down and keep it from developing like they're doing in West Africa right now. Yeah. But China broke free. They were controlled by the Japanese invaded, the British invaded. They broke free and they built 31,000 miles of high-speed rail. They have 5-year economic plans. What's happening to our bridges in America?
I don't know.
They're falling apart.
I do.
Right? They're not investing. Right? In that bridge.
Right?
Yeah. The Kerch Bridge from Russia to Crimea, it's indestructible. No matter how much Ukraine tries to destroy it with bombs, it's indestructible. We advocate for building a peace bridge from Russia to Alaska. And that's what the peace talks have been about. And hopefully these peace talks will have fruit this time. This is a project that's been in the works for many, many, many years. Instead of war with Russia, we would have development poles all across Alaska and Russia, and that would build the economy and just amazing stuff. And we have workshops.
Stop you, but I consider myself politically neutral, and we are Bible students. We promote God's kingdom as the solution to the problems that we're seeing in the world. As far as governments fighting governments, we're all God's people, all across the globe. And so we have a global brotherhood. We have people in every country across the globe. And so we promote that versus man's government, which is so divided.
You're true. And part of that is we believe that God is the creator of all beings and that human beings have a creative spirit. We want to innovate. We want to create. And the economic system that's run by Wall Street is holding that back. They want everyone to degrow and depopulate and live in a pod and eat bugs. And we do promote the spiritual aspect of human growth. And we do believe that there is a spiritual connection. And we want...
And that no one race is better than another race.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You're right. And so we have a vision for America. We were outside the jail for Maduro, saying free Maduro. And when the siege on Palestine began, no jobs and schools for America, not weapons for Israel. So we want people to understand it's about the economic system. And we have a vision for America to just make it beautiful and everybody be able to get along. And we support countries that are breaking free of imperialism and globalism. So our founder has a vision for America that's bright and optimistic instead of all these wars. We want to partner with that system and have mass mobilization to rebuild the country, get all the unemployed, get all the troops home, build our bridges, build our schools, public ownership of natural resources so we can sell the timber and the gold and the oil on the market and invest in education and healthcare and public control of the banks. Right now we have a private bank called the Federal Reserve that lends money at interest. All these taxes are just going to the interest on the debt. And then Trump wants to $1.5 trillion for war, right? And because that's the only thing our economy is based on is war.
Yeah, we just send all the money to go fight a war, but then there's so many people in debt, there's so many people without homes, without food, and then there's little kids struggling.
Exactly, and that's because Wall Street owns our politics. And of course, the Zionist regime. We have a leader who has been around the world supporting anti-colonial, anti-imperial movements. He has spoken with Putin about the African People's Socialist Party. You remember Uhuru got raided and when Trump got raided, right? We support them. And he interviewed Ibrahim Raisi before he was mysteriously unalived. His family, Charles Finney, was a Christian pastor who was part of the mass movement of Christians against slavery. And so we're spreading a mission of hope. Instead of Wall Street that's holding back development and making all these countries poor, we want to ally with countries that are breaking free and break America free. You can, if you want to scan that, you can, or it's yeah. Okay. And we have a 4-point economic plan to rebuild America.
Yes, I have to run, but I'll definitely read it.
Yeah,
It's nice
yeah.
to meet you.
What's your name? In the end, everybody was very receptive to our economic plan, and they understood that Wall Street is holding us back, and they don't want these wars, and they do want development. Especially, we have all these kids that are studying and are going to be in debt for the rest of their lives, and they want to study, and they want to grow, and they want to learn, and that's what the human spirit is about. So it's been a great run.
So I'm here at a park in Brooklyn, and like many of you, I am trying my hardest not to think about the political nightmare our country is in. Rising inflation, a war against Iran that never should have happened, 2 big parties controlled by big monopolies and corporations and the Israel lobby. I'm trying not to think about all of that. Instead, I'm focusing on the positive, which is we're building a movement. And that is happening. The Center for Political Innovation is building a movement of working people that are educating themselves about anti-imperialism, that are organizing and building. And that's the only thing that's going to get us out of this. It's going to take a mass movement, not podcasts, but community. And that's what the Center for Political Innovation has been telling people from the beginning. We've got to build a movement where working people come together and teach anti-imperialism and assert their interests against the big monopolies. Now, we're headed toward our convention in August 15th in Chicago, and we need your help. If we're going to pull it off, we need your support. Everything costs way more at this point. Flights are way more, gas is way more, everything costs more. Our members are working people. You can shoot us $5, $20, $10, $100, whatever you can do. It'll make things go a lot easier. Our August convention is happening, August 15th in Chicago. We need you to support us to make sure it goes as smoothly as possible. I think that as hard as it may be, we have really taken some big steps forward in solidifying our organization. We now know much better how to work with people, how to maintain relationships, how to align with different organizations that have similar goals. We're moving ahead as an organization. We have been in a process of growing and developing, and we are getting better and better and better at what we do. So please take this time to go to cpiusa.org/donate and send us a contribution so that we can do what we're getting better and better at doing every day as we prepare to move forward in the coming months. We're heading into the fall as the midterm election happens to spread an anti-imperialist message everywhere we can. Send us a contribution at cpiusa.org/donate today. We are prepared to hit the ground running this fall. We've got to solidify our ranks, so please send us a contribution so that we can make August successful. Mausoleum, and the icons are a tradition of the Russian Orthodox Church. They made Lenin an icon, right? And then women had equality with men. They could vote. They were leaders of the military. They worked. They had daycares that were created so women could work. But at the same time, they glorified the Soviet family. They outlawed abortion. Stalin outlawed abortion. They outlawed homosexuality. And in fact, Stalin instituted a policy where if a woman gave birth to more than 10 children, she got a medal. That was one of the highest honors, to be a mother of the Soviet Union, meaning that you had more than 10 children. And they glorified the Soviet family. And if you look at the role that Stalin played, he was like a king. He was like, he played the role that a czar had played in the previous system. He was the face of the system. And what did Stalin do? He went around rewarding people, right? That's basically what he did, is he spent his life going from factory to factory, from collective farm to collective farm, giving awards to people for working really, really hard. And he was, it's like, you can imagine the Soviet Union being like one giant corporation, and he was the CEO who visited every workplace and handed out awards to people for working really, really hard all the time. And that's what he did, right? And his job was, he was the national celebrity, the face of the nation. And if you worked really, really hard in your factory and you produced so much, he would come to your factory and give you a special award and a cash bonus, right? And I have met people, it was the achievement of their life when their grandfather got to meet Stalin because they worked so hard, they worked so many extra hours in the coal mine, or and that's that model. That's what you call really existing socialism, real socialism, or Stalinism. That was like the Cold War model. It's very effective at taking countries that are underdeveloped, that don't have industrialization, don't have electricity, don't have paved roads, don't have a modern education system, and building them up, right? And getting them over that hurdle of industrialization. It's very, very effective, right? And you have a charismatic leader who's the CEO. You have 5-year economic plans. You have collective farms that sell their goods to the state at a fixed rate. And that model, it made many countries industrialized. And I don't think just Marxist-Leninists. I think, if you look at Iraq and Syria, Saddam Hussein, Assad, they were a similar kind of system. Gaddafi's Libya was a very similar kind of thing, of this kind of like, we're going to have a state centrally planned economy to industrialize. After that, though, it starts to stagnate. After that, you need the market for material goods, right? For the things that make life fun. State central planners shouldn't be designing clothing, right? People need to vote with their dollars about what kind of clothes they want. Children's toys, video, like things that make life fun, hotels, restaurants, that kind of thing. Yes, you do need market incentive for, but you don't need market incentive to run a power plant. You just need somebody who's getting paid to clock in and clock out and make sure it works, right? And that's the Stalin model was very, very effective, and he pioneered it. And it wasn't what Lenin and Trotsky thought of. He thought of it himself because he knew his people, right? This is the crazy thing. Leftists in America burn the American flag. We hate it. Stalin loved his people and his nation, and he knew them so well that he could take what the Bolsheviks had created and adjust it in a way that the people that he knew, that he had organized in every corner of that country, they could accept it. Right? That's how well he knew and loved his people. There was a rock band from the 1960s that played at Woodstock. They were called Country Joe and the Fish Band, right? Some stoner hippie stuff. But why were they called that? Country Joe and the Fish? Because their parents were communists, and Country Joe was Stalin. That was Stalin's nickname, Country Joe, because he was from the countryside. And the fish was Mao. It was Stalin and Mao, because the fish, Mao said, the masses are the water and the revolutionary is the fish. Mao and Stalin, they were both mass organizers. They knew how to work with people, right? And that when the Communist Party of the United States became what you might call Stalinized, it changed the way it approached people. It had a much more mass approach. Its literature was much more clear and coherent. They put forward very clear demands, and they moved the headquarters of the Communist Party when Stalin, assumed leadership in 1928. Stalin had the Communist Party of the United States move its headquarters from New York City to Chicago. And in the Communist Party's 1932 book, Towards Soviet America, they say Chicago will be the capital of America, not New York City, because Chicago is an industrial city in the heartland. And one of the complaints about the Communist Party is they pointed out that its membership was largely immigrants, people that came from somewhere else, largely African-American. They always found a white dude to be the leader of it, right? They had William Z. Foster, who was an Irish Catholic from Philadelphia. They had Earl Browder, who they called the man from Kansas because he was from Kansas, an agricultural state. They had Gus Hall, a guy of Finnish descent who had been an Iron Range worker in Minnesota. Stalin was always saying, if you want to build a serious communist movement, you can't look like some foreign conspiracy trying to direct things. You need to build a movement that the heartland, the bulk of the American people will accept, that is really just an expression of them. And, under Stalin's leadership, the Communist Party of the United States really amplified the cult of Abraham Lincoln, right? And they built the Abraham Lincoln Brigade that went to fight in Spain. I am fascinated by a phenomenon in Russia. My next book that should be published in the next couple of weeks is going to be called Mystical Stalinism. Mystical Stalinism is a trend in Russia now of people who admire Stalin, but they don't see him as a communist. They see him as kind of a representation of the Russian people and their history. And that there's a whole trend of people in Russia who admire Stalin, seeing him in kind of Russian Orthodox and a spiritual way as an expression of the Russian people, of the Russian Empire kind of asserting itself against the West. There's a lot of talk nowadays of geopolitics, civilizations of the sea versus civilizations of the land, right? And the understanding is that when civilizations on the land are besieged and conquered by civilizations of the sea, on the land, messianic figures kind of emerge that rally the people of the land to defend their land and build themselves up and repel the foreign invaders. And civilizations of the land are much more collective, where civilizations of the sea are much more individualist. And you have empires of the sea like the Roman Empire or the British Empire that are about controlling trade routes and having wealth be concentrated in mighty cities. But civilizations on the land, in order to hold land masses together, you have to build roads, you have to develop in order to hold civilizations together. And that when the civilizations of the land are besieged by the empires of the sea, figures emerge on the land to kind of lead the people of the land to repel the invaders and industrialize. And that's an understanding of Stalin that I think is fascinating. They call it mystical Stalinism. And that's what my next book that should be out pretty soon is going to be about.
Very interesting. I mean, just before we wrap up on this, my understanding was that Kalinin did a lot of that, going around giving people's medals type stuff as well. That, you know, maybe if Stalin was not available, you might get Kalinin come into your town, give you a medal for hard work or reaching a quota or whatever else. I made a video a while back last year on the industrialization part, because I actually think that there is a heroic core, right? You imagine these people, the conditions, again, unimaginable for us, but, you know, they're carving whole new cities out of rock, okay? I mean, the industrial basis, not just the steel industry in Russia, but the infrastructure, the energy, you know, it's a gas powerhouse now and a oil powerhouse. All of the work that was required to do that happened in the 1940s. And in fact, I think when it came to energy policy, the same guy was after Stalin, the same guy was in charge for like 30 odd years. They didn't touch that bit. But that is still the economy of Russia today. It's Putin's economy is built directly on top of what Stalin left for the country. There wouldn't be a Russia if it wasn't for what he did in that time. And, you know, one of the things that I find frustrating is that, you know, I make these points and people say, oh, well, the thing is, they brought in American help. They stole, you know, they copy the technology. They land lease gave, and I'm thinking, like, look, if you've ever played Sid Meier's Civilization, right, you've got another civilization that is ahead of you in tech. What are you going to do? You have to catch up. You have to get it from what they're going to just like reinvent the entire supply chain themselves. They're going to have to get, you know, if you're trying to get ahead, you have to get the technology from, you know, if it exists over there, it makes sense. We need the tractor now. Okay, we'll use American tech. Who cares? So I don't understand why that argument is always brought up as if it kind of takes away the achievement or lessens it in some way. How would you respond to that?
Well, first of all, they paid for it largely. That was what socialism in one country. Trotsky wanted just to be antagonistic towards the West and eventually march communism there. Stalin said, look, we have to make trade deals. And they paid for it.
The plebs to go out there and die for us so we can get richer. So we'll finish it out.
Week. Now, imagine you're an Israeli prime minister today. And you understand that in 15 years, you're going to have a war with Egypt, and you don't know who's going to be the prime minister, the president of the United States in 15 years from now. What do you do today to address that challenge? Even if it's an American one, the Muslim Brotherhood takes Texas and Florida, imagine where America can be. That's a threat not only to Israel, not to Western society, it's a threat to mankind.
Well, no. The only threat to mankind is the state of Israel, because right now they are the one nation in the world that I believe that if push came to shove, and Lord knows they may be heading in that direction, that would actually drop a nuclear bomb if they needed to. So that to me has always been the Samson option. Of course, that's what it's called, would be of a great risk to all of us. And that's part of the reason why you see things like this. And then you see things like this with Colonel Kemp. This is so insane that, you know, I mean, again, I think obviously the primary reason why people make statements like this is because they're looking for a paycheck. I understand that. But at the same time, when you talk like this, it just creates even greater fervor towards the Israel cause, which in some ways you can laugh at the statement, but then realize you're cultivating more support against Israel, which, let's face it, at this point, we need as much as we can get.
I speak as a goy, a mere goy. The Jews were put on the face of the earth to be a light unto nations. And Israel is being that light in defense of its own country. And I think most particularly, not just in military technology, but in the way in which those extraordinary men and women of the IDF have shown the world how to fight. And many countries in Western Europe, which are going to face this violence, will be looking to Israel to see how they're going to fight. So the narrative is one thing, but action, I think, is even more important.
Good boy. You did your job. If anybody's looking at the IDF for direction, women, children who are unarmed. That's it. Pretty much everybody else, they run and hide like the cowards they are. Is this some type of humiliation ritual that so many of these potential, I guess, paid propagandists have to go through in order to display their loyalty for the Zionist cause? Is that what this is about?
Well, look, he's speaking for the British elite, right? The British Empire created Zionism. Christian Zionism, invented by the British elite, predates Jewish Zionism. Before there was Theodore Herzl, there were British theologians writing about, oh, we need to send the Jews back to Palestine and set up a state because of the Bible and blah, 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 blah. And then Theodore Herzl came along and he realized that so many Jewish folks were becoming socialists and leftists, and that was a threat to the power structure, and that he feared that there would be unity between Jews and non-Jews among the working class of Europe. And so he came up with this political movement called Zionism, which was the notion that Jews can never assimilate into European society. They're just so different. They're just so special. They have to have their own state. And he pitched it to the wealthy British elite, including the Rothschilds, but not only the Rothschilds, many non-Jewish wealthy British bankers and imperialists. And he said, look, you've got Rhodesia to be your settler state in Southern Africa. You've got other settler states around the world. Why don't we Jews, will never fit in? Why don't we be the settler colony for you in the Middle East, and we'll defend your interests? And when the Balfour Declaration came down with the Sykes-Picot Agreement, et cetera, we saw the settlers in Palestine acting as agents of the British and protecting pipelines, et cetera. And then the Arab people revolted against them, and Britain sent its military in the 1930s to protect the settlers. And all of that then led to the creation of Israel in 1948. So I think that, he's pandering to that ideology when he uses those words. He says, I'm a mere goy. But he's speaking to what has been the interests of the globalist imperialist system for a long time. The Zionist ideology was fomented by the power structure, by the British Empire for their own ends, and has been that. And it wasn't until the Holocaust that it had a majority among the Jewish population. Until the Holocaust, the majority of Jewish people rejected Zionism and saw themselves as social democrats or communists or whatever. But after the Jews in Europe were killed in the Holocaust, and after British Jewish folks had kind of dominance, and after the horrendous events of the Holocaust, Zionism was able to get the upper hand, and we saw the creation of the state of Israel. And there were even a lot of leftists who were confused. Israel was pitching itself like it was going to be some socialist commune in the desert, right? I mean, the early years of it, I know a lot of leftists who said they sold trees for Israel while they sold the Daily Worker back in the 1950s, right? And it was pitching itself as a leftist cause. And it wasn't really until the 70s that Israel just kind of came to terms with the fact that it was a right-wing settler colonial project. I mean, the rise of Menachem Begin kind of confirmed that. But there was always an underlying kind of fascist current, right? The revisionist current, right? You had the mainstream Zionism of Theodore Herzl that was trying to be liberal and social democratic and sugar, spice, everything nice. But then you had the revisionist party that said, oh, what Hitler wants to do for the Germans and what Mussolini is doing for the Italians, that's what we want to do for the Jews. And, the forces that laid the basis for the Likud party, the right-wing Zionists, the revisionist party, and Oppenheimer and people like that were very open about the fact that they were a nationalist and supremacist group. They even carried out Irgun, which was their armed wing during the Second World War, carried out attacks against the British. They were hoping for a Nazi victory because they believed it would lead to all the Jews fleeing Europe and having to move to Palestine, right? And that there was a whole ugly history there. So this kind of thing is obscured. And if you just bring up any of this, people call you anti-Semitic, they call you a conspiracy theorist, but this is the reality. And that President Roosevelt, he was one of the biggest opponents of Zionism, and he was opposed to it. And in fact, I believe it was somebody named Niles who worked in the White House said that if Roosevelt had not died immediately after the Second World War, Israel would have never come into existence. That Roosevelt, he said, no, you can't create a Zionist state right there in Palestine. You just can't do that. And he died. And then it was Harry Truman who ultimately created Israel and was key in doing that. So President Roosevelt, he just said, look, I mean, that he saw that this was not going to be a successful project. And that's why the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. is dedicated to defaming Roosevelt, right? Roosevelt convinced a reluctant U.S. public to send their sons to die in the Second World War. Roosevelt was loved by American Jews as an anti-fascist, as an anti-racist, as someone who fought for the working class and created Social Security and unemployment insurance. But the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. is almost dedicated to tarnishing his memory, trying to make it look like he was somehow complicit in the Holocaust because he opposed the project of creating Israel. Roosevelt was anti-Israel. He was a friend of Jewish people. He actually, he appointed the Secretary of Treasury, Henry Morgenthau, et cetera. I mean, he was not an anti-Semite, but yet that's what is out there. And that's a big part of the Zionist narrative, is that Roosevelt was somehow this bloodthirsty anti-Semite. There's a level of anti-populism underneath all of this. And when I talk about the Trotskyite to neocon pipeline, I've written a lot about this. Trotsky very much, he did not like the Russian people. He had been a victim of anti-Semitic pogroms and persecution. And for him, the Russian Revolution was only supposed to be a mechanism of spreading communism to Europe where it really mattered. And his contempt for the peasantry and his theory of permanent revolution was largely kind of an anti-populism. And, the break between Stalin and Trotsky, and the way Trotsky writes about Stalin and calls him Asiatic, baits him over his Christian background and all of that. Trotskyism was largely kind of an anti-populism. And as we saw the Trotskyites start working with the CIA, with the Congress for Cultural Freedom program in the 1950s, and how the CIA started courting like leftist intellectuals to make anti-Soviet propaganda that would appeal to leftists, and opposing McCarthyism while also waging kind of cancel culture campaigns against Lillian Hellman and Albert Einstein and people like that for being too sympathetic to the Soviet Union. And it was Irving Kristol who ran that program, a Trotskyist, and he eventually became the father of neoconservatism. And if you read Leo Strauss and what the neocons believe, it's anti-populism. They see Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union as the same thing, that's absurd. The Soviet Union saved humanity from Hitler. They see them as the same thing, and they see them both as examples of excessive democracy, that deep down, average people are just bloodthirsty anti-Semites and bloodthirsty authoritarians, and if they get their way, they'll create some kind of totalitarian state. And what makes America great is that we protect the intellectuals, and we brainwash and control the average people so they don't get in their way. And that's the philosophy of Leo Strauss. That's the philosophy of Irving Kristol. And you can kind of see a continuity of that from Trotsky all the way up into modern neoconservatism and hardline Zionism. It is contempt for the people, the belief that the people are the enemy and the people are dangerous. And I see that in some of what we hear from the Democrats and their anti-populism, the way they see Trump and the Bernie Sanders movement is the same. They're both dangerously populist. They think populism is the greatest enemy. And that seems to be the narrative that defines, American politics. That's what you learn if you go to the university. You learn that the people are the enemy, that postmodernism teaches that there is no grand narrative. There's no way of understanding human history. There is no real truth. And anyone who tries to create any real truth is a totalitarian who's trying to control you and set up an authoritarian movement. This is the kind of thinking that has become dominant in academia. And you can see how all of this is connected.
Jen, could you share your
They hired General Electric to come help them build their power plants. They hired Ford to help them build their auto plants, right? And on top of that, the idea that somehow that means that they couldn't invent anything on their own. They invented space travel. The first person in space was Yuri Gagarin. The first satellite was Sputnik. So LED lights were invented in the Soviet Union, right? AK-47, which is like considered one of the most efficient weapons, that was invented in the Soviet Union. They were clearly capable of inventing things, but they were starting out at a lower level than the West, and so they hired the West to help them set up. I mean, I don't understand why that's an argument against them. And it clearly, I mean, if people are inferring from that they were incapable of inventing things, 1981, the Soviet Union had a home computer system. They invented their own home computer system, completely different than Western technology, with nothing like IBM and Apple. But they just didn't mass produce it. They didn't have the resources to have everyone have it in their home, but they developed one. You can look at it. I mean, they were able to have technological advancement. There was the Treaty on Multilateral Technology Controls that was implemented, where all the NATO countries basically said you cannot give what they call high technology to the USSR. And that was a big part of the Cold War, is that, yeah, during the 20s and 30s, the Soviet Union had hired a lot of Western technicians to come in. But starting after World War II, that was a big policy of the NATO countries, was don't let them get any technology. So that's kind of interesting. The other thing is, you talk about the oil industry. You know who one of the main architects of the Soviet oil industry was? That was Fred Koch, the father of the Koch brothers, right? The Koch brothers, yeah, he had invented a method of thermal cracking, of turning petroleum into gasoline, right? And he was sued by all the major oil companies in America. They wanted to put him out of business because he had copyrighted it and it was more efficient. And he was basically, the capitalist system had bankrupted him. Basically, he couldn't function because he was so good at it. He was kind of an Ayn Rand, kind of figure. But luckily, there was a guy named Stalin who hired him, and he spent, 20, 30 years in the USSR building Stalin's oil industry. He was impressed with the Soviet system. He was also terrified of it. And he came back to the United States, and his sons are these big right wingers and big anti-communists, because they saw how efficient communism was and how it very well could displace the West. It's kind of interesting to think about. But yeah, the Koch brothers' dad was hired to run the Soviet oil industry.
But last thing we have to get to, I have to remember to come back to it. You mentioned the gulags earlier on and the purges. Okay. I mean, again, people who want to kind of paint Stalin as a monster would say, well, look, it was pretty simple. I mean, he had Yagoda was there first, right? And the story is Yagoda was not zealous enough. He was too sluggish in his purges. So they brought in this other guy. What was his name? The replacement?
Yezhov.
Yeah, they brought in Yezhov. Then he was got a bit too carried away. Okay, and then Beria kind of had him investigated and sewed it all up. A kind of reading that paints Stalin as a monster was that Stalin was that each one of those things was Stalin's decision, and the claim that Beria's report and all the rest of it, the claim that Yezhov had gone too far and so on, was just a kind of inter-Soviet cover-up on behalf of the Stalinists. How would you respond to this sort of reading that,
Well, this is, again, Khrushchevism, this narrative of the big evil man, right? The big evil man, the evil genius of one man, right? That somebody is clearly just motivated by pure maniacal self-gain. And, it's like, you could do that to anybody, right? You can go through anyone's life and choose to interpret every event as a sinister scheme to gain power or something, right? If you can do that to anybody, but that's a big part of what Khrushchev did with his speech condemning cult of personality and its consequences. And that really that's an Oedipal narrative, right? That's a child who wants to kill their father, right? That's a teenager rebelling against their father, that sees their father as this all-powerful tyrant, and they want to tear him down. And leftism as a movement appeals to the Oedipal thing. I mean, that's really, and that's, again, there's another text that I quote a lot called Freud and Marx, A Dialectical Study. There's another one called The Psychology of Reaction, both by Reuben Osborne. And they talk about how During the Stalin years, there was an effort to change the way leftism appeals. Leftism's appeal is largely libidinal, letting people unleash their rage, letting people unleash their sexual impulses, their anger, and Oedipal, the desire of a teenager to kill their parent, to assert their independence. And that under Stalin's leadership in the 1930s, the appeal of the communist movement kind of shifted to more like appealing to people's loyalty to their country, to their homeland, feelings of community, etc. And that the reason narratives like that really hit home among the left is a lot of leftists are motivated. They want to kill their parents, right? So you present Stalin as like you go through every decision he made and it was all a secret plot, right? Look, they have spent, this is an interesting fact, they have spent millions of dollars. The Russian Studies Department at Yale has spent millions of dollars trying to make the case that the purges that happened, right, the Great Terror, it was sparked by the murder of Sergei Kirov. A Soviet official named Sergei Kirov was assassinated. They have spent millions of dollars trying to prove that Stalin killed Kirov because it was all a plot for him to take over. It was the Reichstag fire or whatever. They can't prove that. They really want that to be true, though. They really, really want that to be true, that Stalin killed Kirov himself so that everyone would panic and then he could purge everybody. There's absolutely no evidence of that. There's no evidence whatsoever that Stalin personally killed Kirov and knocked him off so that he could make everyone panic and have the Great Terror. They want that to be true because it fits a narrative, right? It fits a narrative of Stalin, the evil, controlling man at the top. No, Sergei Kirov was killed. The guy who killed him was somebody, they went over his history. It was somebody with like mental health concerns. There probably was some kind of wider conspiracy, but he was a patsy. He was somebody they kind of got to go do it. But the idea that Stalin did it himself, I mean, that there's just no way. I mean, they've spent so much money trying to prove that. And there are some like very silly, not credible books that claim that, but there's really no evidence that Stalin killed Kirov himself, but they want that to be true. That kind of goes to show you how important this narrative is. And again, this is that as Cold War kind of liberal anti-communism was developing, books like Eric Hoffer's book, The True Believer, were widely circulated. Books like the CIA book, the anti-communist book, The God That Failed. It stopped being that communism was atheistic and godless and against everything Western. It started being, well, communism is just an example of a mass movement. Communism is a lot like fascism. It's a lot like Christianity. It's a lot like all these things that are mass movements that suppress the individual and want us to not think for ourselves. They're always very, very dangerous. And that became the Western liberal narrative, right? The philosophical, irrationalist, and postmodern narrative. It's against communism because it sees communism as an expression of human beings coming together and organizing in a collective way and threatens individuality. And that's very much, and this kind of narrative that you're getting, that's a liberal trope, right? Because if you look throughout history, human beings are collective creatures. Everything we've accomplished has been collective. But the way the liberal order can maintain its power is making sure that mass movement. 10 more jumping jacks and we're good. All right.
So I decided to go to a Chicago workshop, and Caleb explained the economics of why our country is taking us to war. It's part of the economic system of globalism, imperialism.
The thing that struck me was that he was very passionate about what he was saying. He was very passionate.
Be myself and not be judged, for who I am.
I knew about the Trotskyist to neocon pipeline, but I didn't know why that was. I thought it's kind of a mystery. What I found by learning from Caleb is that the common thread is anti-populism. It's a distrust of the vast majority of working people.
The idea of defining capital is profits in command, and that's a brilliant definition to simplify it for people.
To try to actually build a community in the United States and also caring for one another.
I remember looking over the room and I saw all of the people in that room. It was a packed room. It was almost 150 people. And there was just this energy of acceptance, of goodwill towards other people. and they could just have a good time. And I remember thinking, like, you know, this is for me. You know, I could do this. I'd like to do this for my life. I want to be an anti-imperialist.
I was just looking for a real organization, an authentic organization that really wanted to had a positive message and really wanted to build up America.
Have friends who are like-minded in the sense of trying to find the answers of becoming a real anti-imperialist.
So I found it very enlightening, and I was inspired to start my own chapter of CPI up in Minneapolis.
And yes, I was pushed to be a better activist. I was pushed to be more socially oriented. But I was never made to feel like I was a bad person for being the way that I was.
The LA group, what a great team of guys. It's just been such a rewarding experience.
And I've made some great friends along the way.
I remember feeling, for the first time in a long time, like I belonged somewhere. And I was never made to feel like I was a bad person for knowing things. People were interested in talking about the things that I was interested in talking about. And I could speak freely about my opinions, and people were fascinated.
He was talking about someone who drew a picture of him, and it was very funny. It was him in a suit and tie, which is what he was wearing, I think, that day that he was streaming. And he had, in this picture, there was him in his red hair that someone had drawn, and he was like, you know, supposedly like yelling, like, ah, you know, and I thought that was hysterical because they really captured the passion, and I think they were trying to be funny, but he showed that picture, and I hope he shows this picture because I think it's hysterical. It's not like sort of old man yells at cloud, but it kind of has an old man yells at cloud energy. But what he was really yelling at, as I got to know him as a person and look at his streams, was that he was yelling at what this country and what imperialism is doing to the rest of the world. And he was really trying to educate people to that effect. And having that level of passion is going to bring out different sides of you that some people may understand, some people may not get. But I certainly did get it because I have the same fiery, you know, passion as well. So in that, you know, we are all kindred spirits at CPI, but certainly seeing Caleb that first time on YouTube, on his live stream, just going off.
Mao Zedong, the leader of the Chinese Revolution, in one of his speeches, he said, if a person's political line is incorrect, his very soul is incorrect. Now, that's often misquoted or translated as, if a person has the incorrect political line, it is as if he has no soul. Well, I'm going to say that Mao had it backwards. I would say that it's not that if a person has the incorrect political line that he has no soul. I would say that if someone has no soul, then they have the incorrect political line. That's what I would say. And if we are not espousing optimism and hope, we have the wrong political line, no matter what we say. So I'm here at a park in Brooklyn, and like many of you, I am trying my hardest not to think about the political nightmare our country is in. Rising inflation, a war against Iran that never should have happened, two big parties controlled by big monopolies and corporations and the Israel lobby. I'm trying not to think about all of that. Instead, I'm focusing on the positive, which is we're building a movement. And that is happening. The Center for Political Innovation is building a movement of working people that are educating themselves about anti-imperialism, that are organizing and building. And that's the only thing that's going to get us out of this. It's going to take a mass movement. Not podcasts, but community. And that's what the Center for Political Innovation has been telling people from the beginning. We've got to build a movement where working people come together and teach anti-imperialism and assert their interests against the big monopolies. Now, we're headed toward our convention in August 15th in Chicago, and we need your help. If we're going to pull it off, we need your support. Everything costs way more at this point. Flights are way more, gas is way more, everything costs more. Our members are working people. You can shoot us $5, $20, $10, $100.
whatever you can do, it'll make things go a lot easier. Our August convention is happening, August 15th in Chicago. We need you to support us to make sure it goes as smoothly as possible. I think that as hard as it may be, we have really taken some big steps forward in solidifying our organization. We now know much better how to work with people, how to maintain relationships, how to align with different organizations that have similar goals. We're moving ahead as an organization. We have been in a process of growing and developing, and we are getting better and better and better at what we do. So please take this time to go to cpiusa.org/donate and send us a contribution so that we can do what we're getting better and better at doing every day as we prepare to move forward in the coming months. We're heading into the fall as the midterm election happens to spread an anti-imperialist message everywhere we can. Send us a contribution at cpiusa.org/donate today. We are prepared to hit the ground running this fall. We've got to solidify our ranks, so please send us a contribution so that we can make August successful.
Your thoughts on, obviously, your family experience. You know, there is this belief, especially from Eastern Europeans, particularly Russians and Polish people that escaped during the days of the pogroms, that's where a lot of the growth and the Zionist movement actually came from. But Jen, what are your thoughts?
I mean, that's of course what, created the fury amongst the Jews in this country for sure. And I know like my family was very much, there was like this generational trauma. My grandparents, my great-grandparents, everything was about Israel because it wasn't a religious thing at all for them. That's what people need to understand. It was extremely secular. It was the Israel issue was about their perceived safety. And it was made very clear to me growing up that if there's no Israel, Jews are not safe in the world. Like that was the key message that I was raised with as a Zionist. And so it was fear-based. And since really understanding what's happened with this, like coming to the deconstruction of my Zionist upbringing, is this knowledge that Jewish people, especially working Jewish people, like my family, they're not Rothschilds, right? Like my people came over here with nothing and my great grandfather had like an apple cart, right? Like this is not, these people were used by the Zionists. These were not people that knew anything about what was going on. My great grandmother, these people believed the land without a people for a people without a land. They really did. And again, these are not exceptionally bright people. These were not educated people, right? So it was easy in a fear-based mentality to really go in and just take advantage. That's what I believe. And for the majority of the Jews that fell in line, it was not religious based.
Caleb, if you could talk more about, obviously the name of your book is Trotsky and the Neoconservatives, the whole story. So the essence of the Trotskyism is essentially what led to neoconservatism. This whole, everywhere you turn is basically a war. Like we have to constantly be at war. And you see parallels between Trotsky and Netanyahu Milikowski, I would assume.
Well, the thing is that wherever you go in the world, you find two types of people who become socialists or communists. You find two types. No matter where you go in the world, you're going to have what you call like a revolutionary intelligentsia, right? The young college kids who are, want to go out and fight the system and, the red flags and Les Miserables. Do you hear the people sing? And it's that kind of youthful rebellion. And you have that anywhere, right? Near the universities and major cities. You have this in the developing world. You have this in Europe. It's kind of the legacy of the French Revolution. But generally, when a country actually does have a revolution, you get a much broader movement, and that what the broad masses of people want is they want stability. And it's capitalism that has made their life unstable. They can't pay their bills. Society is falling apart. There's wars going on, and they want peace, land, and bread. They want society to become stable. And that radical middle class, they kind of long for chaos and instability, and they want to tear down every wall and behead every last king. And there's that kind of bloodlust of the middle class versus the wider interests of the population that just kind of want stability. And they have chaos already, and they want stability, and they're turning to socialism or a socialist or an anti-colonial movement to bring them stability. And that the brilliance of Lenin was that Lenin kind of brought a lot of these radical middle-class elements together and got them into a very disciplined organization that could then give voice to the broader sentiments of the population. And that's what led to the Russian Revolution. But after the death of Lenin, you had Stalin and Trotsky, who kind of represented these two different wings. Trotsky had spent most of his life in exile in Vienna, in London, in New York City. He called New York City the foundry where the fate of mankind will be forged. And he was very much part of this radical middle class that wanted chaos. Whereas Stalin, there's a band that played at Woodstock called Country Joe and the Fish. Well, their name came from the fact that they were named after Stalin and Mao, right? Stalin was Country Joe because he grew up in the countryside, and Mao was the fish because he said the masses are the water and the revolutionaries are the fish. And Stalin was from a rural village in Georgia. He had been in seminary school learning to be a priest, and he dropped out. And he represented kind of this mass organizing aspect, and that he was the editor of Pravda, which was the daily newspaper that the Bolsheviks had that was largely anonymous letters about factory conditions and workplace conditions. And he was the organizer of the kind of rank and file labor unionists and activists who made the Bolshevik Party, whereas Trotsky represented the kind of radical middle class intellectuals who were in exile. And then when the crisis came, they came back and led the revolution. And that Trotsky wanted permanent revolution. That's his theory that defined himself. Stalin said we can build socialism in one country, and Trotsky said we need permanent revolution. We need to spread the revolution all over the world. The Soviet Union should just be a temporary holdout to, march communism into Europe and have a giant bloodbath and destroy the whole Western system. And Trotskyism, the reason that it leads to neoconservatism is the aesthetics, the psychology of Trotskyism applied to serve imperialism. It's selling wars as revolutions. It's overthrowing regimes around the world. It's that love of chaos and instability, that idea that we're going to march the ideals of freedom and justice all over the world at the point of a gun. It's that love of chaos. It is that kind of desire to be fighting for the downtrodden, to punish the oppressor. It is that applied to serve imperialism. And it really started with the Congress for Cultural Freedom program. In the 1950s, at Waldorf Hotel in New York City, the Soviet Union did a great thing. They had the Waldorf Peace Conference, and Albert Einstein and Shostakovich and Aaron Copland and all these great writers and intellectuals got up and spoke in support of the Soviet Union. And the CIA was furious. How could this be happening? It was McCarthyism at the time, but yet so many smart people were willing to get up and defend the USSR. And so they said, we need to find a way to get to the artists and the intellectuals and the writers who would become communists and get them on our side. And that's how they started the Congress for Cultural Freedom program. And they started subsidizing various artists and writers, and they hired a lot of these Trotskyites to write for these magazines that went everywhere. You had Partisan Review magazine, which looked like a socialist communist magazine that was on every college campus, but it was being covertly funded by the CIA. And they made a lot of people famous. Mary McCarthy and Susan Sontag and Hannah Arendt all started with that publication. And that publication was a way of kind of inserting into radical and leftist circles an anti-Soviet message in a way that people could accept it, but at the same time changing what leftism entirely meant. For example, social realism is the school of art that Roosevelt and his administration promoted. In the Kansas State Capitol building, there's a beautiful painting of John Brown, the great abolitionist, anti-slavery fighter, and he's holding up his rifle in one hand, he's holding the Bible in his other hand. This is a social realist painting celebrating the movement to defeat slavery. And you have, the murals of Diego Rivera and others. Social realism was the leftist school of art that Roosevelt promoted, that the Soviet Union also promoted. Well, the CIA started funding abstract art to counter social realism, saying, well, social realism is totalitarian because it's promoting ideas, it's got strong, healthy people in it, so it's glorifying physical strength. And so we find Jackson Pollock, who just splatters paint on the canvas. That's what freedom is. right? And if someone's trying to give you a political message that makes you feel inspired and want to go out and fight, that's totalitarianism. That's fascism. And I believe Susan Sontag, she famously blurted out in the 1980s, she said she considered communism to be nothing but the most effective form of fascism. And you read her writings on fascinating fascism, where she's talking about photo displays of African tribes and how, well, they're fascist because they're glorifying strength and they're showing the community coming together. It's like they kind of changed what it meant to be a leftist. Leftism was no longer about celebrating the masses of people asserting their economic interests and fighting against the rich and powerful. Leftism became kind of about the isolated intellectual who feels persecuted by the mob, and about, the right of the nonconformist, and kind of contempt for average people. And leftism becomes reinvented with the New Left. And then the New Left, the same people who create the New Left, like Irving Kristol and others, end up bringing in neoconservatism because they see the anti-Vietnam War movement as too pro-Soviet, as too pro-Ho Chi Minh, as too pro-communist, and they're threatened by it. And especially with the 1967 war, when the Black Panthers and a lot of the student radicals are opposing Israel and supporting the Palestinians, they can't have that. And so 1972, that election is kind of a turning point where Max Shachtman, who'd been a big leader of American Trotskyism, who'd eventually become a prominent Democrat, and he ultimately gave his support to Richard Nixon, because he thought the Democratic candidate was too soft on communism, not anti-Stalinist enough. And, DSA, the Socialist Party of America, collapsed into three factions. And one faction is called the Socialist Party USA. They run in elections. They're like pacifists. And then you had the people who started Democratic Socialists of America, Michael Harrington and others. And then you had one faction, Social Democrats USA, with Max Shachtman and others, that actually went to support the Republicans because they just wanted to be so pro-Israel and so anti-communist. And so that's kind of the trajectory there that we start to see. And there is kind of a continuity there. In that book, I described an experience that I had that I will never forget. I was sitting in a diner in New York City when I was a leftist activist, and I was sitting in the diner talking to somebody about politics, and this old man with a cane walked over to the table. And he said, "Are you guys leftists? Are you guys communists?" And I said, yeah, we are. And he said, well, he said, my father, and he almost said it in this like whispering word, my father was a Trotskyist. And we just kind of laughed like, okay. And then he told the story of when he was a young man, he was protesting the Vietnam War, and he bought some kind of communist newspaper. And he was in his household, and his father was just a Republican, as far as he knew, a conservative Republican or whatever. And then his father had seen this communist newspaper, and he got very nervous, like, oh my God, my father's going to get angry. And his father burst into tears because he remembered when he had been a young man, when he had been a leftist activist as a young man, and he had never even known about this, right? And that, that trajectory, it's kind of fascinating, but yeah, it exists. And that you have to ask, like, what is it that you're striving for? Are you striving to build a society where people have jobs and healthcare and education and where economic growth and the human creative spirit is allowed to just freely grow? Or are we striving to create a society where we get revenge and we tear down every oppressor and, all of our anger comes out? And, what is it we're really going for? And I think that's the question that the book kind of gets into when I talk about Trotsky and the neoconservatives. What does it really mean to be a leftist? I mean, the terms come from the French Revolution. After they toppled the king, they created a national assembly. The more radical Jacobins sat on the left. The more conservative Girondists sat on the right. And the terms have caught on ever since. But what does it really mean to be left? What does it mean to be right? It's so much more confusing nowadays. And I think your podcast here, I've watched a number of your episodes, and you get that, right? What does it even mean to be left and right in our time?
Yeah.
Well, I think
we're not.
Yeah.
We're not.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Well, people have no idea what they're talking about with that. I say it all the time. People don't even know what they mean. They don't know what liberal, conservative. They don't know what socialism, communism, Marxism. They don't know what these things really mean. They just say it. But our
History.
Globalism, imperialism, as I understand it from CPI, is a financial system that is run by Wall Street and London, where giant international corporations spread their tentacles around the world, holding back development.
You look around this country, they are literally unpaving the roads in 27 different states. Municipalities cannot maintain paved roads. They don't have enough money. They're unpaving roads all across America. Our life expectancy has gone down by 2 years. Is Iran the one doing this to us? No. This is being done by big corporations, vultures, bankers that are looting the public budget to serve an international system.
How I define globalism / imperialism is degrowth, while the private banks and private corporation grows and scams the regular working person in America. And is modern time colonialism.
Globalists, elite, oligarchs, corporatists, the deep state. I mean, it's all that same class of people that are at the top, and they want to stay at the top.
They sink their fangs into Africa, they sink their fangs into Latin America, they sink their fangs into Asia, and they have U.S. military bases to accompany the corporations to extract huge profits from across the planet, while we, the American people, the American working class, American working families are left behind.
Not only are they doing something that's immoral by conquering other countries, but they're also doing it in a way that does not benefit the working people of the core empire. It only benefits this global ruling class that has hollowed out industries and has financialized everything.
Nigeria is a country in Africa with so much oil, but the people of Nigeria are in deep and utter poverty because their oil is controlled by ExxonMobil, BP, Shell, and Chevron, and they are prevented from building up their own economy. And there are many examples of this, and that imperialism is going around the world in degrowing countries.
Our servicemen do not want to fight. On the aircraft carriers that they have parked outside of Iran, you have thousands of American servicemen intentionally clogging the toilets and trying to flood the aircraft carrier because they know that the Iranian people are not their enemy.
And the countries that have broken free from that system, like Burkina Faso, where they are creating food sovereignty and economic independence, get demonized as juntas and authoritarian.
Iran is not the enemy, folks. Israel's the enemy. The Zionists are the enemy. Epstein elitists are the enemy.
Their system is more destructive than productive.
I really appreciate the Center for Political Innovation because we are a family. We understand that we have to encourage each other and that to stay on the revolutionary road, we also need to work on personal development.
I don't know if you've ever heard it. He used to talk about the old 1950s television show. It's The Lone Ranger. You know, the Lone Ranger, he wore a mask, he was a white dude, and then he had a Native American sidekick named Tonto. The story goes, the joke of Lenny Bruce is that the Lone Ranger and Tonto were surrounded by a group of Native Americans with their spears ready, pointed out at them, and they were facing the edge of a cliff. There was no escape. And so the Lone Ranger turned to Tonto and said, "Tonto, what are we going to do?" And Tonto said, "What do you mean we, white man?" Well, you think about that joke, I think that's what's ahead for the U.S. ruling class. because they're looking at China rising up, and they're looking at Russia rising up, and they're looking at Venezuela and Iran, and they're turning to the American working class, and they're saying, American working class. I think Joe Biden's saying, American working class, what are we going to do? And the American working class is saying, what do you mean we, Joe Biden? What do you mean we?
An author of a brand new book called Imperialism and Anti-Imperialism. And when I first started flipping through this book, what struck me wasn't necessarily that I agreed with everything in it. In fact, there's plenty of things here that I think people are going to want to challenge. But what I found interesting is that Caleb is trying to answer some really big questions that a lot of us have been wrestling with lately. And what makes the book interesting is that it's not just a collection of Caleb's thoughts on world events. Much of it is drawn from his own experiences over the years, covering international politics, organizing anti-war movements, traveling abroad, questioning U.S. government officials, speaking in countries like Iran, interacting with world leaders, including Vladimir Putin, and even having one of his articles republished in North Korea's state newspaper. Through those experiences, Caleb explores some of the biggest geopolitical questions of our time, from China and Russia to Ukraine, NATO, energy markets, sanctions, and the shifting balance of power in an increasingly multipolar world. And whether you agree with his conclusions or not, he has a very different framework for understanding what's happening in the world right now than what we hear on CNN, Fox News, or most of the mainstream press.
Politics in this country doesn't have a left or right. We just have corporate. And then like a few smatterings of non-corporate people, but it's all the same. There is no left or right. I mean, the people here, yet like we're left. Like I feel left. I feel pretty accurately left. I'm almost back around to the right, but but it's not represented in any of our systems and in any of our politics. So that's why people have no concept of what is left. Right. I mean, that's what I think. I mean, I think left is communism, right is authoritarianism. And we know that, right? Like we know that, but most people don't know that. That's the problem.
And Caleb, I think this is a great place to wind down the conversation, because the thing that we've been talking about at great length is what is it going to take to unite the working class in this country? Now, I do think you're seeing some remnants of it, even in this America First movement that is taking off, because people are recognizing that there is indisputably a ruling class, that there is a select group of exceptionally wealthy individuals. And I think in some respects, the tipping point is the declaration that Musk is a trillionaire. I think people look at something like that in lieu of the fact that what people are also not getting, but they're going to get very shortly, is that if you think the economic catastrophe of starting this war with Iran on behalf of Israel has hit you yet economically, you haven't seen anything yet. This is going to get so much worse, regardless of whether they start it up again, which I'm not holding my breath at this point. Why, in your estimation, do you feel there isn't a greater sort of cross-pollination of all working class people? Because the divide and conquer strategy has seemed to have worked exceptionally well for quite some time, but maybe there's some breaks that are coming our way. What do you think?
The ideology that defines the West is liberalism, and liberalism not in the sense of liberals and conservatives, but Democrats and Republicans, but liberalism in the sense of individualism. The right pushes economic liberalism, the idea, hey, you're on your own, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, we don't owe you anything. And the left pushes social liberalism, the idea you can be who you want to be, you can do what you want to do. If you want to take drugs, that's your business, right? And also that you have no real obligation to society. You have no obligation to your family. You are just an individual. You're not part of a group, right? And liberalism, individualism kind of defines Western politics. The left emphasizes the social side. The right emphasizes the economic side. But neither side is really addressing the problem, which is that human beings are collective in nature, right? Every product in every store, no one can point at anything and say, I made that, right? You go to a store, show me one product that was made by one person. There isn't one, right? And you might say, what about like a wood carver or some artist? Okay, maybe that he carved that piece of wood by himself, but he's using tools that were made in a factory, that were assembled by thousands of people, that were shipped. Not everything we do is collective. Human beings are collective in nature, and we define ourselves in relation to other people. Like, that's generally how we define ourselves. We are collective, and that individual rights is a good thing. It was great. I mean, until the West, until the rise of the West in 1400s, no one had talked about freedom of speech or freedom of assembly. And it wasn't that people were just evil until then. It was that a level of economic development enabled that level of freedom. And I'm glad to have that level of freedom. But at the same time, we have taken this individualism to some pretty extreme lengths, and we have societal problems that need to be solved in a collective sense, and that we ultimately have to break with liberalism. And that is kind of what is boiling beneath the surface, is that we need collective solutions. My organization, the Center for Political Innovation, we have a 4-point economic plan to rescue the country. Number one would be to hire all the unemployed and put them to work rebuilding the bridges and highways, and just do what Roosevelt did with the Works Progress Administration: give America a high-tech upgrade. Hire the unemployed, rebuild America. Number one. Number two, put our oil and gas and our natural resources under public ownership. So the profits from the soil of America, the profits from our natural resources go into the public budget. Number three would be to create a national bank so that we can assign credit strategically in the overall interest of the country, right? A national bank that could inject credit into communities so that we're planning out how we can rebuild the country. And fourth would then be to enact an economic Bill of Rights: the right to a job, the right to housing, the right to education, but in a little bit of a different sense than like Mamdani and others talk about it. The way a lot of people talk about this stuff is like, corporations get free stuff all the time, tax breaks and all that. We should get free stuff too. I agree with that, right? I mean, it's true, but there's kind of a pessimistic way of looking at it. Like, oh, screw this, I want some free stuff. Well, it's not like that. We should view it as an investment, right? If we want to have a strong country, we need educated people who can go out and do great things. So we should invest in the next generation by providing education. If we want a prosperous country, we should have people that are healthy, that can go out and work and do great things. If we want to have a prosperous country, we should hire everyone. There should be a jobs guarantee so that every person's productive labor goes into the economy. And that we need a government that invests in people, not in derivative ripoff schemes, and not in wars, and not in prisons for profit, but in people, because human beings and their labor power and their creativity is the source of all wealth, right? And that's ultimately what is needed. And if we had a 4-point plan like that, right, that we could rebuild America and have a government that invests in human beings, and we could then connect with the countries around the world that have broken out of imperialism and start trading with countries on the basis of win-win cooperation, maybe hire the Chinese Railway Corporation to build some high-speed railway to connect the United States, the Midwest and the heartland to California, maybe build a bridge over the Bering Sea and connect Alaska with Russia and get us closer to the Eurasian Economic Union and the episode of economic growth that's happening, right? Wall Street Journal just said that the greatest economic success of the year is North Korea, right? They're having a boom over there. Wouldn't it be great if America could get in on some of that economic growth, connect us with the rising new economy, trade with countries on the basis of win-win cooperation, invest in our people? I think most Americans would agree to that. I think that program that I just put out would be agreeable to most people. I think if you took an up and down vote on whether we should enact those 4 points, I think it would be overwhelmingly in favor. But we have a political system that's kind of designed to keep that from happening. I also want to say this. In Italy, in the 1970s, they experienced something called the Years of Lead. It was a disastrous time in Italy's history. What was going on? Italy was getting ready to leave NATO. The public on the left and the right wanted to leave NATO. And they just didn't want to be part of the NATO alliance. They felt like America hadn't been very good to Italy economically. The Communist Party was rising in popularity, and the Christian Democratic Party and right-wing groups were rising. They all wanted to leave NATO. The CIA fomented Operation Gladio, which was a huge manipulation of Italian politics to make sure they didn't leave NATO. And it involved fomenting political violence, right? And hundreds of people were killed. People were shot in their legs. There were bombings. There were assassinations. And the population became demoralized. The population became weary. It got confusing. People didn't know who was on what side. And as a result, Italy is now still a member of NATO. And I would maintain that's what our leaders are doing right now. They're waging a counterinsurgency, manipulating the left against the right, manipulating the left against the left and the right against the right, creating all kinds of political violence, you talked about trauma, right? Using trauma and people's fear and creating a situation where we won't get the kind of unifying optimistic movement that we need to get us out of this nightmare. Look, the murder of Charlie Kirk, it's not the murder itself, but it's the what came afterwards, the manipulation. The memo went out on the left that it was your job to celebrate this and say it was good. And the memo went out on the right that all the leftists are cheering for this because they want to kill you and they want to kill your family. And the whole country was traumatized by that event. And it was a disaster. And I saw that and I said, this is the years of lead, right? This is what they're doing. This is counterinsurgency, right? Manipulate the dissidents. For 4,000 or 5,000 years, the story of David and Goliath has been told. And as William S. Lind, the Pentagon counterinsurgency strategist, said, people always sympathize with David. Nobody sympathizes with Goliath. So if you want to defeat an insurgency, you don't have Goliath fight David because everyone's going to support David. What you do is you have Goliath stand back and you create 5 or 6 different Davids who start fighting each other and nobody knows who the real David is. And Goliath just sits back and says, oh boy, why are you guys fighting? What's the problem here? And Goliath wins by default, right? And that's what they're trying to do right now. And so I really admire what you're doing on this podcast. You all are helping people see through this and helping people put forward an optimistic vision. That is largely, and I feel like it is our duty to advocate optimism. It is our duty to celebrate humanity. It is our duty to try and bring out the best in people. And if we can build a political movement that aims to do that, that's what we want to do. My political organization, the Center for Political Innovation, we used to call ourselves communists. We don't do that anymore because if you talk about communism in America, people immediately think it's a conversation about making everyone equal. Right? That's what people think. And that's not really what happened in the 20th century. It was countries that had been kept in poverty by imperialism, by globalism, breaking out of that and having economic growth, building themselves up. And that's what we need in America. We need a pro-growth government. That's what we need, a government that wants to unleash human creativity and brilliance and build. And that people don't think of that when they think of communism in America. They think of income redistribution or taxes or
that's why you can't put labels on anything. That's
we are innovationists. That's what we call ourselves. We celebrate what makes the human species unique, its ability to reinvent its relationship with nature and rise to a higher plane. We're innovationists. We're the Center for Political Innovation. And we have people all across the country. We blocked the No Kings Parade back in March, right? They had the No Kings Parade that didn't include Iran, didn't include no war against Iran. So we linked arms along 7th Avenue and we made them bring their marshals in and clear us out. And we had a standoff in Manhattan against the No Kings Parade. And that was one thing that we did. We've been having rallies promoting Ibrahim Traore, the great leader of Burkina Faso, and showing him as an example of what a government could do to invest in its people. We carry out all kinds of different projects. We are an educational organization, and we're laying the foundations for what will eventually come. Look, the explosion is going to happen. The volcano is going to erupt. It's going to happen. The question is, will it go in the right direction? I tell people, you got to imagine there's a boulder that's going to roll down the mountain. We're not going to make the boulder roll down the mountain, but we have the ability to nudge that boulder in what direction it goes. And that's what we have the ability to do. And that's what we need to be in the position to do, to nudge the boulder so that when it starts rolling down the mountain with all that momentum, it goes in the right direction.
Caleb, you were fantastic. Guys, links in the description, the latest book of many. You definitely have a highly functioning brain.
Imperialism and anti-imperialism. Look at that.
That's me.
So it's pretty
simple.
simple.
That. Thank you. Thank you for coming on. And people really have no concept about these names and what a communist is. And anytime I talk about the importance of the collective on here, that's what I'll get called. I'll get called, you're a communist. It's, and yet every country that understands the collective is being more successful than the countries that it's so common sense. It's just crazy.
Yeah,
but I do think it's smarter marketing not to call yourself a communist.
Yes. Well, unfortunately, what we've learned, and I'm sure you've learned, is that you can speak to the average person who actually is somewhat open-minded, regardless of where they stand on the political spectrum. Most people, unless they're truly elite, most people have a working class disposition about most issues. But the second you label them is when you can lose them. So if you just stick to the issues and focus on what your 4-point plan, which for the most part seems pretty solid to me, the second economic Bill of Rights that Roosevelt came up with in 44 seemed to be something that could have taken off exponentially back in the day. had the Democratic Party, we know the Democratic Party in the history of sabotage, didn't sabotage Henry Wallace at the 1944 Democratic National Convention. That was one of those moments that could have changed history as well. So, lot to learn, lot was learned, and we hope we get to speak with you again in the near future.
Anytime. Just be in
Thank
touch.
you, Caleb. So nice to meet you.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, brother. So like we said, tonight you get a double dose. And if you like these double doses, which some people do, please consider going over to patreon.com/revolutionary change for as little as $5 a month. You can become a supporter of our small but mighty, despite heavily suppressed yet still growing channel.
And it helps immensely, guys, because it's a lot. Google is not our friend. Google is just not our friend.
And who owns Google? Who owns YouTube? Alphabet. Just the fact that the
ground on which we stand. Why should we be beggars with our ballot in our hands? God gave the land to the people. First step, sound the blast for freedom, boys, and send it far and wide. March along to victory, for God is on our side. While the voice of nature thunders o'er the rising tide, God gave the land for the people. The land was God who made the land. The ground on which we stand. Why should we be beggars with a ballot in our hand? God gave the land to the people. Hark, the shout is swelling from the east and from the west. Why should we beg further? Let the landlords take the best. Make them pay their taxes, or the land will respect the rest. The land was meant for the people. The land was God who gave the land. The ground on which we stand. Why should we be beggars with a ballot in our hand? God gave the land to the people. The banner has been raised overnight and faced the battle din. The army now is marching on the struggle to begin. We'll never cease our efforts till the victory we win. And the land is free for the people. The land was God who gave the land. The ground on which we stand. Why should we be beggars with a ballot in our hand? God gave the land for the people. Clear the way to liberty, the land must all be free. Winds will not falter and the spark tiny person speaks. Still the flag we love so well shall wave from sea to sea. For the land that is free for the people. The land was God who gave the land. The ground on which we stand. Why should we be beggars with a ballot in our hand? God gave the land to the people. Yeah.
Where people come together and work together don't happen. I mean, even Julius Evola talks a lot about the organic state. If you read Man Among Ruins, where, this is the natural form. People form mass movements that have leaders, right? Every classroom has a teacher, right? Every church has a priest or a minister leading it, right? And this every country in history has had a head of state, even if they have a parliament or what, they still had a head of state figure. This is something we do. But breaking that down and causing us to be endlessly suspicious of this is part of the liberal order's mindfuck.
Yeah. Last thing, because I do know we have to wrap up. One of the things Grover Furr mentioned when I talked to him, and one of the things he mentions in his books, is that if you actually have a look at the gulags, they weren't that much worse, or they were kind of on par with British prisons or American prisons at the time, right? What do you make of that argument? Do you think he's going a bit far there? Because one of the comments that I guarantee you, somebody will just write, read Solzhenitsyn, okay? And one of the things that actually got me on this track was seeing that the source for many of the stats is Robert Conquest, okay? And the thing that got me onto Grover Fur was the fact that one of Robert Conquest's claims was that 5% of the entire Soviet population was sent to the Gulag.
That's
And I was
ridiculous.
like, well, how did he come up with? How did Robert Conquest come up with this figure? And literally, he'd just gone and interviewed someone, and then, oh, how many people do you think it was? That person said, oh, 5% maybe, and then he writes it down, and then the fact that Conquest writes it down is then reproduced everywhere else, and that becomes the stat. Which is like, well, this is not empirical in any single way. This is an anecdote. So anyway, yeah. What do you make of Fur's claim that the Gulag was not that much worse than prison conditions anywhere else at the time?
Well, I deeply respect Grover. He's a friend, and I appreciate a lot of his work. I just don't know enough, and I wouldn't be comfortable making that claim. My feeling when I think about like what I said before about how they were executing people at one point for drinking alcohol, and my understanding of Soviet society is that it was a very, very authoritarian place, and that I'm just not comfortable going, where he's going there. I know a lot of people. Look, according to even Grover and even some of the most sympathetic to Stalin sources, a lot of innocent people went to gulags during the mass terror of 1937. A lot of people shouldn't have been there. A lot of people were executed who shouldn't have been executed, and everyone admits that. So I don't feel a need to argue about that. As far as the sloppy scholarship, I want to say this. There's a book that was widely circulated, it's still widely circulated, called Mao, the Unknown Story, a biography of Mao that was considered, oh, this is the big biography of Mao. And you read that book, it is ridiculous. And it's the same kind of thing. For example, one of the claims in the book is that like one of the most epic, important battles of Chinese history is, during the Civil War, there was a bridge that was like held over a river by chains, and the enemy like burned the bridge, so only the chains were there. And the Red Army soldiers like went over the bridge, like, with the chains, had to go through under fire, right? And that's like an epic moment in Chinese history. This book that is the most it's the Mao biography in America, says that battle never happened. And the source on it is the author says she met a woman near the battle site who sold noodles, and she told her the battle never happened. And it's like, could you imagine someone writing a book and saying the Battle of the Alamo never happened? And their source is, well, I talked to somebody and he said his grandfather. No, that's ridiculous. Or saying that like the Battle of Gettysburg or the Battle of Waterloo just never happened. And then it being published and millions of Americans opening it and saying, wow, this epic battle in Chinese history never happened. Like, you can't make a claim like that and not back it up. I mean, yes, historical revisionism and people, these things do happen, but you have to prove it. But if it's Mao or it's Stalin, everyone knows they're bad. What, are you saying Mao was good? Are you saying Stalin was good? You can just say anything, right? And that's the way Western media is. It's like you create a dichotomy where, and it's like, and the other thing that's weird about this is Holocaust revisionism, right? I am increasingly suspicious of it because I've noticed they've made Holocaust revisionism the go-to. If you ever question anything that they say about a country, it's like, oh, I bet you're going to say the Holocaust didn't happen, and it's like, well, the Holocaust happened like in the 1940s, right? We're talking like hundreds of years ago. This is not like a current event in the news. Like, but that's like the go-to point. Oh, I bet you're going to, they go to that. They've made the Holocaust revisionism kind of the poster boy for questioning any allegation of atrocities, basically, in American minds. And it's like, I have to be careful the language I use when I'm talking about Stalin, right? I don't use certain phrases because if I use them, the audience will hear that and it'll ring a bell for Holocaust denial in their heads, and they immediately have a block and they don't listen. And that's very interesting to me. And there's that documentary Defamation. I don't know if you've seen it, that talks about how Israel amplifies Holocaust denial because it feeds their narrative. Right. And that they like are desperate to find Holocaust denial and Holocaust revisionism because it feeds the narrative of Israel. And I'm very suspicious. And, we've all the narrative around the Holocaust that we've gotten. So I guess the narrative that most people grew up with, right, in like the Cold War years, was that like the Holocaust was an example of totalitarianism. Right. Communism is the extreme left, and fascism is the extreme right, and they're both kind of the same, and mass crimes happen when you're an extremist. That was kind of the Cold War narrative, right? The narrative that I got in the 90s was that the Holocaust happened because the USA doesn't invade countries, right? That's the narrative that we got, right? We read, Elie Wiesel and all this, and it's like, if only America had regime changed Hitler in 1933, the Holocaust would never have happened. And that is, first of all, that's so historically wrong. I don't even know where to begin. I mean, that's just not the relationship the USA had with Germany, and there's so many layers to that are just wrong. But like you're not allowed. In Holocaust, the Holocaust critics are the Holocaust denier, people that are critical of the Holocaust, like that guy I can't even remember the guy in Britain, right? They are like the bad example, and anyone who questions any claim about any leader anywhere in the world, well, you're just like those Holocaust deniers. It's very, very strange. It's very, very, very strange.
Well, it's not just on historical revisionism. It is the logic for basically all claims, right? I mean, it's basically structurally identical to. I mean, we saw this language during COVID, as an example. We saw this language, around climate change. We see this language around so many, where we even saw this language around people who thought that there was something up with the 2020 election. It's the word denier, right? That is so that is a structural logic. And you're right. It's the example, right? It's the example, but it means that automatically, if you question anything, you put in that box or something like this, right? So, yeah, very, very, very interesting. All right. Well, we went a bit longer than I planned on this one, but Stalin's a huge topic, obviously. Where can people find you, Caleb?
My organization is the Center for Political Innovation, cpiusa.org, and my personal website is calebmaupinbooks.net.
And I'll just remind people, you can buy courses at the Academic Agency. Trivium, the bestseller there. I'll catch you all next time. If you like this video, be sure to like and subscribe. You can join the channel for thousands of hours of past shows in the archive and hundreds of videos. If you have any questions, you can leave a super chat or a super thanks, and I'll be sure to pick it up during my weekly office hours, which run every Tuesday afternoon. I also provide courses at the Academic Agency, which I encourage people to buy. Thousands of students now have taken the Trivium to improve their skills in writing, logic, and rhetoric. Just 3 of many courses available. Buy it now. But most importantly of all, friends, get out.
Awards to some very important activists from around the New Jersey area. And I'm going to say a little bit about each one. We're a little strapped for time, but during Caleb's keynote presentation, he'll be sure to expand and heap praise on them, so don't worry about that. We're going to present is to somebody who did something that is very, very brave, because they acknowledged that in this country, we do not have 2 parties. And when you run for office in this country, especially on a third-party ticket, you get a lot of crap from a lot of people. They'll say a bunch of nasty things about you. They'll smear your identity. And it was so brave of her to stand up and say, enough is enough. We need a candidate who fights for working people. And this person did that. That is Christina Khalil, a Green Party candidate for New Jersey. I'd like to invite her up to please accept her award. Yeah.
All right. You have the award for her?
I do, yes.
All right. Oh, here it is.
Thank you.
Yes!
I prepared a little speech. Is it okay if I read it?
Where is yours?
Okay. Hello, everybody. So thank you so much for this honor. Running for U.S. Senate in New Jersey was one of the most challenging and rewarding experiences in my life. I learned lessons that will carry with me forever, like do not ever work 2 jobs while campaigning. The stress and the importance of surrounding yourself with authentic and very supportive people. I began this journey because I saw firsthand how poor policies are worsening mental health across our communities. As a therapist and social worker, I also grew up, I'm a first-generation foster survivor. I watched people struggle under the systems that were supposed to protect them. And I realized that healing individuals isn't enough if the policies themselves are causing harm. That realization is what pushed me to step into the political arena. So I traveled across the state, working 2 jobs, meeting so many incredible people, putting boots on the ground, and challenging myself in ways I never thought possible. Despite these challenges, I became the top independent candidate in the state of New Jersey, raising over $13,000 in grassroots donation, and the first to break the $5,000 mark in Green Party, and proving that with my own determination, I could break through even the toughest systems. I'm very also proud to say that I broke the 1% threshold, and I earned over 45,000 votes, which is one of the highest votes total ever for a Green Party U.S. Senate candidate in the state of New Jersey. That achievement shows what is possible when you refuse to let obstacles stop you and you keep pushing forward. It also shows that my opponents needed millions of dollars from mega donors and dark money to beat me. Without that funding, I would have easily beaten them as well. Throughout this journey, I met people across the political spectrum, those who identified as conservatives and on the right, as well as liberals and Democrats. Many of them stepped outside the party lines to vote for me because they believed in integrity, accountability, and putting people before politics. I also built meaningful connections with local elected officials, both Dems and Republicans, who supported me and voted for me as well. That showed me that when you lead with authenticity and purpose, people are willing to look beyond basic labels. I also want to note on a separate occasion I had with the Democratic Party chair, because I did start as a Dem, they told me that they would not support me because it would upset Menendez, who was charged twice federally? Yeah, and that he covered up a murder on top of it. They wanted him back in office. So they told me they wouldn't support me because it would upset Menendez, and that they valued the friendship over accountability. I still have that text message saved. That made it clear that this race was about challenging the system, and I was ready for that challenge. I also have to give a few shout outs. I want to thank my good friend and my guardian angel, Deshonda. I remember telling her I wanted to run, and she said, "Why not? You deserve to be there." And that was all I needed to hear to begin my mission. I also want to thank my partner, Tyrell, who was my boulder throughout this entire journey. We communicated, worked together, and kept each other motivated, and we grew so much during this campaign journey. Toward the end of this journey, I became increasingly concerned about something we are witnessing across this country and just globally as well: disenfranchised grief. And I'm a social worker and therapist, so I work with this a lot. So disenfranchised grief is grief that is not allowed to be acknowledged, validated, or allowed to be publicly expressed. It is grief that society tells people they must carry silently. In my professional political work, I have watched the United States move toward policies that criminalize dissent, punish public mourning, and shame people for naming their losses. When a government suppresses grief, it does not create safety, it creates trauma. We are actively laying the groundwork for extreme generational trauma by refusing to allow people to speak publicly about who they lost and how they are suffering. We are seeing kids get expelled from school. We are seeing people get harmed at protests. Lisa Davis got arrested and accused. You had charges brought against you for a public protest that she didn't even organize. Yep. Oh, falsely accused. Yes. Yes. And I donated to that. Everyone should donate to her lawyer fund. This is not theoretical. We have elected failures who, in my view, have failed morally, and figures like Zoran and AOC who have publicly shamed Palestinians for publicly speaking about their loved ones who were killed. They just shamed them for protesting illegal land sales. In New Jersey, we have failures like Andy Kim, Cory Booker, and Mikey Sherrill who have remained silent about Palestinian families in our own state. These families went to Trenton, New Jersey, and I will never forget, over 1,000 family members died. They begged them to speak up, to say something, and they shut them out and said, "Do not talk about this," and ignored them. They were forced to remain silent. Instead of being supported, these families have been marginalized and punished for speaking publicly about their pain. That silence matters. When leaders refuse to acknowledge grief, they reinforce a system that dehumanizes loss and teaches future generations that their suffering must be hidden to be acceptable. To my family, friends, and supporters, thank you for believing in me and backing my campaign. I know how important it is to support new voices and candidates who truly fight for the people, not party loyalty. I also know that without a strong, committed base, the two-party system will continue to dominate, and the injustices around the world, from Palestine to Congo to Sudan, will continue unchecked. I may have grown up in foster care and started with nothing, but I fought hard, and I will continue to fight because there is nowhere I don't belong. And finally, I hope my journey inspires others to step up, challenge the system, and fight for a government that does not punish grief, silence truth, or abandon its people, but instead holds itself accountable and truly represents all of us. Thank you again for this recognition, and it truly means the world to me. Thank you.
So we went out to Minneapolis to do just kind of a routine, small workshop that we do in a number of cities. We've done them before, where we get together, have some classes, get to know different members, different friends. Anyhow, we get out there and we see all these crazy signs posted up all over the neighborhood. Let's not alert the membership as of yet, right? Because they want a reaction. If they see they're getting a reaction, that'll embolden them, right? We'll just be extra careful with security at the door. But honestly, I don't think we should not do the event. No, I think we should do it. I guess we'll just proceed with our meeting as usual. Okay, so the first thing is that the break time is the most important, right? The break time when we're actually talking to people is the most important time, right? Actually, when I'm speaking and all that, it's not that important. What's important is when we're talking with the people. On Saturday morning, our main concern was the lack of heat. The Airbnb had not turned the heat on, and it was record low temperatures. It was a very, very cold night, so we're inside the house, and we're figuring we can't really start the workshop until the heat comes on. So then we see them outside.
Burger King! Burger King! Burger King! Burger King! Burger King!
It is 8:30 in the morning.
And it's like 20 below zero.
We're gonna wake up the whole neighborhood.
Yeah.
Everyone's in the neighborhood's gonna hate them.
The house across the street looks abandoned or dilapidated. I don't think they're worried about fascism. They're worried about putting food on the table.
We're worried about getting the heat turned on.
Yes,
It's a little cold here. The heat hasn't been turned on in our Airbnb.
And these guys start preemptively gloating that nobody is showing up.
No, we expected you like turning the attendees away. This is amazing. It seems like no one is coming. Wow.
Not knowing that we literally don't have heat, and we're not gonna start the thing without heat. It was actually like a solid hour after they left before we got the heat, and then we had people start coming. Well, actually, I take that back. There was one gentleman they did get to try to intimidate out of attending, a disabled gentleman, which, you know, that's cool.
They shouted at him, "Don't go in there, they'll rape you."
He attended, though. He was not scared of them.
Hello, Gabby.
I've seen you. I've seen you.
Can we see what they gave you?
Hello.
Can we see what they gave you?
Morning, this is a cult. Press TV. Oh, wow. It's Dugan.
Press TV.
Oh, man. Linda LaRouche. And your name's on here, too.
Really?
Yeah.
What? I'm famous.
Right? You're a failed political candidate and dedicated follower of Caleb Maupin's. You know, we're inside and like laughing about it. The whole thing just looked completely insane. At 8:30 in the morning, in record cold temperatures, you have 15 kids out there wearing COVID masks with signs about spanking and fascism and cults. I mean, the whole thing just had to look completely insane.
What are they saying?
Maupin runs the CPI. He's a weird little guy. One of the chants that they had, which I absolutely loved, was Caleb owns CPI. He's a weird little guy.
Caleb runs the CPI. He's a weird little guy.
They're calling you weird, dancing around with signs that no one understands.
Now, I thought that was very funny.
And by the way, don't you find some of their stuff to just be plain weird?
At one point, Peter Coffin walked out among the protesters. I immediately thought of the scene in The Wizard of Oz where Dorothy wakes up and she's walking among the munchkins.
Come out, wherever you are.
Because they were all like really short in comparison to him. And it made me think that the guy on the bullhorn or one of the people that had thought of that chant, they must have been called a weird little guy at some point in their life.
You're so out of touch. You think CPUSA would be a viable force to put together a picket like this? It's amazing.
They were on the bullhorn talking about communist inside baseball.
Colt, I mean, you started in the RCP, so it's used to Colt. Gospels were a joke even to trots.
No, we're trying to show you we care enough to tell you guys what's going on here. We want you guys to get out of the cult. We're trying to show you we care enough No, we're trying to show you we care enough to tell you guys what's going on here. We want you guys to get out of the cult.
We are going to have some fun with them, but we don't want to be too mean to them, because there's a lot of people in this organization around the country, and I'm not going to violate anyone's private business, but more than a handful of people that have joined CPI, they've told me why they joined CPI. And they said, Caleb, you know, I was in these communist circles, I was in my 20s, and I was using drugs. I rock bottomed. You know, I screwed up, I did something wrong, and, you know, I had to go into recovery. And I realized that if I was going to get over my addiction, I couldn't keep thinking in the pessimistic, dark, hopeless way that seems to accompany communist politics in America. I had to be optimistic. And I suddenly started hearing you, and you were the only communist I could stand to listen to anymore. You were the only one that was putting out a hopeful, optimistic message that wasn't tearing people down, that wasn't preaching resentment. I believe there were people out there that are in that same category. Do you know what I honestly believe deep in my soul? I believe that there were people out there today that will eventually join CPI. Let me just put it this way. You can never say that the Center for Political Innovation, or myself, or Peter, you can never say that we're irrelevant. The fact that we had a small meetup was so important to some people that they woke up on Saturday morning, went out in freezing cold temperatures, and made a huge ruckus to tell everyone just how upset they were about the fact that we exist and we continue to do our work. You know, we were ready to defend ourselves, but they weren't a threat to us at all. They were kind of embarrassing, and they were kind of clowns. And I'm embarrassed for whatever organization let this happen, was involved in making it happen. And I'm also embarrassed for the people that did this protest, because you were out there making fools out of yourselves while we were inside talking about the serious issues and how to change the future of our country, how to fight against imperialism, globalism, how to fight for working families. So yeah, certainly an interesting trip to Minneapolis. I'm glad we were there, and yeah, we're gonna do a lot more workshops, let me put it that way. So I'm here at a park in Brooklyn, and like many of you, I am trying my hardest not to think about the political nightmare our country is in. Rising inflation, a war against Iran that never should have happened, two big parties controlled by big monopolies and corporations and the Israel lobby. I'm trying not to think about all of that. Instead, I'm focusing on the positive, which is we're building a movement. And that is happening. The Center for Political Innovation is building a movement of working people that are educating themselves about anti-imperialism, that are organizing and building, and that's the only thing that's going to get us out of this. It's going to take a mass movement, not podcasts, but community. And that's what the Center for Political Innovation has been telling people from the beginning. We've got to build a movement where working people come together and teach anti-imperialism and assert their interests against the big monopolies. Now, we're headed toward our convention in August 15th in Chicago, and we need your help. If we're going to pull it off, we need your support. Everything costs way more at this point. Flights are way more, gas is way more, everything costs more. Our members are working people. You can shoot us $5, $20, $10, $100, whatever you can do. It'll make things go a lot easier. Our August convention is happening, August 15th in Chicago. We need you to support us to make sure it goes as smoothly as possible. I think that as hard as it may be, we have really taken some big steps forward in solidifying our organization. We now know much better how to work with people, how to maintain relationships, how to align with different organizations that have similar goals. We're moving ahead as an organization. We have been in a process of growing and developing, and we are getting better and better and better at what we do. So please take this time to go to cpiusa.org/donate and send us a contribution so that we can do what we're getting better and better at doing every day as we prepare to move forward in the coming months. We're heading into the fall as the midterm election happens to spread an anti-imperialist message everywhere we can. Send us a contribution at cpiusa.org/donate today. We are prepared to hit the ground running this fall. We've got to solidify our ranks, so please send us a contribution so that we can make August successful.